Morning, folks. Thanks very much for coming out today. This is our third ShipItCon. The last time we stood on this stage was in 2019. The world has changed a lot since then. You all know COVID, the war in Ukraine, housing crisis, climate crisis, like everything seems to be constantly changing, and we've just become more resilient, like just by necessity. We have to be. That's just the way the world is right now. So today is really focused around resilience, and we're going to be looking at resilience from lots of different angles. So we look at resilience from like the organizational perspective. How do you build like really resilient organizations that can adapt to change? We're also looking at it from like a personal perspective, like what can individuals do to become more resilient? And then we're also going to look at it from like a cultural side, like how do you roll this out across like large organizations and get these changes to stick? It's very easy to introduce change, but trying to get them to become part of your DNA is very difficult. So we have speakers from lots of different industries. And yeah, we just really want you to have fun. We appreciate folks coming out. For many of you, this is your first ShipItCon. It's maybe your first in-person conference as well. So we really appreciate you coming out today.
Morning, ShipItCon. So yeah, as Tom said, we're really, really delighted to welcome you all to the fantastic round room today. It's such a spectacular event, and this is our third ever ShipItCon. So as he said, our theme this year is resilience, and a very special part of that is celebrating you and everything you've been through over the last few years. So what we really want you to do is to listen, learn, have a bit of fun, and rebuild some of those lost connections. In terms of thank yous, we have to say a special thank you to you, because we literally couldn't do it without the support of the community and our big sponsor, 9 Dots. We definitely wouldn't be here without them. So thanks to everybody and to our sponsors. Over to you, Serena.
I think the second, really the biggest thank you goes also to everyone who submitted talks and to our fantastic speakers. I think a huge applause for everyone who speaks tonight, today. Thank you so much, and also to our fantastic sponsors. I have this sheet here, because my brain doesn't work anymore, so very big thank you to 9 Dots, Workhuman, Tynes, Techro, Phorest, and obviously my Intercom. And very big thank to charities as well, which is Belong to, Carry, and Teen Turn. They are out in the back if you want to check them out, because all the money that's left over will go to this good cause. And I'll leave you over to CK in good hands. Have fun and enjoy ShipItCon.
I don't need that. I have this over here. I'm good to go. Okay, folks, welcome to ShipItCon 2022. I hope that you had your good cup of coffee this morning and you're looking forward to the amazing speakers that we have lined up. So I hope also that you're as pumped as I am, because I'm really excited, because I haven't been on this stage now in about 3 years. So let's get the ball rolling. It's my privilege to introduce our keynote speaker for this morning, and to really get you inspired to kick off this resilience talk. He's been described as a true visionary leader, as humble as they come, creative genius, and sure, look, I could stand here and talk about him all day. So please welcome the founder and president of NearForm, Cian Maidín.
Oh yeah. How's everyone? Yeah, I don't know if I'm all those things that you just said there, but yeah, it's really good to be here anyway. And I guess today I want to talk a little bit about myself and some experiences I've been through, hard experiences, and then the whole COVID tracker thing. So I'm a software engineer originally. I live down in Tramore, County Waterford, nice small town in the southeast of Ireland. You know, I call myself a Tramoran. Small towns, small minds, and you know, when I was growing up, it was a bit of a pain. Everyone knew your business, all that kind of stuff. But now I've got a family, kids, and all that, and it's lovely to be able to know people and they know you and all that stuff. So I'm proud Tramore man. So I started NearForm. This is my second company. My first one was a failure. And kind of a slow, painful failure that I had to keep going through. And then I started NearForm, and it's been quite a ride over the years. So where we got to, we're now we're now about 300 people all over the world. We're growing like crazy. I'm now the president of the company, which basically means I preside over things. I don't have to be as responsible anymore, which is good for me, you know. Yeah, the whole COVID thing is kind of mad. Like some days I'm like, did that actually happen? You know, because it is like it's a different reality entirely to what we're living in now, and so, you know, it felt very much like, you know, I probably overdosed on news through the Trump years and all that kind of stuff, but it felt very much like the end of 2019 that something was going to happen. Like there was just all this pressure, you know, in the system, and so I went into 2020 looking at having a good year in business, and I went over to London. I was in London and Amsterdam in February, and on the way back from London, I started getting a bit of kind of itchy throat kind of thing, and so when I got home, I kind of had something coming on for a couple of days, and I got home on a Friday. I was pretty wrecked, and Saturday I was like, God, I'm really sick, you know, and it got to the point where like I actually didn't want to go to the doctor because I didn't want to get off the chair, you know. So eventually, anyway, I went to the doctor on the Sunday, and he said, you have a chest infection and a flu. It's like, okay. So into the bed I got. A few days later, my wife went to a separate doctor. They said, you have a chest infection and a flu. It's kind of weird. And I lay down in the bed anyway in my house. I'm not one to lie in bed all day, but I was really floored, you know. And of course, in the bed, my little friend, my phone was there next to me on the pillow, and I'm starting to see all this stuff around Wuhan, pandemic, like people are talking about a pandemic and all this stuff, you know. And I was saying to my wife, I was like, there's a pandemic coming. She's like, go away, you, don't mind that old crap, like, 'cause she's from north side Dublin, like she's got common sense and all that. She thinks I'm a total spanner or whatever, like, but you know, it works. Yeah, and then I started looking at, there's a really good guy on YouTube, John Campbell. If anyone hasn't heard of him before, he's been doing great stuff on YouTube every day through the whole pandemic, pulls apart what's true, what's not true, kind of explains it to people. So I was really sick anyway. For the first time in my life, I had a wheeze, I was a rattle in my chest when I was breathing. I really felt like pretty sick, you know. Tried to go back to work the following week after I got COVID, or at least I think it was COVID, because I didn't have tests, and ended up back in bed again. And so I had about a month where I felt pretty crappy, you know. And of course, over that month then, the kind of backdrop, you know, for NearForm, as they started to talk about a pandemic happening and all this stuff, is like, you know, we had like, I don't know what, we were 150 people at the time. We had like 1.5 million a month in wages alone in the business, professional services, and all of a sudden big customers just started to disappear, like, and I was like, you know, we had like this overnight 25% drop in our business, and I was like, shit, we're back here again, you know. I've been through kind of 3 crises in my life trying to do startup-y things, and you know, this one, I got that feeling back again. I knew, you know, something bad was happening. I had to deal with it, like, you know. And so actually a friend of mine tweeted when all this stuff was happening, there was a quote from a guy that survived in Vietnam, and I can't remember his name, some famous guy, and you know, he said that he decided when he was in a prisoner of war camp in Vietnam that you know, he was going to survive, and he was going to make that the defining thing of his life, that he was going to survive this thing, but he didn't know when he was going to get out of it. Didn't know how he was going to get out of it, but he decided that was going to be his mission, you know. And he was saying that the other people, a lot of the others died because they always thought, this Christmas it'll be different, I'll get out, and they died of broken hearts, you know. And so, you know, I went through this period where I wasn't sleeping at all, like, you know. I mean, I was going, like, every single person pretty much that had joined up to that point, I knew them, you know, and I was looking at having to let people go for the first time in my life, all that stuff, and there's people that you really care about, like, you know. But you know, when stuff like this happens, you have to confront the brutal truth, the reality in front of you. There's no way around it. You know, in the past I probably like tried to not, tried to pretend it wasn't happening for a while, you know, and you're just kicking it down the road, it gets worse, you know, so I had to deal with it, like, you know, but the thing is, like, you know, I went into the office one weekend anyway, and, you know, I got my spreadsheet out and put in the costs and all this, and I was like, if things go to absolute crap, right, if our business goes down to 50% of what it is now, can we survive, you know? And I did all the numbers and stuff, and I was like, I can survive for 5 years. I was like, okay, I can live with that, you know? If you have to stay in business to be in business, like, you know, so survival was the most important thing, and once I knew we were going to survive, then I stopped freaking out, you know? I was like, right, I gotta do all this horrible stuff now and change, you know? So anyway, this was kind of all going on in the background, and poor me spluttering with my COVID, and my wife saying I was crazy, there was no pandemic, like, what are you on about? And then in the news, I think people remember they were talking about cancelling Cheltenham, you know, the big horse racing festival in the UK, and they didn't cancel it. Everyone went over, and they all bloody got sick, and a lot of people died, and then they had this thing on St. Patrick's Day weekend, 2020, like, St. Patrick's Day was cancelled, like, and it's like, it's really serious now, like, you know, if we cancel Paddy's Day, like, this is not good, like, you know. So like, I think everyone was just in this place where they were everyone was freaking out, like, you know. You talk about mental health, like, it was a shared experience. Everyone's mental health was impacted, you know. And what I kind of found surprising was some people that you would think would be more resilient or better able to cope with stuff really freaked out, you know, and other people were kind of able to deal with it and stuff like that, you know. And you know, it's when you put all that pressure in the system that the cracks really start to open up and show or whatever. Anyway, I got a text message. It's such a crazy experience. Like, I mean, I was in the bed, like, while I was sick, and I was looking at, do you remember Dr. Michael Ryan, the Irish guy from the World Health Organization? You know, you have to go after the disease, the pandemic, and you must act first, and all these stuff he was talking about, like, and I was like, yeah, geez, that's, God, what are we going to do, you know? And so at this point anyway, everything was shut down. We've got like an 8,000 square foot office in Tramore, used to be the county council headquarters. And so it was just me going in the morning on my own into this huge building, like, you know, and it was really quiet outside, you know. It was like 28 days later, like, you just hear a bird outside, you're like, what's going on, you know? And so anyway, we got a call. I got a text on the 21st of March from Denise Cooper saying, oh, the HSE are on, they're talking about building some kind of an app, would you talk to them? And I was like, yeah, okay. So the guy rang me on the Sunday anyway, a Gar McCreasta from the HSE, who is an absolute legend. He's a brilliant, brilliant guy, you know. And I think if anything today, they're talking about this stuff, what I learned, what I was really mind-blown about was that, you know, the people with vocation that are working in health and things like that, they could be making way more money working in the industry, you know, but this is what they like doing, you know, and it's something that they're into, like, you know. And anyway, Gar rang me, and he was like, could we have a chat about building an app for COVID? And I was like, okay. And he said, yeah, there's this app that they've come out with in, I think it was Taiwan or something. They had this really early COVID app built, and he was like, yeah, I think they're sending the source code over. And he had these screen mock-ups anyway. I went into the office anyway on the Sunday, and Colin Hart, who's one of the kind of the chief technical people at NearForm, and Kevin Devine, they were on a Skype call or on a Zoom call or whatever. And we started looking at mock-ups and stuff. So we had all these screenshots, and they were talking about, you know, this exposure notification idea, you know, that one device could be next to another, and Bluetooth could detect if they were in proximity for a while, and then they'd exchange a token, and it would all be anonymous and blah, blah, blah. They're talking about all that stuff, and they were like, well, try and build this thing. And we were like, yeah, let's have a go, like, you know. I mean, it felt certainly like we were able to do something, you know. We had a bit of, like, power, you know, and everyone felt really powerless, like. And so, you know, we spun up a team really fast there was no money involved at all. It was just like, this is a good idea, let's do it. Like, just like jump on it, and people are getting really, really jazzed about it. Like, and so we had a demo. We had a demo in about 3 days of what looks like the COVID tracker, and we had a working prototype in 10 days. You know, it was just the team at NearForm, like, you know, everyone. The interesting thing for us is like we were really born in the future in a way, because we came from Waterford, you know, started like an open source Node.js like weird software company where there's no engineers, there's no customers at Waterford. So, you know, we started getting busy. We had to hire people, and everyone was remote, you know. So it kind of held us back in the early days. People are like, you know, our customers are like, we need to see you physically in the office pressing buttons to know that you're doing software, like, and you know. But when COVID happened, we were kind of ready for it. We were kind of made ready for this type of thing, you know. So straight away we were talking to some folks at Apple, and they were talking about the iBeacon tech and different things like that. So we had this prototype anyway, and then a few weeks later, the Apple Google announced the exposure notification thing that they were doing, you know. And so we were a good few weeks in now. We were like, right, scrap that. And we were building again something that didn't really exist. So they were doing nightly drops of the exposure notification thing, and we were trying to test it and all that. And so now we were in trouble because they like announced the pandemic, the World Health Organization. Everything was getting pretty serious, you know. But it kind of felt good to be able to do something, you know. So what was cool was we had this really compressed timeline where, you know, we had one shot. To launch this, it has to work. If it doesn't work, people are just going to, like, you know, not use it. And you've got to keep loads of different communities happy. A lot of people are concerned around data protection, accessibility, you know, data privacy, all these things, like, you know. And so, you know, you're doing something on behalf of a public health authority who normally don't have much of a reputation for building software, like, you know. I mean, it's the usual suspects that are in, like, vampires kind of sucking money out of them, building utter, like, not good stuff anyway, you know. That's generally what you get in the kind of public sector, you know. And we're kind of in, like, this breath of fresh air because we like going fast. We're really passionate about what we do, like, and so we started working with the guys at the HSE, and I have to say they were brilliant. Like, they did a perfect job, which was they shielded us from all the noise and allowed us to get busy and get something done. And then they had this whole critical path of activities that would enable us to get something out the door that people would trust and people would use, and it would be useful as well. So when we were thinking about building the app, we're trying to give some kind of utility to people so they could feel some way empowered. So, you know, we had this kind of check-in idea. You know, are you feeling well? Are you not well? We had, what else do we have in there? We had some of the local analytics. You know, you find out what's going on where you are, all this type of stuff. And so, you know, it started to come together. But what we realized then was we had to do, like, a whole bunch of stuff. So they wrote this data report, which was like an actual human readable 150-page document on all the innards of the application, what it was actually doing with your data, what it wasn't doing. And that actually became the template for all the other countries that started rolling out these things. Like the Irish, we did it first in Ireland. We had to do behavioural studies. So normally behavioural study takes about a year. So you're looking at, like, the messaging in an app, am I protecting myself, am I protecting somebody else, you know, all that type of stuff. So it was all accelerated. The design had to be from people of the age of 15 to 85. That's kind of the way we were thinking about it. So it had to be really, really simple, you know. And then the trust thing was huge, you know. So, like, even before anything was even built, using exposure notification, Oxford had come out with some early stupid paper where there was a headline that you needed 45% of the population to have one of these apps for it to make any difference whatsoever. And all the newspapers took this as like, what, sure, you need 45%. So, someone is interviewing you, well, what about the 45%? You won't get there, and so this is what you're kind of dealing with. But actually, even with that study, if you drilled into it, that wasn't what they said in the study, The reality is when you talk about these kind of chaotic systems, it's not like there's an even distribution of people everywhere, and therefore, the statistics will mean that you need this number for stuff to work. The actual reality is that, cohorts of people, families, friends and all that tend to have similar behaviors. So a lot of my friends, they've gone to college, they believe in science and vaccines, and they have phones, and they don't think that there's cameras in the light bulbs looking at them, or the government's trying to track them, or any of this madness, and so in terms of our small group of people, actually me and my friends all had the app, and we were the only person to see each other. So the reality was, and actually the thing was as well that it worked, which is kind of good as well. So, we were at a birthday party, and an outdoor birthday party, and one of our friends, one of the families that were with us, we were all wearing masks. They all turned out they had COVID that day. They got tested the next day. We all got alerts straight away. So then we were able to say, right, we're not moving anywhere. Wait till we get tested. Try to break the chains of transmission if they're going to happen, And one of the things I guess that don't get me started about Facebook or Google or any of that kind of stuff, but the reality is that the Facebooks of the world, right, have made everyone so paranoid about being spied on that people don't trust other things, right? But the reality is, Facebook with their mobile app, they could have actually enabled the exposure notification stuff, flick of a switch on a global basis out of the box. There's no need to build the technology because it's already there inside in your Facebook app. If you look at the kind of stuff it collects on you and the people that you know and all that stuff, but so we get penalized and not trusted because of the behavior of a company like this and all these kind of harsh judgments and stuff. But so anyway, we were kind of getting closer to launch now. So the kind of May, June, we had to rebuild the app. What was interesting was the guards were helping with the testing, the army were helping with the testing. So up in the Curragh, they actually had all these circles, and they had a test script for the soldiers with all the different devices, and they'd hold a device next to another device within X meters range, tested at work, and so this was pretty crazy. So apparently there's drone footage somewhere of the thing being tested, which is kind of fun. And then they did a trial with the Gardaí. So the idea was that they would infect somebody in the trial. So the sergeant often in a station is somebody that's there, and then other people are coming in and out for different amounts of time during the day. So they were able to kind of simulate whether the thing worked or not, So, we started really making inroads, and the data protection report came out, and the data protection people went from screaming that we were cameras in the ceiling and the government are selling your data and all this mad stuff, to actually it's not that bad. But we wouldn't say it got an A, it got maybe a C+ or something. So we were but that was good, that was real progress because you kind of dealt with that up front, So at the time then, the other thing that we did, we're really big believers in open source. It's been it's kind of a philosophical thing for us. It's sharing stuff with others and connecting people through something very abstract. That has nothing to do with gender or race or any of that kind of stuff. It's to do with ideas, and open source is really interesting. It's really powerful. That somebody in one country can make something with all the learnings and insights they have, and someone else can pick it up and get use out of it. It's a beautiful thing, So straight away we were we're talking to the HSE, we should open source this. This is an important thing. The HSE created a HSE GitHub account, which is pretty cool, and they put the COVID tracker up, MIT license, all that good stuff, And then people started looking at the source code, in a few weeks before launch, and they were going, this is really well written. Like, what's the story? Like, it's like React Native, and it's using all these different things, but the code is really well written. I can build it, I can look at it, I can verify that it's not doing any mad stuff. Like, there's no cameras hidden in the light switches or whatever, like, you know. And so then there was like quite a positive, because I think in Ireland we have a disproportionately big tech community for the size of the country. So a lot of people on Twitter, that kind of thing, who were saying, this is actually pretty good, you know. So, you know, we started getting closer to launch then, and we really wanted to go with it. Like, we were like, we're ready, like, this is going to be so awesome, like, you know, and we're really excited, but we kind of didn't know if it was going to work either, but we were like, let's do it, like, you know. And you had the government changing around June of that year, so they kind of wanted, they weren't going to like leave it and then the other government come in and get blamed for it kind of thing. So it was just like after the government transition, they got their hands around it, they were like, let's launch this thing now, you know. And so what was also kind of interesting at the time was it got out somewhere that we were doing something about the app, but we weren't allowed to talk about it. But we got inbounds then. Pennsylvania got in touch on the website. Can you talk to us about a COVID app or something? And we were like, asked the HSE, they were like, yeah, you can talk to them. The north of Ireland got onto us. They had someone in who wanted to rebuild the whole thing again from scratch, and we were at the point where it was open source and we were going to deploy it. And so So we started talking to Pennsylvania, and they were like, well, we want to do Pennsylvania, but we want to do Delaware, we want to do New Jersey, we want to do New York. We were like, okay, let's do that. And the HSE were talking to their health people, and they're like, you know, bona fide, like, you know, proper health service. And they were going, this looks actually pretty good, like, you know, like, we might go with this. And so we were like, we're going to open source this thing. But they didn't like that it was in a HSE GitHub. They wanted it in, like, so there was a Linux Foundation thing that started around public health, LFPH. So they launched this thing at the same time. So we put this into Linux Foundation, and it was kind of crazy. Like, we were trying to brand it, myself and Gar McCreasta and some of the guys from the HSE. We were like, you know, how about COVID Shield? No, that's been done. COVID. So we came up with this name, COVID Green, because, you know, the map was gone this angry kind of red color. And we were like, green for Ireland, green for COVID going back. So we created this COVID Green thing. It got in the papers. It went to the top of Hacker News. It was pretty crazy. Like, and I'm kind of standing there in the office, like, with Google Analytics, and the thing is lit up, like, you know. I'm like, fuck, this is mad. Like, there's still no one there though. It was still quiet outside, like a zombie movie, you know. And so anyway, on the 6th of July, they went, right, we're going to launch. We're going to do a soft launch on the 7th. 7th is my birthday. And the plan was that they would do press. They'd do this big media campaign about a week later. And so, I was actually up with my daughter, Rita, at midnight on the 6th of July. She said she'd stay up and it's happy birthday, Dad, and all that. We were chatting away. And next thing I see some dings coming up on Twitter, and people are starting to talk about the app, and they're downloading it like crazy, like, you know. It's like, this is a good birthday, like, and it's a crazy birthday, like. So, you know, kind of woke up the next day, and it was all over the radio. There was like people, a load of radio DJs changed their hashtag to COVID Tracker, and we love COVID Tracker, and yay, all this kind of thing. And so we got to like 1 million users in the first day, which is pretty crazy, like, you know. So again, like, Ireland, like, I think when the chips are down and stuff has gone wrong, the Irish really do stand up and just go like, let's do this, like, let's kind of come together. And so yeah, we got 1 million the first day. And then what's funny is the north of Ireland had been onto us, so they decided they were going to use the open source thing. So they actually deployed. They nearly deployed before down here because the things were taking a bit longer, but north of Ireland went live really quickly. So Ireland and north of Ireland were the first two countries in the world or the two jurisdictions in the world to actually connect. So we had this integration going. And then we got Scotland. So the COVID app in the UK was a disaster, the first one. I think they tried to build their own exposure notification protocol. Boris was on saying like, we're going to build world-beating technology, which basically meant that they were too thick to go with the thing that Google and Apple had made, and they'd spent too much money or whatever, like, and so they did a test in the Isle of Man, and I think it was like 4% accuracy or something. It was total disaster, like, you know. So Scotland, as a kind of upview to England, decided to go with NearForm instead, and we got Jersey, and we got Gibraltar, two little places. They came on board, and then we started working with Bloomberg, Goldman, and New York. So they brought out the cavalry in. Then they had like this task force in the US, there was like admirals and CEOs and all these kind of people. They were all like, let's help you. So they started helping us to build the what is it called? COVID? I can't remember. COVID something anyway. I kind of twitch when I hear COVID at this stage, like COVID tracker, like. But it was cool, like though, like, there was ads on Bloomberg. It was cool music, and they were talking about the COVID app and all that. And I was sitting there with my kids in Tremor going like, Daddy wrote that. And they were like, yeah, you know. And my little son Cormac, he's only 5 at the time. He was like going around saying, you know, we could come up with an idea for an app that maybe could like see a virus, it'd zap the virus. So they were really like starting to come up with these crazy ideas, you know. So we got, in the end anyway, and this is crazy, right? So 15 NearForm people, right? We decided, we're in the Linux Foundation, it's free for everybody. We'll charge you like, I think we're charging 250 grand per country. We do the implementation in 1 month, optimized it for a rollout, not for money making or profiteering or any of that kind of stuff. We also realized that, right, we're going all in on the stuff we wanted to use. So it was all serverless, like using Amazon kind of as an API kind of thing. And we get it out as fast as we could. So none of the governments obviously are able to manage serverless stuff. So we were like, well, we'll run it for you, like, you know. So we had a team, we'd one team in the US, one in Europe with pagers. And so the crazy thing is, right, there's about 15 NearForm people in total, all working remotely, never met each other during the project. We worked with 10 governments. We never met any of them during the project. And from the first call, which was the 22nd of March, to the last deployment, which is New Zealand, in November sometime, we deployed it to 10 public health authorities, a total of 65 million users, I think. We never had one outage. We never met one of the public health authorities in all that time. We created this Linux Foundation project called COVID Green, so we got leprechauns on it. We got the people in the HSE in Ireland, people in Scotland, all involved in Linux Foundation, the people in New York, so we have all those public health authorities connected and working together, like, you know, and it's an incredible story, like, you know, and it's a lovely thing as well, you know, and you see the potential, you know, like one of the things that really struck me, because we've been working, you know, building enterprise stuff and all this kind of thing for years, and we're really good at what we do, but some of it is like, are we all chasing in the wrong direction, like, you know? Like, I mean, you know, what happened to vocation, like, you know, what happened to people that aspire to something that's not about industry or money? And I think the incentives in software and that kind of stuff is like the big guys are paying the big bucks and everyone's getting dragged over this direction. It's all about business case. It's all about ROI. It's all about VCs and like a lot of really unhealthy models, like, you know, and then you have, you know, people, you know, citizens who are totally underserved by technology, you know, like totally, like, and it was like a breath of fresh air. We came in, we started working. There was a lot of like, to start with, most of the people we dealt with were like not trusting what we were saying. Like there was a trick involved because this is what they're used to, you know. And then after a while, they're like, "Where did you guys come from? Like, this is incredible, like, you know," because their hands were going on the steering wheel, and stuff was happening really, really quickly, and they were in control, and it was like it's happening fast, you know. And I think the thing is, like, in, you know, especially in the public sector and all that, like building software for people in government, like, you know, it's actually really interesting, you know, and the idea of being able to take something, like solve a problem in one country and open source it, and then give it to another country, you know, it's nearly like a diplomacy or something. Like, it's like the problems are the same, you know, in different parts of the world, you know, and like, you know, if we can kind of create these networks and solve problems in one place and then someone else gets it for free, you know, that's beautiful, like, you know. But what we have, like, is like, you know, I don't want to, like, take the piss out of SAP too much, but, you know, like, I mean, we built the COVID app cost about €1 million or something. SAP Deutsche Telekom charged the German government €20 million for their COVID app and $3 million a month to run it. And they delivered this thing in like 6 weeks, you know. And they're so focused on extracting the most, you know, this is the mentality, like, you know, we're doing all this open source stuff and they're like, we are doing open source too, look at our GitHub. But it was just like totally the wrong mindset, like, you know. Our mindset was like, we're here to help, we're trying to scale this as much as possible, we're not trying to rob your money, you know, we want to actually solve the problem. This is not we don't normally kind of, you know, it wasn't a place that we normally work in, like government and all that. It's just too slow and all that, like, you know. And you hear of all these stories, like, you know, an open source thing, and someone comes in, a consultant with a clever guy comes in and tries to rebrand it, and they like charge the government $3 million, like barefaced, like, you know, and you're like, you're just giving people a bad name, you know, a bad reputation and all that, like. It's crazy, you know, near the end of 2020, I got nominated for this Red Cross, some Red Cross Tech Award or whatever, and it was a mad year, like, you know. But just before Christmas, anyway, I was on this kind of Red Cross Award thing, and the guy from the World Health Organization was on it, so I was chatting to him, like, you know. And he's the guy, like, that we saw on the, you know, you have to go after the pandemic, you have to be the first mover, and all this kind of lovely stuff he was saying, you know, on YouTube. Like, I was like, oh yeah, I built the COVID app. I love that. I have that with me all the time. I show everybody the COVID tracker from Ireland. It's great, like. And I was like, yes, yes. So yeah, it was amazing. It was a real privilege, like, to be honest, like. You know, when you get a chance to do something like that, you know, and you have the freedom to do something like that, because, like, most people are stuck making money and that's all they can do, and you have all this horrible crap going on in the background, and you have to keep bringing in the money, like, you know, and all that, like, and for us, like, for me anyway, and the team at NearForm, all the other people in the work they were doing enabled us to go and work on something that really had meaning, like, you know. But that's a privilege, like, you know. We were really, really lucky that we got the opportunity to do that, you know. And yeah, it's what a thing, like, and you know, like, we saved lives. And that's the thing, like, at the end of the day, we saved people's lives using technology that we built with all this stuff that we do every day, you know. And yeah, it was just such a privilege, like, you know. Yeah, that's my talk. Like, I suppose, you know, if you take Anton from today, like, you have like all these amazing people around you. You make new friends. You might do startups together. You might learn stuff. There's so much opportunity now, you know, and I always think of these conferences as they're lovely, like, you know. It's a kind of gift to yourself and to everyone else to go take time to go to something like this and get a bit of perspective on stuff, you know. So yeah, thanks very much, everyone. I hope you have a lovely time, and yeah, you get me on. I write loads of mad stuff on Twitter. It could be anything. I troll myself quite a lot, so don't take anything I say seriously. And yeah, enjoy the conference.
Okay, great. John, you just give me the thumbs up when you're ready for me to Hello? Here we go. Yeah? Okay. Can you hear me? Okay, so I really wasn't lying when I was introducing Cian in, just in regards to him being a true visionary leader and as humble as they come, playing a crucial role in saving lives, literally. And he's up here talking about it like, yeah, like we just built an app, like it was great. You know what I mean? So please give Cian a big round of applause just for helping us out during a fearful time. Also giving some props to NearForm as well, just because they are a shining example of an Irish tech company on the world stage. So guys, before I introduce our next speaker, I just have a couple of words to say about her as well. So we're gonna go into the deep dive session. Our next speaker is all the way from Canada. She wears many hats, not only as an engineer, also the host of Failurology podcast. Girl, I have to say, I'm really jealous about that because that is an awesome title. So definitely we'll be listening to that. So please give me a big round of applause to introduce Nicole Imeson, who will be talking about failure as a building block. Nicole, get up here.
A little short. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for coming out, whether you're joining in person or virtually. It's great to have you all here. There's a lot of fantastic speakers and sessions today, and I'm really excited to come all the way from Canada to talk to you about failure. It's something I talk a lot about on the Failurology podcast. Like mentioned, I'm a mechanical engineer from Calgary, Alberta, Canada, over on the west side of the country, just east of the Rocky Mountains. And I have a podcast about engineering failures called Failurology. I do love to talk about failure. This conference theme is very on brand for me. At this point, we've been producing the podcast for about 2 years, and I've researched about 100 failures, which is pretty amazing in itself. And I've definitely noticed a lot of patterns throughout all of the different disciplines and eras and people involved with the failures that I've looked at. I started the podcast because I thought that the technical part of the failure was really interesting, and I noticed it was something that we weren't talking about. I do think it's really important that we talk about failures, even though they're embarrassing and they're expensive. We need to talk about them to learn from them and prevent these future events from happening. So the patterns that I've picked up on is, the more uncomfortable the failure, the more we need to talk about it. It's also never just one thing that goes wrong. There's usually several things that are either unchecked or ignored or slip through the cracks that lead to these large catastrophic events. And then finally, there's a variation in the intention behind failure, and that's kind of the backbone for my session today. We're going to talk about the different intentions in failure. And let me just make sure I know how to work this button. Yes, I do. Okay, so I've broken it down into 3 categories. First up, we've got new territory. So these are failures that relate to new tech, new materials, new designs that we're dealing with. Maybe they're designs that someone else or products that someone else has worked with, but they're new to us. And so for these failures, there's a lot of risks involved that we can't foresee because we've never dealt with this type of thing before. And that's where these failures happen, because we're not able to fully assess the risks. We can't see what could potentially go wrong and deal with those items. We also have mistakes. So we're all human. Humans make mistakes. It happens. It's kind of par for the course at this point. But it is important that we put processes in place to prevent these tiny mistakes from slipping through the cracks and creating these larger problems. And then lastly, we have deliberate failures. So in these cases, the design teams knew what the risks were, and they decided to proceed anyways. They're usually pretty significant risks. They're usually driven by profit as well, which makes these stories really frustrating. But I do think that they're important to tell, because they're the types of things that can happen when you think that you're safe from failure and that it won't happen to you. And I can promise you, no one is safe. It will get you if you're not watching out for it. Okay, so first up we have new territory because in true engineering fashion, we're going to go in order. We've come so far as all the different technological advancements we've made. Even in the last 10 years, smartphones are a relatively new product and we're still constantly evolving. But there are a lot of things that we don't know yet and a lot of things are still being developed. So I think this risk is still very present. But for this one, we're gonna go way back in time and we're gonna talk about the transatlantic telegraph cable. And this was the first communication link between Europe and North America. And it went from Valentia Island in Ireland to Heart's Content, Newfoundland in Canada, which I thought was a fun coincidence that it bridged our two countries. This project is old. It happened in the late 1850s. And at that time, there was a telegraph cable in place between the UK and France, but that's obviously significantly shorter than going all the way across the Atlantic Ocean. So this cable was a really big deal at the time. As I mentioned, there's usually a number of contributing factors, and this story is no different. When we look at expertise, Wildman Whitehouse was the chief electrician, but his formal education was as a medical doctor, and all of his electrical engineering knowledge was self-taught. And this is not to say that everyone needs to be formally trained to be good at something. I don't believe that. My path to engineering was non-traditional. But Whitehouse was not good at electrical engineering, and he was driven much more by his ego than he was by actually working to solve the technical problems on the project. The testing also had some issues, and because this is a failure dealing with a lot of unknowns, this is new territory, new tech, they didn't really realize that at the time, but their testing didn't account for the presence of water, which is pretty important when you're dealing with a subsea cable. And lastly, the cable itself had some issues. Because it was so long, 3,500 kilometers, they couldn't build one continuous cable. So they built multiple segments that were then spliced together. And as you know, that can create its own set of problems. And then on top of that, the cable degraded quickly after install, and the signal strength decreased as the messages passed across it. So after 3 weeks, the cable failed. Not great. Although this is looked at as a failure, I do think there's some small wins. They did send 732 messages in that 3 weeks, and they learned a lot about what worked and what didn't. That said, the messages were really hard to decipher, and they took 17 hours to get across. Enter William Thomson, and I'm a big fan of him. I think he's the real hero of the story. He worked under Whitehouse during that first attempt, but he was much more interested in solving the technical issues. And he would later go on to complete a lot of important work in electrical engineering, mathematics, and physics. And he developed several formulas that are still being used today, one of which being the law of squares. And that allowed him to calculate the resistance on the cable based on time and distance and size the cable accordingly. So rather than just guessing what size the cable should be, they were actually able to properly design it. He also developed his mirror galvanometer, which he used to measure and detect electrical current passing through the cable, greatly improving the testing process. So I'm a big fan of Thomson. Because the original attempt was such a catastrophic failure, it did take a little bit of time before they were able to try again. And so 10 years later, they finally had enough trust in the project for a second attempt. First, they had to do something about Whitehouse. In addition to his, what I'll call electrical engineering shortcomings, he also repeatedly refused to board the ships laying the cable during the first attempt. So he wasn't really even willing to do his job. And so he was fired from the project, and Thomson was promoted to chief electrician, which is great news. They also were able to build one continuous cable. It was stronger, better insulated, and more conductive. And when you compare that original and the second cable side by side, the new cable weighed twice as much as the first, which gives you an idea of just how much more robust it was. The testing also saw significant improvements thanks to Thomson. So he used his mirror galvanometer to measure and detect electrical currents passing through the cable, and he tested 4,300 kilometers of cable in an underwater storage facility, which is much more than they needed, which I like to think gave them a bit of a safety factor. It's always important to have a little bit of backup there. And so this second attempt was a success, and today there are hundreds of subsea cables that make up our global communication network, and it all started with this one. And I'll admit, minor confession, when I first researched this project, I thought that all of our communication went by satellite because, I don't know, I just send messages and they end up where they're supposed to end up. But apparently we still use these cables all throughout the world. And so I thought it was really cool that this was kind of the first one. And so there's a number of lessons to learn from this project, and I will say the lessons learned are my favorite part of these failures. So failure isn't the end of the story. It happens somewhere in the middle. Imagine if they just gave up after that first attempt. We might still be, mailing letters to each other and sending them on ships that make planning things like ShipItCon that much more difficult. Not to mention all of Thomson's advancements in the field of electrical engineering, physics, and mathematics that came out of this project. Second, when you're dealing with unknowns, you need to do extra testing. Stress your products well beyond their design capacity. This is your opportunity to see where all of their weaknesses are, and then you can address the risks that you're able to address. And lastly, the bus analogy is one of my favorites. So I like to look at a company or a project team as a bus. Who's the driver, who's the navigator, and so on. Do I have the right people on the bus? And more importantly, are they in the right seat? And in terms of this failure, the Transatlantic Telegraph, they had Thomson on the bus, but it wasn't until he was in the right seat as the chief electrician that this project saw the great success it was always meant to be. Second failure we're going to talk about is related to mistakes. So like I said, we're all human. We're all going to make mistakes, and I think that's okay, as long as we have processes in place and people that we work with to catch those tiny mistakes before they slip through the cracks. So for this one, we're going to talk about the 2003 Northeast blackout. And this blackout impacted 8 states and the province of Ontario in Canada. It happened during a particularly bad heat wave, which I thought also made this relevant to the heat wave that's been plaguing most of the world this past summer. Now, I mentioned at the top I'm from Calgary. Not originally, I moved there in 2008. I was born and raised in Ontario. And so having lived in Ontario in 2003, I remember this blackout. This failure actually impacted me directly, as well as 55 million other people. It also knocked out 508 generating units and 265 power plants, so huge impact. So we were in a heat wave, happened in the middle of August. Temperatures were in the plus 30s for days, if not weeks. It was really hot, and that put a lot of extra requirements on the power grid because the demand was so high. Everyone was using air conditioners, pool equipment, fans, anything they could do to cool down, they were using. But there was another significant issue, and that was tree setbacks, which is the distance between trees and power lines. And those setbacks were not consistent or regulated. Each region had different requirements for how far back to trim the trees, and no one was checking in to make sure that was getting done. So as the overloaded power lines heat up, they'll expand and they start to sag. And when they do so, they can touch the trees. Then they will short, and an automatic relay will disconnect them from the grid. And in theory, that's a fantastic way to keep your grid functioning when a couple power lines go down. But when that power line goes down and transfers its load to the next power line, and it's already overloaded, it will sag further, touch trees, and go offline. And so pretty quickly, the increased power demand and the overgrown trees led to a cascading effect, which takes us to the official cause of this failure, which was a software bug. And this is the cause that's recognized by law and insurance as the official cause. And this software bug, it wasn't just any bug, it prevented the operators who were running the network from seeing any alarms as these individual power lines were going down. And so they had no alarms, no idea the lines were going down, no idea that they needed to shed or redirect the load. And they had no idea we were headed for catastrophic failure that would lead to a 2-day blackout. In fact, the operators at this power plant, they found out about the blackout the same way the rest of us did when the grid went down and the lights went out, which was probably a pretty big shock for them. So I remember we didn't have power for 2 days. I lived in a pretty small town. Some of the larger metropolitan centers, like New York City, which is what's featured here in this picture, they were back up and running in a matter of hours, but that was still enough to have a widespread impact on essential and non-essential services. Water treatment plants couldn't process water, which led to widespread boil water advisories. And a lot of people have electric stoves or electric ranges, and so if you couldn't drink your water and you couldn't boil your water, you were kind of hooped at that point. There was no power for train signals, to pump fuel, or to operate traffic lights, driving transportation to a standstill. And cell phone networks, which were still working, were so overloaded with people checking in on loved ones or making phone calls because there wasn't much else to do, that network was also overloaded, and getting through to the person you were calling was challenging. And I'll remind you, this is 2003, pre-smartphone era, and I think the cell phone networks have come quite a long way since then. This is back in flip phone days. So the North American Electric Reliability Corporation did a full investigation. They outlined 40 recommendations. I'm not going to go through all of them, but there were 4 key ones that I wanted to touch on. We need to make reliability standards mandatory, enforceable, with penalties for non-compliance. And I think this one's really important because as humans, I think we can be more reactive than proactive. It's really easy for us to look at risk and think it's not going to happen to us, and then we aren't prepared when it does. So it's really important that we assess all of the risks that could happen and address the ones that are easy, what I'll call the low-hanging fruit, and come up with contingency plans for everything else. And I might be biased because I think that would be a really fun exercise to do, but I will say it is really important. We also need to protect operators who shed load from retaliation or punishment. So these operators were scared to shed load because their employers, the energy providers, didn't want them to, and they would potentially be fired for doing that. But they need to do that. That's part of their job, to protect the network. And so I think this one also is really good for people who are working in industries with strict compliance rules. They needed to standardize tree clearances and make them the same for all of the different regions. So, setting expectations and holding people accountable is such an important part of product design and public safety. And lastly, establish clear authority for cyber and physical security. So this software bug was an accident. It was a mistake. No one put it there on purpose. This was not the result of a cyber attack or a terrorist attempt. But regulators were now so much more aware of how at risk their network was, and they took steps to mitigate that risk, which was fantastic. They were finally being proactive. And last but not least, we have deliberate failures. So in this case, the design teams knew what the risks were, usually pretty significant risks, and they decided to proceed forward anyways. These are almost always driven by profits, which makes them that much more frustrating. There's also a lot more of these than I thought there would be. These are definitely challenging ones to cover on the podcast. They're also the ones I get on my soapbox and complain about the most. But I do think these are really important stories to tell. These are the types of things that happen when you become complacent to your success. You think that failure won't happen to you, and you're not actually providing contingency plans for the risks that are there, because everything has risks associated with it. And so like I mentioned at the start, the stories that are more difficult or that no one wants to talk about are also important. We need to talk about them to figure out what went wrong and prevent it. So this one's maybe a little controversial, but I do think it's important. We're going to talk about the Boeing 737 MAX. So this was a 4th generation 737 from Boeing, and it was announced in 2011 with service commencing in 2017. It offered more efficient engines, aerodynamic changes, and airframe modifications. And for all intents and purposes, it was an upgraded model from the previous 737. That's how Boeing marketed it, and I think that's also a really important part of this story, that they saw this as an upgrade to previous models. But the MCAS had some issues. So on board, it had a flight stabilization software called MCAS, which stands for Maneuvering Characteristics Augmentation System. It's a bit of a mouthful. And what the MCAS would do is it would account for excessive nose up, so where the nose of the plane is much higher than the tail of the plane. And when that happens during takeoff, it can result in an engine stall, which you don't want when you're flying a plane, so not good. And this excessive nose up was caused by the engine placement and size. Rather than redesigning the plane, which is probably what I would have done, Boeing decided to introduce this flight stabilization software. And it would use a sensor at the nose of the plane to detect what that angle was, and then use a wing at the tail to lower the nose. Now, as I mentioned before, Boeing marketed this plane as an upgraded model from previous versions. And Boeing's a big player in the airplane manufacturing game. They represent 40% of the market, which is huge. And they have a lot of pull with regulators. So it's not really surprising, although unfortunate, that they were able to convince those regulators to remove the MCAS from the plane's manual. Boeing also argued that pilots who could already fly the 737 didn't need extensive training to fly this upgraded model. And so they only offered them a 2-hour online course. And so because that course made no mention of the MCAS, and because the MCAS wasn't in the plane's manual, when these planes started flying in 2017, the pilots had no idea that the MCAS even existed, let alone what it did and how, which is a huge problem. Now, the MCAS itself had some issues. I will say that airplane manufacturers have been using flight stabilization software with varying degrees of success for years. So that in itself is not an issue, but the rollout, not telling anyone about it, and the issues with the MCAS itself are a problem. So as I mentioned, the sensor's in the nose of the plane, and the MCAS only required input from one sensor before it would engage. And it didn't matter whether that sensor was faulty, whether it was accurate, the MCAS would automatically engage. On top of that, there was no way to deactivate the MCAS. So if the pilots could even find it and turn it off, it would automatically turn back on over and over again. And so without being trained on the MCAS, they didn't know it was there, and without a clear understanding of what it was doing and how, they weren't able to react appropriately, and catastrophic failure was imminent. And unfortunately, that's exactly what happened. So the first crash occurred on October 29th, 2018. It was Lion Air Flight 610, and it crashed on its way from Jakarta to Pangkal Pinang, Indonesia, tragically killing everyone on board. After this first crash, Boeing could and should have stepped up, let everyone know about the MCAS system, let everyone know that it was an issue in the first airplane crash, and correct the problem. But instead, they doubled down. They said there was no problems with the MCAS, there was no problem with the plane, no problems with its controls. But then a second crash happened 5 months later, Ethiopian Airlines Flight 302. And it crashed on March 10th, 2019, on its way from Addis Ababa, Ethiopia, to Nairobi, Kenya, again, tragically killing everyone on board. And these two crashes are really frustrating. They were completely preventable. And this should have never happened, and it's really sad. After that second crash, all of these planes were grounded. There was a full investigation, and Boeing finally admitted that the MCAS played a role in both crashes. And in fact, Boeing knew that the MCAS was an issue after the first crash, and they did nothing to prevent the second one. So their cover-up was finally exposed. The investigation also found issues with the fact that the MCAS wasn't in the manual and it wasn't in the training. Boeing paid $2.5 billion for this failure, which is great that they were punished, but the families of these victims from these crashes, their lives are never gonna be the same, and no amount of money can change that. So as much as them being punished is good and hopefully will prevent future tragedy, This failure is still unacceptable. When these planes went back into service in late 2020, the MCAS was corrected and proper training was given. They now required redundancy from 2 of the sensors, and they had to give matching inputs before the MCAS would engage. They also allowed for a pilot override, so the pilots could turn this system off if it wasn't working properly, which is great. So lessons learned. It's never worth it to cut corners. It's not a matter of if you get caught, it's a matter of when. You will get caught, and you're always gonna spend much more than you think you can save in your fines, penalties, compensation, reputation, loss of sales. It's not worth it. Not to mention, I don't know about all of you, but I need to sleep at night, and I would not be able to sleep or live with myself if I did what Boeing did. So don't be like those guys. Proper training on new technology is also really important, especially when you're dealing with public safety. People get on airplanes and they expect to arrive at their destination, and anything less than that is completely unacceptable. And lastly, the safer that you think you are from failure, the more at risk you are because you're just simply not looking for it. No one is safe from failure. It can happen to anyone. Don't get complacent with your success. Continually look at the risks, assess them, and address them so that you can prevent failure from happening to you. Okay, so we covered a lot of ground. We talked about new territory failures with the transatlantic telegraph cable, mistakes like the software bug in the 2003 blackout, deliberate failures with the Boeing 737 MAX. Even though the intention behind each of these failures is different, there's still a lot of crossover in the lessons learned. Thorough testing and training is extremely important when you're dealing with new products and public safety. People need to know how to use these products. They need to know that they're going to be reliable. We need to be proactive with all of our design risks. Sit down, have a brainstorm session with your team. Look at everything that could potentially go wrong. Address the things that are easy to address, that low-hanging fruit, and come up with plans for the things that you can't. I also think it's really important to have different perspectives on your design team. Everyone goes through different experiences that give them that allow them to view things from a different angle, a different lens, and that's gonna help you understand risk a lot better and be able to evaluate that a lot stronger than if you just all looked at everything the same. We talked about the bus analogy, one of my personal favorites. Do you have the right people on the bus? And more importantly, and I think more challenging to figure out is, are they all in the right seat? And lastly, no one is safe from failure. It can happen to anyone. Don't get complacent with your success. Always stay vigilant and keep an eye out for failure because it'll get you. So I'm not sure if any of you recognize this failure that's on the screen right now. It's the Malahide Viaduct collapse from 2009, which happened just north of here. It's one of my favorite failures, if you could call them that. Yes, I do have favorites. I covered this one pretty early on in the podcast, which is, I think, how the ShipItCon team found me, which is pretty cool. I visited Ireland a few years ago, and I really liked my time here. So this one is really interesting. I'm not going to get into it today, but I will say it's erosion played a big factor in this one, and it's a really, really interesting story. So we covered a lot of ground. I hope you can take these lessons learned, implement them into your work, prevent failure from happening to you. If you want to nerd out about any of these failures or any other engineering failure, I will say you've been warned. I will talk your ear off for way too long about any failure that you want to talk about, but please feel free to come up to me today and chat with me. Also, if you have any engineering failures that you know about, let me know. I have an ongoing list. It never gets shorter, it only gets longer, but that's fine with me. So if you've got any more that you think I should talk about and cover on my podcast, please let me know. You can also tweet me at Failureology, although don't be shy. Please come and talk to me. I'm nice. If you want to check out more stories like these, please check out the podcast, Failureology. You can get it wherever you listen to podcasts. We're on all the major platforms. And thank you, everyone, for joining me on this failure journey. I love chatting with you today, and I'm hoping to get to meet a lot more of you throughout the day and hear from all these great speakers and sessions. Thanks.
That was so raw, honest, and truly inspiring, and I cannot believe we're only 2 speakers into ShipItCon today. So before we actually move on, I just want to say if you do have any questions for our speakers, we will be answering them towards the end. So make sure to send us a tweet at ShipItCon, put in your questions, and we'll make sure to cover them later on this afternoon. I definitely am in agreement with what Nicole has said, just in regards of failure. It's inspiring, not only just what she shared, but how we could actually inspire us to be better as well, and really look at failure more as a learning curve rather than we're no longer successful. So I do want to say thank you so much, Nicole, and if you don't mind giving her a round of applause again, because that was amazing. Absolutely amazing, and make sure that you do check out her podcast at Failurology, because I felt like I was actually sitting with her in a podcast room. I don't know if anybody else felt that as well, because I was like, damn girl, you just like dropping gems all the time. So thank you so much for that. So joining us for our lightning talk, all the way from Portugal, the winner of the Thinking Tester of the Year Award of the Jerry Weinberg Testing Excellence Awards in 2001, sharing his personal examples of failure and how to turn on embarrassing situations into a valuable but comical lesson. We have Filipe Freire.
All right. Can you folks hear me? Hello? Sound check 1, 2, 3. Hello, hello. Failure happens. Hey folks, I'm going to give you like a really quick talk. I don't expect to keep you for very long. Thank you for the kind introduction. Now, I work as a software tester or a test engineer. I'm not going to bore you with all of the details of my current company or my past companies. You can stalk me on my blog and find all that sort of information there. Now, the mood for a talk is strictly a personal mood, in a sense that I'm not here trying to sell you anything, or I'm not here trying to represent a company, so to speak, and mostly so I don't get sued for the things that I'm going to talk about. And it's typically this thing of you'll realize it in a second, but it's typically this thing of one moment everything is okay, and the next moment you get a bird pooping on your watch. That's the same watch, by the way. It's clean. I can lick it and stuff like that. Don't worry. So yeah, views are strictly personal. Don't sue me. So what we're going to talk about is pretty much 2 stories that happened to me and my colleagues in different jobs that I had, and a couple of about failure, and a couple of guiding principles that we followed after the failures happened in order, to try to get us out of those rough failures. And the first one is the story I like to call the war room, so to speak. It happened back when I was working with Adidas. We were building a piece of software that, if you're like a sneakerhead and you've heard about Yeezys and Air Jordans and all that kind of fancy shoes, and if you've ever used the Adidas app for the raffle to get those exclusive shoes, you probably touched the software that we helped build. And this was back in July 2019, so before the COVID pandemic and whatnot. And we were all in this war room. We were about to do a product launch. Our egos were up the roof because we had did dry runs before. We launched like some smaller, less exclusive shoes before, a few months before. So this was like a major drop that we were doing to prove ourselves. And if you've ever worked at a big corporation, there's always this thing of you're trying to prove yourself to senior leadership that you want your new product, the new thing that you're building to work, and to prove them, hey, we've done this, we're like underdogs, and ego up the boost. And you can probably think of a few red flags already just from like that mindset of ego. It kind of creates a lot of blind sides and whatnot. And you can probably guess you can probably guess what happened next in that particular drop. So everything was dying. And worse than that, it wasn't the fact that, a live drop that you can only handle for that amount of time. It wasn't the fact that everything was dying. It was also the fact that we didn't know what was dying. We didn't know what was happening with the thing that we just built, that it's not working as it was intended to work, so to speak. And we get all of these feelings of like despair and shame. I felt personal shame as a software tester, like, how could I let so many of these failures and problems, go past me? I love hunting down for bugs and all these things. But mostly, like, we felt lost, because the next few days, we each flew back to our own offices. We were there in Germany just for that drop, and afterwards, folks returned. I returned. I was living back then in Spain, and other folks returned to Slovenia and whatnot. We still had, a lot of problems to solve, and we still had a lot of rocks to break, and we didn't know even when to start looking or where to start looking and whatnot. So that brings us to our first guiding principle, sort of like personal guiding principle of diving deeper. Deeper in the sense of, like, you have to be diligent, similar to what we just heard in the previous talk. You have to be really diligent about the unknown and unexpected, both from a testing perspective, but in many other ways. So for instance, in the 2 years after that picture that I just showed you, we faced a lot of embarrassing bugs. We had, the typical problems that you'll find if you are used to running stuff in production, like weird stuff like your infrastructure is dying, or DNS, it's always DNS problems, or bad cache invalidation. We had all these different issues and whatnot. Now, there was a flip that switched in our heads from that first moment of embarrassment and whatnot. And even though we faced all these issues, it was the fact that we were no longer feeling lost. We were no longer, feeling, or sometimes we did feel embarrassed when some of these happened, but we were no longer lost because we were diligent. From that moment onwards, we were like, we're going to hunt down for these problems before they happen, or even when they are happening, we're going to be diligent in setting stuff up so they don't happen again, or we hunt them down more easily, so to speak. And from that initial failure, the priority soon became like no-nonsense deep testing. Now, if you're a software tester like me, typically you might hear from folks from the self-proclaimed United Nations of testers, the ISTQB, you need to follow these standards and procedures and processes and whatnot. What that ends up meaning is that you'll do a lot of work for the sake of work being done, but you'll spend less of your time doing actual testing, experimenting with what you're building. It can be an API, it can be anything that you can think about. And that was one of the things that shifted for us. Anything that was like crappy and not bullshit like sort of testing that was done for the sake of showing work done, but it wasn't actually helping us find embarrassing bugs, helping us find problems. We cut that away. We were just focused on how can we make sure that the best part of our time is spent exploring and tinkering with the thing that we're building. The second thing in this sort of principle, following this sort of principle of diving deeper, was observability and instrumentation now. Notice that in that first episode that I told you about, we had really, really poor setup in terms of observability, in terms of how we instrumented our code, because we didn't know what was happening. We didn't know if the issue for that we were having in that moment, if it was like the database dying, or we didn't scale properly the pods that we needed to spin up in order to handle the load. Mind you that this kind of software had, we had to deal with quite huge spikes of load and whatnot. Like, we didn't know because we had no way of observing the thing happening while it was still happening. So that became also one of our priorities. So from that moment onwards, we started instrumenting our code, adding a lot of building dashboards and whatnot, but also making sure that everything that was happening from the moment one of our users hit an endpoint in our API till the moment that something was written down in on Postgres, or something became cached or something like that, that we had like full scope and we could observe all of that happening, and we could deep dive on someone that is having like an error on the API return. We can deep dive and pull that apart and investigate that. And the third thing is we really focused a lot on meaningful load testing. What I mean by this is a lot of us, sometimes we get this idea that we're like Facebook or Google. So whenever we start thinking about load testing, we start thinking like, we need to, and especially in corporations, like we need to subcontract some load testing company that will actually sell you resell you used AWS instances, and you'll pay a shit ton of money for very poor load testing service and whatnot. And we need to load test thousands and millions and gazillions of requests per second and whatnot. That's not actually a meaningful way to approach a load testing problem. So what we did is, we noticed that a lot of the problems in say 90%, and I'm throwing a number, it was revealed in my dreams, 90% of the problems that we end up finding, we could find them just by pumping the system with a little bit of load and just having that observability in place. You don't need, oftentimes in order for you to find like bugs that are related to load, you don't need a lot of load to put those on. What you need is actually some load, but also observability into your system and what you're trying to measure. And then, of course, you need a bit more load when you're trying to hunt down issues that come from large loads, like stuff that goes a bit into the realms of infrastructure and how you scale up things and whatnot, but not necessarily bugs within the software that is being attacked with load. And there's another principle that I touched a bit before, that is scrap. And not in the sense of like, especially when you're running systems in production and whatnot, not in the sense of cutting corners, because that was one of our initial mistakes, for instance, in that initial drop that we did. We cut a lot of corners, we didn't test things deeply enough and whatnot. But scrap in the sense of don't get too lost on fixed process and whatnot is like, what's the quickest way that you have to solve a problem, but also to solve it in a way that you don't need to face that problem again, and reuse stuff that you learn as you go. And, sorry, we're gonna go to the second story. This is what happened while I was still working with Digit Game Studio. I see folks from Digit, hey. That I like to call magical tools. A different kind of failure, a different kind of story, and you'll guess why soon. So we had, when I first joined, there was a recurring problem that was our testers and our non-technical folks and whatnot. Typically, there was a lot of back and forth between non-technical folks and engineers, like, our environments, test environments, are unstable, and we need them in order to do our jobs. And did something stop working? And how can I deploy something? And how can you fix the thing without telling what the thing is? So you have to ask even more questions. That thing when someone pings you on Slack, hi, and they don't say anything else. And we had a lot of back and forth like that and whatnot. And myself and Tom Shaw, we looked at that, and we saw an opportunity there, because we saw that a lot of the issues that we were facing, a lot of this back and forth, we could solve a lot of it using tools that any of these folks, technical and non-technical, they could use to ask these same kind of questions before in a self-sufficient manner and get the answers that they needed or deploy what they needed to deploy without necessarily having to be a big brain or having to have a lot of deep knowledge and previous knowledge. So we did just that. We started designing tools that were very simple, very documented. They were also portable. Like we loved using Docker, so we put everything into containers so that we could use them anywhere we wanted. And they were accessible. So, for instance, all of those questions that before folks would ask, they could call a Slack bot or call a script on their spreadsheet or a CLI on their console. And it would interface with our tools and get those answers back. It could be something like run some automated checks, some tests mimicking a player flow, or is this environment up and running, or what is actually deployed and how is that environment configured and whatnot. Now, guess what happens next after we started doing all of this and whatnot? Every time we would release a new tool, some folks would love it, like early adopters and whatnot, but a majority of folks, they didn't understand or like they didn't, sorry, that's a bit, failure happens, that's that image there. They didn't, it's not that, out of evil or whatever, they didn't want to use the tool, but a lot of folks missed, what was the purpose, what were we trying to achieve there and whatnot. So that brings us to another guiding principle that since we've tried to follow, that is to create like sort of feedback loops and to be very diligent about this in like the same level that you're thinking about when you're designing your tools and like listening and hunting for feedback and starting backwards, from this. So we realized that in order for our tools, not to fail, and not in the way of failing as the tool didn't do what it was promised to do, because they did that, but in order for people to actually use the tools, we needed to talk to people, a lot of people. We did something cool where we wanted to understand, like, how are people even, the ones that are using the tool, how are they even using the tool? So we set up analytics on the usage, And we knew exactly like what commands are people mostly using, what should we support more, what should we not support, what not. And making onboarding like beautiful in the tool. Like you don't want to read the document in order to understand how the tool uses. Some folks like reading documents, others don't. Why not the tool telling you, hey, giving you a few examples, hey, in order to use me, write this command or call me in this way and whatnot. And this serves a bit of as a cautionary tale, like lack of feedback can really, and we understood this and we went through this, like lack of feedback, if we don't have these feedback loops in place, they can like make a wonderful thing that you've just built, like completely fail in the sense that people won't use it and whatnot. Which brings me to my final principle, bonus principle in a way, that is to empathize. Like a lot of the problems that, I can tell you a lot of problems we faced through time, they were, like Gerald Weinberg would tell you, like people problems. Not necessarily, technical problems per se, but problems in how somebody has some expectations set, or problems in how you communicate with people and whatnot. So you really need to, like, one of the guiding principles that I would recommend you follow is always try to empathize with people, even if, sometimes they're being not positive to you or being a bit assholes or something like that. Always empathize. And that's it. That's all I wanted to share with you folks. As I told you, it's really small talk, wrapping up all these guiding principles that I talked to you, dive deeper, scrap when you need to, create feedback loops, and empathize. And that's pretty much it. Thank you. Like I told you, you can stalk me at my website, philfreire.com. And I'm happy, if you bump into me, I'm happy to talk with you and whatnot. I probably can't tell you a lot of the secrets of Adidas stuff and whatnot, but who knows. Thank you.
So we are wrapping up just to have a quick little break. But before we go, if you have any questions for Cian, Nicole, or Philip, please make sure that you're logging onto Twitter. Tweet us, and we will be answering those questions later on. So before we actually go, I just wanted to say thank you so much to the speakers this morning. They have been absolutely amazing, sharing a wealth of information and knowledge. And I'm actually pleasantly surprised that I understood about 80% of it today, which I'm very proud of myself because having no tech background. So definitely about that. And I'm hoping that you're all feeling more inspired and braver about embracing these failures and being able to continue pushing on and to be successful then as well. So we're going to take a little break and we're going to be reconvening back at 11:15. So make sure to grab your coffee, go to the bathroom, stretch those legs, and make sure you get your energy up for the second time. All right, thanks guys. Okay, guys, we're going to be kicking things back up. And I am so excited to introduce our next speaker. He really is a professional when it comes to this. Every picture that I've seen, his hair is picture worthy. That I'm slightly jealous about his hair care routine. However, I would just like to say that he is commended at knowing his stuff inside and out, high standards, and consistently delivering at that level at all times. Please put your hands together for Nicola Zaghini.
Hey, how are you? So let's see if I can see how this works. Hello and welcome at ShipItCon. My name is Nick, easier than Nicola. I'm a principal engineer at Phorest, and I'm here because I have a story to tell, right? Very important thing, you know, just after the biscuit break, as soon as you see a hand raised on the panel there, it means I have a question for you. So my first question to warm you up is, who of you has ever been on a stage like this to present beside the presenters of today? Who of you? Okay, a good amount. So you can resign with me to say that, you know, when I tell you that I have a confession to make, right? Whenever I heard that ShipItCon was coming back live in a stage like this, the first thing I saw, the picture of this place, ShipItCon, you know, my company is here, many other great people I'm going to meet there. I thought, I really want to be here. I became that bee attracted by the flower. I really want to be here. But do I have a story to tell you? And so I started to think about ShipItCon, shipping software, delivering software, deliver at scale, scaling. I have a beautiful story about scaling. So I just need a catchy title. And for example, I could come up with something like a tale of a system impossible to scale. This is going to be very interesting. Impossible to scale, are going to people believe me? A tale, you know, you always have to tell tales on a stage. And then I go there, I want to submit my talk, and fairly sure I'm going to get here on stage, and the dear team is resilience. Stories of outages, downtime, recovery. But I have a scaling story. That was 2019, so I'm a bit late, but I still want to be here. And so I started to wonder, I wanted to be here badly. So I said, resilience. Do I really know what resilience means? Because in my head, resilience is something that, you know, it's linked to material property, to my studies and so on. And I said, maybe I can find an angle. Maybe I can be here on the stage. So I asked my most knowledgeable friend, Google. And Google sent me back an answer, which I didn't expect, a beautiful graph. A beautiful graph about the word resilience. And I've learned stuff that I thought they are worth to be on the stage. For example, the word resilience was firstly found on a book in the 1800s. Let's see the definition at that stage. Is a property of timber. Wood were able to accommodate sudden and severe loads without breaking. Rather than tell all this sentence, you could say is resilient. Very interesting, but still I don't have a story. Then I looked at in 2000, the word starts trending. It's a different meaning, most likely. In 2019 is where Google stops. But I totally believe that if we go even over that, you know, it's skyrocketing the usage of the word resilience. But what it means today. So the most accurate description that we can have today for resilience is a positive response to what? Threats, terrorism, natural disaster, health pandemic, disruptive changes. It totally makes sense. Still, I don't think I have a story. Then I find this. Professor Schultz at the Stockholm Resilience Center University describes the resilience as the capacity to persist. And most importantly, or the one that I need the most, or like the most, transform but maintain the basic identity of a system. Based on that, I think I have a story. Second surprise, first surprise is I may or not have a story that fits the conference, but I'm here now. So the second surprise is mobile is what I do. And you expect sometimes, you know, mostly on this stage, people with a server background, you know, servers going on fire, broken disks, network, you know, ocean network cable truncated. I'm a mobile person. And I'm talking about scaling. It isn't Google or Apple, you know, business to scale that stuff. Then I have another question for you. How many of you have ever developed and deployed in production a mobile application? Let's see. Oh, it's good enough. Yeah. So I have an assignment for you now. You need to build an app for me. So it has to be a white label solution, but that's not the core of the thing. White label means that you can change the color and brand based on the customer that wants to use your mobile app. You have to build me 2 apps, please, and deploy them, one iOS, one Android. We don't want to forget anyone. It has to be a native experience. Build it as you wish, but I don't want anything which is webbish. I just want the real native experience for my customer. Can make bookings, so remember, monetary transactions in there, and a few other small features. Bear yourself, it's a true story, this one. So we go there, you hire your team, you do whatever you want, you build the app, and on day one, you deploy, well, day one. After a while, you have tested your app and everything, you deploy your first iOS and your first Android app. You are that cool guy with the sunglasses on because your app rocks, is amazing, it's out there, everybody's happy. Great. The business is growing, 5 new customers, you now have to deploy 10 apps. You wink at the stage. A bug, everybody, even the best, you get a bug sooner or later on your roadmap, and the little bug tells you, hey, you have to update 12 apps now. Fine, you know your stuff, you use the best tools in the market. Fastlane is the de facto standard to deploying iOS and Android apps. Therefore, you have that, automation as much as you can, you're cool. Raise your hand now again. Who knows today what is the average time that Apple requires to review your mobile application? More or less, you just shout. What?
2 months.
How long?
2 months.
2 months to review an application? No, that's too much. What?
3 days.
Yeah, okay, they advertise 1 day. They do advertise 1 day in their website today. Sorry, I just clicked it, which is 2022. I can witness it's almost fair. But you remember 2 years ago, 2020, average time was like?
A week.
Yeah, it was 4 or 5 days, almost a week. So now that you remember all of this, your face starts to be a bit more puzzled because you know things that others in the company maybe don't know. 50 new customers sign up. Great, everybody's happy. You have to deploy 100 apps. A new bug comes in. This bug is more vicious because it's eating money. It's at the end of your checkout flow. People really want to buy your product, but they can't. And the CEO is on your neck because, look, it's not like a GUI issue, there is a strange flow that is faulty. This is the checkout. You really need to fix this ASAP. And the bug reminds you have 112 apps to send out update now. And if that is not enough, App Store, both of them, which you don't control, enforces you a new terms and condition that, for example, tells you can't have 2 apps identical on the same account. So you need now to manage multiple accounts. You can't, for example, log in as you used to because now you are enforced on 2FA, and 2FA only lives on trusted device or SMS. Go automate that. You're crying. You're really crying at this stage. And cherry on the cake, CEO final year update on Slack. Next year is going to be the year of the explosion, huge growth. Everybody on Slack is cheering. Emoticons are, wasted, everywhere. You are on the corner trying not to cry. Why? Because you know that your system, it's a failure. It will never scale. The company is going to grow. Your product is going to die. But you're resilient. You're resilient and you don't give up on this. And so what you do, you push harder, different angles, fresh pair of airs. You need to change literally. And you remember that the definition of resilience is to transform but maintain the same basic identity. And you have the breakthrough. The breakthrough happens over a coffee like every good story happens. And here is where Phorest, which has the story that I just lined up for you, and my path, which I didn't introduce myself, but I am the mobile person in general. I know a lot of people around here, which is great. I've always been the mobile person, which, had always had my own conviction how to build mobile apps, has to be native, iOS is the king, and all this kind of stuff. I still believe most of this stuff. But in general, it was a part of my life where I actually started to think that I wanted to do more. I wanted to be a bit better as a mobile engineer. I wanted to be able to, develop value much faster. So I found this kind of a nugget in a technology. I will mention the name, but that doesn't matter. I just found that, changing the way I was understanding mobile application, would have been very powerful for me. And I had this thing in my head that on the other side there was Phorest that was in badly need of something, and we kinda met each other to basically transform together, introduce a completely different stack of technology in the app. So the app completely got scrapped for what it was, but it transformed inside. With React Native is a different technology, which gave us a lot of speed. And it was a huge enabler for what? Over-the-air updates. So the possibility to update all those mobile applications like it is a web page, still providing the native experience. So I think eventually the story about resilience exists because the app, it's still the same exact app. The identity didn't change. Our customers were still happy. You know, maybe they even were better looking just because we had the chance to rewrite it, but internally they transformed. Myself, as a mobile person, I feel like I transformed. I moved to a completely different stack of technology, which I wouldn't have accepted probably years before, but I'm still the mobile person. Everybody still recognizes me for that, so the identity didn't change. And for us, it's a trademark in Phorest. For us, that was the real game changer. Today, we handle 6,476 mobile apps in production. That was the snapshot of, I don't know, a week ago when I put together the slides. And, you know, just not to, you know, it sounds easy, but in reality, these are the amount of technology that went together in trying to put together an infrastructure that is able to handle such a scale with a big. Yeah, you may recognize most of them, I assume. The only big thing at the top, which is the Phorest logo, tells how much glue code we had to put together and somehow brain to manage all those technology in order to achieve such a scale. And yeah, you know, in order to prove, since it's a technical conference, in order to prove you vaguely at least that the system that we had before was impossible to scale, while the current system is totally scalable, there is, you know, an idea of software delivery performance metrics here. So if we take the deployment time of before, which we measure in days, you know, it's the sum of the review time, which is a function of the App Store. The App Store, do you know the App Store goes on vacation? They go on vacation. Yeah, there's people behind them. App Store has high seasons. So if you're in a high season, it takes longer to review. So it's not a matter of you. It depends on the App Store. You don't control it. Plus, a function of the number of apps you have. Because the more apps you have, if you go in the magnitude of the thousands, it's almost normal that your CI integration may just fail because Apple didn't respond to an API call, or whatever API call just gave you a 500 in that very moment, and you've lost one app. And if you put this over the thousands, that function of n is not linear, obviously, but to my experience is n divided by 15, something like that. So it starts to wait, and we count this in days. While after is just the time of compiling, 5 minutes, slow machine, 10 minutes, it's a constant. The changeling time, then, is the time you spend changing your source code plus a constant now before, again, a function of App Store, completely outside of your control, and the number of apps. Same for the fix. So my point is resilient mindset goes far beyond the resilient system. You know, I really wanted to be here. So a presentation that I've kind of given in completely different angles, very, very technical. You know, I really wanted to reshape it to, you know, give this idea of resilience, and, you know, I made it through here, so I'm really, really happy. That's why the title was exactly "Don't Give Up: A Tale of a System Impossible to Scale." Don't give up. Thank you very much. That's my presentation. Cheers.
That was so amazing. I now aspire not only to have Nikolai's picture ready where the hair routine, but also his ability and confidence to drop those golden nuggets on resilience in such a comical and enthusiastic way. So I do want you just to give one more time a round of applause to Nikolai, because that was freaking amazing. And guys, just make sure as well, I'm gonna say it after every speaker, and you're probably gonna be like, girl, I'm tired of hearing this, but please do send us your questions for any of the speakers that you have had up this morning, just so that we actually have a chance to answer any of those questions later on at ShipItCon as well for later on, okay? So our next speaker, which his name I really like because he's like a rock star to me, but in the DevOps world he might as well be. We have Noel. Noel is an executive technology leader, also the founder of Implement Technologies. Noel is here to help us to stop developing in the dark. So please give a warm round of applause to Noel King.
Morning all. Thank you for that lovely introduction. Excellent. My name is Noel King. I am founder of a software as a service and consultancy company called Implement.io. And what we do is we help technology teams deliver faster, powered by data. Previously, I've been CTO of a number of Irish tech startups. It's been a lot of fun, including VSware and Shipyard Technology Ventures. And my side hustle is education. I really believe in access to free education, and in what free time I have, I spend supporting charities in that area. So I didn't realize the previous talk you were going to have to put your hand up as much as you did, so I was sort of doing that, hoping that it was original, but it hasn't played out that way. So I thought I would start today by asking a question. What percentage of time do we believe every week is lost in development teams due to bad code? So I'm going to just outline each, and we can put up our hand as which one we think. So who thinks it's 20 to 30%? Okay, we get a few. Who thinks it's 30 to 40%? Okay. Who thinks it's 40 to 50%? Okay. Who thinks it's 0%? Okay, we haven't got anyone for that. Answer on research is around 40%, but I'll come back and explain that now in a few minutes. So I'm really here today to ask a question. Why, as technology teams, do we operate in the dark? I've had the fortune of scaling multiple technology teams from the ground up. We've hired and worked with amazing people. We've delivered products to market that was a lot of fun. We would have considered ourselves high performing. But the challenge that we constantly came up with was the lack of data and the lack of insights into how we were working from an engineering perspective, how we were operating from a project side. Some of the key challenges that we had. Estimation, incredibly inaccurate and hard to plan from. What was the reliability of releases and targets that we had? What was happening in requirements volatility that was impacting the team's ability to deliver? Or was instability killing us and we just couldn't understand why? And this lack of data in how we work is creating frustrations across the full engineering organization. Developers correctly and rightly give out that there's not enough tests, not enough automation. Developers constantly feel under pressure to deliver. They're worried by technical debt in their application that is slowing them down. Evolving and changing requirements are having a much bigger impact. And new initiatives that they want to drive in the organization that will deliver significant value are being ignored. Management also have frustrations. They often conceive delivery as slow. Requirements are poor and impacting their teams. Estimation accuracy is killing their reliability. And unplanned work that nobody really ever gets to see is having a significant impact on their team and their team's ability to deliver. All these questions can be easily answered by data, but the lack of data is impeding teams' ability to deliver. And to be fair, this frustration has been proven by numbers. So Stripe did a global developer survey, and that report concluded that 42% of time each week was lost due to poor code. With the scale of data that we have in Implement, we've been able to do market insights to understand what we see accurately from the data perspective. We see that teams are losing 20% of their time each week due to unplanned work. They're losing up to 45% of their time due to non-strategic work, so work that you would consider not a priority or as important in relation to where you're trying to go. And I think the one that shocked me the most is that they're losing 30% of their time due to bugs and instability. And let me just put some context on that. If you have a development team and the development team is 80 engineers, That cost is around 10 million a year for everything associated with that number of engineers. If you went to the executive team and you told them that we're losing 3 million a year due to instability, I guarantee the initiatives you want around automation, the money you want to increase automated engineers, or whatever initiatives you have to improve it, you now have a metric and an outcome to actually go and deliver that. But I'll be honest with you, I'm excited. We are the greatest community to see a problem in how we work, and then as a group to solve it and then evolve to do it. Over the last 10 years, we have seen a huge transformation in how technology teams build and ship software. From waterfall, some of you might forget that time, to agile. From cloud to DevSecOps. We are now in a scenario where we can build and ship software securely, quickly. We believe that the next evolution is data. We have peaked at being able to deliver software securely multiple times a day, and the next stage in our evolution is going to be delivering smarter. And not too surprising, the market has already started to move in this direction. Some of the pioneers of the continuous delivery community have now come out with a new book and a new concept called Accelerate. That book looks at how do you create high-performing teams, looking at metrics, the DORA metrics, architecture, how do you create sustainable development teams, and how do you enable that culture within your organization. It's an excellent book. I have a number of copies I'm going to leave at the tables at the back if anyone doesn't have it, so please pick one up. So that book was the thesis of what we were trying to do and to help companies with. But what we learned as we looked at DORA and we looked at the metrics that companies were trying to achieve, that companies had challenges in actually implementing them. The first challenge was, and the DORA metrics are at a very high level. The number of times you deploy to production, how long it takes you to build software, how long it takes you to recover if you have a production outage, and then ultimately, what is the change failure rate from a production perspective? Companies also need to be at a level of maturity to deliver those metrics. Do they have the systems in place to understand that data? So what we learned was that companies wanted help. They wanted to get the DORA, but really wanted the path to do that. So the path was a suite of insights across every aspect of how development teams work to understand how do I increase deployment frequency, how do I increase quality, how do I reduce time to take development. And we also learned that delivering metrics is hard. First thing we learned is context is really important. It's all well and good delivering software to production 2 or 3 times a day, but are you delivering the most important feature that the company wants to deliver in that metric? When metrics started trending backwards, people immediately wanted to get the context and understanding why. The second thing we learned when teams are trying to introduce metrics was teams are busy. They're inevitably overloaded and under pressure. And we found that actually communication was key to that. Instant messaging like Slack, providing updates and giving teams view on how they're progressing, helped them overcome that. And then planning was also difficult. As a community, when you do benchmarking and you see areas you can improve, we get overly enthusiastic. We try to go from being able to build software in 5 days to being able to build software in 2 days. And the change sometimes can be too radical. So the teams that have done this the most successfully is they've planned at a quarter-by-quarter level. They've said, in this quarter, we're going to go from 5 days to 3 days, and then they're going to go from 3 days to 2 days, for example. So what we've now seen is companies that deliver metrics and become data-driven, they followed this approach. So firstly, they've set an area for focus. There's no point in bringing metrics into an organization and trying to solve everything. It is just too big a problem to solve. Teams are focused on velocity. They focus on quality, outcomes, or throughput. And they typically take one of those areas as an initial area to focus on. The next part is really important. The teams that have really seen the value of data have done it in a collaborative way. The teams have sat down together, agreed what areas they want to improve, set targets and metrics to do that, and then tracked progress. And then the most important part, which often we don't do in technology, is it's really important to communicate and celebrate the wins. As teams have evolved, it's important that that gets shown at an executive management level, and they celebrate the achievements that teams have made. So teams that have moved data-driven have had an amazing outcomes. We've seen teams reduce bugs by 50%, 35% reduction in lead time. They're able to ship features 18% faster. They have 45% less customer defects. There's a reduction in the out-of-hours work, and they've been able to reduce development time. The great thing about teams doing this, all their improvements are now validated by data. So I'm excited. We are only at the start of this revolution. Over the next decade, teams are going to add more and more data into how they work. And that data is going to help them deliver even more and faster. They're going to finally understand what is the dimensions under how you create a high-performing team. Predictive modeling is going to help them understand when delivery is actually going to happen, and leaders are going to be able to make accurate decisions to help that. It's going to reduce instability, and I hope finally it's going to improve requirements that feed into development teams. So as I wrap up, I just want to encourage everyone here to start delivering smarter with data and realize your team's potential. It will increase customer outcomes, create happier teams, and reduce the pressure and instability that is happening today. Thank you.
Where else are you going to get it, huh? Amazing speakers, valuable insights, and a wealth of knowledge about resilience, failure to deliver it in such an amazing way. You really know what I'm going to say next, don't you? It's about my ShipItCon. Yeah. I can see you guys smiling like, oh my God, I'm going to say it again. So if you do have any of those questions, please do send them in. We're interested to hear also how you're enjoying today's experience, because I'm really excited to be here with you guys today. And I'd also like to know how you guys are getting on. All right. So our next speaker is known for his passion, his talent, and ability to get under a customer's skin to give them what they really want. This is a man who knows what he's talking about. I'm going to introduce Anton Whalley.
Thanks. Yeah, knows what he's talking about. Not too sure about that. So jumping straight in then. So we've had a lot of kind of high-level talks this morning, some interesting insights into failure in general. But what I'm super interested in is when your processes crash. And I've been looking at this for a number of years now in different guises. There's a bit of self-protection in here. But I want to share with you what I've learned, basically give you some links to think about, and hopefully you get something out of the presentation, okay? So I'm Anton Whalley. I'm what they call a partner technical specialist. Okay, so if anybody in here understands enterprise speak, what that means is I'm actually in sales. Okay, so in order to counterbalance that, I've listed out all the other sort of open source things that I do. I work in the Node.js diagnostics, specifically on post-mortem diagnostics or crash analysis. I work with an IBM as a strategic committer, and this is what we're going to go into. The work I do there is what we're going to go into a little bit today. I also help co-organize Rust Dublin, so if there's any Rusters or potential Rusters in the audience, look us up, we're on meetup.com. And I'm also a certified Kubernetes administrator, so I help customers deploy their software into Kubernetes environments. So if you want to talk Kubernetes, then definitely hit me up on that. Right. Okay, so very short history of crash analysis. And really, we have done this since the 1950s. Okay, so some of the early technology that we had were magnetic core technology. So basically, these chips, or these circuits here, those little ball bearing things there, they'd be little magnets, and the state of the application would be stored within those magnets, and that could persist across power resets. And you would then, in order to diagnose these things, you would read off a destructive read of that mesh and try and understand what was going on, okay? So debugging with crashing processes it's a very, very old technology. And today, obviously we don't have magnetic cores anymore, but what we have is, and this is after Joy Chung's talk in bringing JavaScript back to life on YouTube, if you want sort of more detail on the specifics of this, but fundamentally, we run executables, doesn't matter, on an operating system. You get that running process. You can take a snapshot of that running process using G-Core, or if the operating system doesn't like what you're doing, you're trying to, you've run out of file system, you've run out of resources, the operating system will terminate that process for you. On Unix or Nix systems, Linux, Unix, the core dumps, mini dumps on Windows, and some runtimes, Node.js particular, you've got specific runtime reporting that you can, diagnostic reporting that you can pull out. So you get some custom tooling around it. But basically, that's kind of the state of the art for it at the moment, in terms of actually taking crashes. So why would you want to do it? Okay? So you get a lot of talk, a lot of tools around observability at the moment. We've seen folks talk about it all morning, really. But crash analysis is super useful when you have a lockdown production environment. So you should have a lockdown production environment with restricted access. It's not easy to get debug tools into those environments. You get what are called highs and bugs. So that's when, and I'm sure we've all seen this, it only ever happens in production. That type of thing is really, really annoying. You can create as many pre-prod test environments that you want, but it only ever happens in production. Crash analysis is a super way to try and catch that. And what it also means is that you don't have to have unoptimized builds as well. So we see people putting instrumentation into executables that can deploy into production in order to understand what's going on. Then all of a sudden you get your bug disappearing because whatever race condition isn't happening anymore, that type of thing. So definitely consider crash analysis in those scenarios. And you get issues, there's fundamental issues with logging and tracing technologies in so much as they only really target the known knowns, if you will, sort of capturing the unknown unknowns. So you've made a call into a service. That service is doing some sort of calculation within code. Capturing the internals of that calculation, super hard with logging and tracing technologies, continuously deploying, blah, blah, blah. You don't get the full output from stack traces. So core dumps can really, really help you with that. So that's some of the reasoning behind it, but in terms of the types of errors that you can get, you get incorrect results, you can get leaky resources, stop doing work, pathological. They're sort of non-fatal type errors that are on I'm just trying to think now, are on the left-hand side there. But what core dumps can really help you with, and crash analysis can really help you with, is when you get type errors in Python code, JavaScript code, you get uncaught exception segmentation faults. Like everything that you see on that side of this matrix is what crash dumps can help you with. Okay, so about 3 years ago, I turned around and thought, right, okay, what tooling is currently out there to help you with that in a cloud environment? Okay, and it turns out everybody is doing everything to help you with the implicit failure stuff. with the non-fatal failures, with logging, et cetera, but there is no tooling in the Cloud Native Foundation in order to help you with diagnostics, even though it can assist with so many failure types. So why did that happen? And I stood just looking around as part of the comparison to this, and what I found was this little story here, which is the HMS Salisbury. So HMS Salisbury, it's known within the medical profession as the first controlled experiment into the cure of scurvy, but it's actually also the birthplace of site reliability engineering. And what happened on board the Salisbury was everybody was coming down with scurvy. I don't know if you're aware of scurvy or what it can do. Basically, you start getting sick, you start getting big blisters and black blotches on you, and then eventually your scar tissue starts to break down and your old scars start opening up, which is obviously horrific even when you think about it from the skin perspective, but it also happens with your bones as well. So if you've broken your bone will re-break and all that type of thing. So it's a horrific affliction. And what they did was a controlled experiment where they had 6 groups of people. Some of the group had sulfuric acid, some of them had seawater, some of them had cider, some of them had a weird herbal remedy type thing. But one of the sets was a lemon and orange concoction, and that cured the scurvy on the ship. And it's, like, as I say, it's widely recognized as the first successful medical experiment. Unfortunately, there were no more lemons or limes on the ship, so everybody continued to get scurvy. But let's not worry too much about that. It took 40 years for the British Navy to adopt it. So the paper that was written up on the back of this experiment wasn't that clear. And so it had ideas that, as well as drinking the lime, you had to be out in the open air and taking in breath. And the Navy looked at it and just went, "This sounds like a bit hokey." So it took them basically 40 years to get it in. But the knock-on effect was 14,000 for one specific hospital, 1,400 admissions in 1780, down to 2. So it's really, really dramatic effect of doing control experiments within your environment, and that's the first case that we have of it. What's super interesting about this is 100 years later, scurvy comes back. Polar expeditions to seek the Northwest Passage, so to get around America, to sail round into China, and over to China to open up that trade route. The British were sending ships, a number of ships, so the Alert was the third attempt at that, and the crew, 85% succumbed to scurvy. And the reason for this is that they changed, one of the reasons, plenty of them, one of the reasons is they changed from lemons to limes. I'm from England, from the UK, we are known as limeys. And because they changed from lemons to limes, limes have a quarter of the amount of vitamin C that's required. And the way that they stored it meant that the vitamin C had actually decayed in the limes. So when they had lime on board the ship, but when they went to go and use lime, it didn't work. So I find it super ironic that we're known throughout the world as limeys, and it doesn't actually work for us. There's also some misunderstanding around the causes of scurvy. So we didn't actually discover vitamin C cures scurvy until the 1930s. During the 1800s, late 1800s, everybody was focused on biology and how interpreting biology and biological causes. So they actually thought scurvy was passed by fungus on out-of-date food. And the other reason for it is that scurvy is actually a long affliction to manifest. It usually takes 2 to 3 months of malnutrition on board a ship before people start showing signs of affliction. With technology change, the steamships, people weren't on board vessels for long enough to actually catch scurvy, because they'd be going from port to port. They'd get some decent nutritional food in the port, so it just didn't happen anymore. So how does that map then to what I was talking about in terms of why we don't use crash dumps as much, why the CNCF doesn't have a set of crash dump projects? Well, we see improvements in adjacent technology. So I mentioned logging, monitoring, et cetera, that's improved. And we've got different observability techniques. We've got improvements in general code development. We have local debugging now, so we can see a lot of bugs before we get into production. We also see that sorry, I'm just losing my train of thought there. Yeah, I'll come back into that, I think. Right. So hopefully, you can see the comparison between the two analogies there in terms of where the Navy failed and where the CNCF and the open source ecosystem have failed. So what I've done is then moved on to basically build one of these things as an open source project for the community where you can do crash analysis for within a Kubernetes environment, okay? So what this is it's a cloud agnostic Helm chart for all intents and purposes that deploys a service into a Kubernetes cluster, configures the host machine to accept core dumps and manage them by taking a view of the core dump, taking all the metadata out of Kubernetes that's related to the process that was crashed, and uploading it into S3. And in terms of success of projects, we've got a lot of folks that are using this on Amazon. So we've got Bottle Rocket support in there. We've got all the different sort of access management configurations that you can have for AWS. We've got folks deploying it on Azure, on IBM Cloud as well. So if this is something if you're running Kubernetes in production and you aren't currently handling your code dumps or your crashing applications, maybe your applications don't crash. But if they are and they're doing it in Kubernetes, then you can capture that and do the analysis here. And then on to what some of the speakers earlier on were talking about. It's okay to capture these core dumps, but what I'm more interested in right at the moment is how do you get that tooling back into the developer? Sorry, how do you get that core dump back to the developer so they can do the analysis as fast as possible? Okay, so I've written up a blog post on this. But fundamentally, I don't know what it is the product, an open source product that I really enjoy at the moment. It's actually, I'm not affiliated with them. They're a startup based out of the UK, I think. But what Gitpods does is allow you to merge Git repositories with production code on demand. So what this blog post is about is when you create a core dump, that gets put into S3. Create an event that creates a PR into your GitHub workflow. That PR has a URL in it, which is the URL that you see at the top of it. Developer can click on that, see the core dump, download the core dump into the development environment, see all the JSON info that's associated, and debug the problem from there, okay? So that's great in terms of future work. Going on the back of what Noel was talking about, I do want to do some automated analysis on that. There's a lot of work that's come out recently in terms of analyzing the stacks and the variables that are within a core dump and grouping those together so you can look at similar incidents across different core dumps and basically fix problems that are causing applications to crash across your estate. I think that's super interesting. I want to look at that. When you're getting a crash dump of state, you have sensitive data in there because it's the running process. It's the memory dump of the running process. That probably needs to be does need to be removed, or there needs to be management in and around that. And I also want to look at building out some cloud events technology. So when the core dump happens, that's an event within Kubernetes. When it's uploaded, that's an event in Kubernetes. And that is all I had today. Apologies for running through that super fast, but thanks very much. And if you have any questions around Kubernetes, around core dump management, you know where I am.
My bad, I got short legs, so it took me quite a while to get up and run up on the stage this time around. But I really enjoy how humble our speakers are today because they keep saying, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just like, oh, it's okay. But they actually are really amazing. And Anton, thank you so much for that. So please give him another round of applause because that was so good. Joining us next, she's originally from Clare, but she's actually flew over from Berlin. She's a runner, she's a track star. Please join me in welcoming Christine Trahe, who will be sharing how standardization can improve both technical and mental resilience.
Is this on? I can't tell. Okay, cool. Hi. Yeah, I'm here at ShipItCon 2022, finally. A couple of my colleagues came to, I think, the one in 2019, and they said how amazing it was and how friendly everybody was. So I was pretty keen to get to present and, of course, come home. I mean, free flights to Ireland, so, you know, not bad. I want to talk about how standardization has an effect on resilience. And, yeah, we'll go more into that. A bit about myself. My name is Christine. I'm originally from Clare, as CK said, but I work in Berlin in the platform engineering team at Scout. And I've been in several of the teams there. I've been there for about 5 years now. I was in the operability and reliability team for the last 2 years, so focused on observability, incident management, things like that. And as of yesterday, I'm in the developer experience team, so I'm building out a new team. In the platform engineering team there. So yeah, that's pretty fun. A little bit of information about who Scout are, because I don't know if many people know them. We're like the #1 real estate company in the German-speaking region. Immo is short for Immobilien, which is the German for property. And I work for Scout, though, so we're building a developer experience platform, a developer platform for all of the different subsidiaries in Scout. We serve 20 million users a month. There's 670 employees and 300 developers. So yeah, I'm building the developer platform for those 300 developers so they can deliver the website, ImmoScout. The agenda for my talk, I'm going to just define resilience in both a technical sense and a mental sense, and then go into how a lack of standardization can impact resilience. And then I want to share a couple of examples about how Scout is actually driving standardization and some of the benefits and pitfalls of standardizing things. Yeah, so the dictionary definition, capacity to recover quickly from difficulties and toughness. We already heard that in Nicola's talk, I think. And yeah, the ability to spring back into shape. And that can be applied to both technical systems and also personal, like ourselves as well. So let's talk a bit more about technical resilience. It's the ability to maintain acceptable service levels when there's a disruption of business operations, critical processes, or your IT infrastructure. And yeah, there's lots of different kinds of disruptions, like turnover, layoffs, or just incidents happening to your IT infrastructure. And I gathered a bit of data around that. So there's, for example, in Scout this year, we've had already 93 incidents in 2022. I mean, that's varying from like SEV4, which is kind of just informational things that are happening, or SEV1, I think we've had 11 customer critical incidents this year already. And I already also looked at this Verica open incident database, the Void. There's been 1,831 publicly available incidents. It's a public available database of incidents, and they just collect incidents from about 600 different companies like GitHub, anyone who puts incidents online. And there's a lot, obviously, that's happening in the background that are not publicly available. So this is just to point out that incidents happen, and we need to be able to be technically resilient against those things. Yeah, also turnover. So in 2022, the attrition rate for tech is reported at like 12 to 18%. It's quite a large range because it was kind of different between the US and here, but a lot of people are changing jobs and things like that. And it happens all the time. People move, new people come in, and we have to be resilient, and our systems have to be able to deal with that kind of change as well. New people coming in and learning things, how can we be resilient against that? And yeah, layoffs as well. So between May and July this year, there were 418 layoff events, about 15 employees laid off. So in Berlin, that's been a big topic. A lot of people were laid off in the last few months. So yeah, that's also something we have to be resilient of. I don't know if you know the website layoffs.fyi, but they've been reporting layoffs since the start of the pandemic. I think started 2020. So it's an interesting one to look at. And they also have a list of everybody who's looking for jobs from those layoffs. So yeah. Then mental resilience. That's an individual's ability to adapt to hardships or stress. Yeah, hardships like constantly being in firefighting mode, if you're always dealing with the same incident happening over and over again, or if you're in maintenance mode all the time, you're not getting to build new things, exciting new projects, or if you're always maintaining the same thing. I mean, some people are happy with that, but a lot of people would just find that really tough and find that a bit exhausting. And also pandemic. I mean, there's a lot of personal things that go on in the last 2 years, especially with the pandemic, that really affects your mental resilience. And I also read a study this year that's linked in the notes that 2 out of 5 workers are showing a high risk of burnout in 2022 in this year. So yeah, I think we have to be pretty careful about our mental resilience as well. And I think a lack of technical resilience can really impact our mental resilience. Okay, so now I'm going to talk about how standardization or a lack of it impacts technical resilience. So there's 3 things listed here. First of all, technical debt. If every stack you're dealing with is different, then it's harder to keep on top of all the different things that are going on in those stacks. If you have bugs in the stack or you need to update it because of dependency updates or security changes, and if they're all completely different, then every time you tackle the problem, it's a little bit harder, or yeah, it's harder to tackle each one in a standard way. So yeah, you end up with a growing backlog of things you need to deal with, whereas if everything was similar and you were able to roll out things in a cohesive way, in a standardized way, that backlog wouldn't grow as quickly. Duplication is also an issue. So if you don't have standardization, you end up reinventing the same tools. If you need a different kind of CI/CD tooling or observability tooling or way to collect metrics for every single project, then yeah, you end up with a lot of duplication. And if people aren't aware of standards as well in the company, yeah, people end up reinventing things that maybe another team has already tackled, who are actually just sitting right alongside you. And reliability is also affected by this. So if every incident you have to deal with in a separate way, then you have a higher mean time to recover from incidents because you have a bit more effort to figure out what to change or how to roll out something, or are feature flags used in that as a different tool over there, then it's just harder to actually solve an issue in a faster way. And in the end, we'd want to have a reliable system and less impact on our customers. And then standardization, how it impacts mental resilience. So yeah, if you're constantly switching between different stacks and having different technologies, it can be quite an increased mental load. And you don't get to concentrate on the business value, on like just delivering what you want, if you have to figure out how to operate in each different stack every time. And that really increases the learning curve, and can really be challenging for people who are joining a new company, especially like more junior people, but I think for anyone, they can't feel that progression if every stack is different. They might be getting a lot of different experience, but not actually getting to concentrate on the real business value of the problem. And that can cause burnout in the end, because if you're constantly fighting the same fight, you don't see any progression, you're not getting to work on interesting things, and you see the same things happening over and over again, and there's no progression, then that can cause frustration and burnout, which then causes turnover, which of course can also impact resilience if you have a lot of turnover. So yeah, I want to share how Scout is driving standardization in 3 technical things. So in incident management, in infrastructure as code, and also in the platform experience. So little disclaimer, I think standardization starts making sense probably at in a larger company. So as I said, we're like 300 engineers, and I'm in the platform team. And I think there's some analysis that says once you reach 100 engineers or so, that's when it makes sense to have a platform model and start thinking much more about standardization. When you're really small and just trying to move fast, maybe it doesn't make as much sense. But yeah, think about it when you start growing. So first one is the incident management. Yeah, we noticed with a lack of transparency into incidents and learning from those incidents, it leads to similar incidents happening over and over again. So our solution there was to have a standard process for reporting incidents and also then reviewing those incidents and add a standardized tool to analyze impact KPIs. I think different product managers always have more insight to their products, but having one kind of entry tool to help people get over the initial barrier of analyzing the incident has really helped. So it's super easy to report incidents. They just have to open a Jira ticket. Everyone loves Jira. That creates a ticket or a Slack notification automatically in Slack. Everyone is aware there's an incident going on and what level it is between Sev 1 and Sev 4. So that also helps you figure out, okay, do we need to grab more people from a different place or anything? Yeah, that sends out some email notifications to the people who need to know what's going on. And we have then afterwards, once it's resolved, we have a template which guides people on how to, or what to fill out and what to think about, what data to collect, how can we learn from that incident. And then, yeah, and the tool as well to analyze the impact KPIs. And this decreases the mean time to recover and the revenue loss because there's a known way to coordinate those incidents. There are some things you need to watch out for, of course. I mean, you have to live a blameless culture. I think it can't just be like, okay, start opening incidents and everyone's super happy about it. If we did some surveys last year and a lot of interviews to see if people really felt like, okay, it's okay to do this, and a lot of people felt, yeah, they're happy to open incidents and people don't blame them, even like the management and stuff like that, so that's quite good. But a lot of people do complain about the overhead with the templates, especially when it's the Sev 3 or Sev 4 ones, like super low ones, but we still try to really talk to them and figure out, like, are you still learning from them? Because that's the most important thing, and really show them that this is an advantage that you can learn from these things. And yeah, it makes reporting on incidents much easier because we can see over time, okay, there's similar incidents happening again, and you can use those to yeah, clean up your technical backlog as well. Yeah, this is just an example of the Jira template. There's some mandatory fields you need to figure out to fill in, but it's very lightweight in the beginning because we just want people to open the incident as fast as possible. The next step would really be to automatically detect incidents through SLOs. That's something we're working on. And then there's a template as well. Yeah. The next thing is the Scout 24 CDK. This is the second technical example. So we already standardized using CloudFormation for infrastructure as code, but there's a lot of copy and pasting. It's really difficult to offer version updates. So what we have now is a very new baby product, is the Scout 24 CDK, which is based on AWS CloudFormation Development Kit. It offers some company standard constructs and basically the golden path. It's like if you want to deploy a service, these are the things that go with it. You don't have to figure out all of these different CloudFormation templates for your database plus the Kubernetes service plus everything else. It's just abstracted for you. And yeah, it's super easy to offer version updates for all the stacks because it's just a library in your code. It includes all the security updates and best practices. And yeah, it can decrease lead time to production. Even for me, I've been using it a lot in the last few weeks and then had to switch to CloudFormation, and it was so much harder last week. I had to switch to CloudFormation again, and it was much harder to test. It takes ages. You have to deploy it. You have to see that everything is deployed, whereas now I can just write tests for the CDK code and test it locally. And yeah, it also enables an inner source contribution model, so a lot of people are able to actually just contribute to it, add a best practice, or add an update, and then everyone gets it automatically, whereas in CloudFormation we weren't able to do that. What we're dealing with now is trying to figure out the pitfalls. It's like we need to have a plan to migrate everything there, because otherwise we're going everything from CloudFormation to CDK, because otherwise we're just going to have multiple standards, and that's really not what we want. So here, for example, we have 433 projects with CloudFormation stacks, but already 136 projects with CDK-only stacks. And the projects of 433, so there's multiple CloudFormation stacks within those projects. So we really need to make sure that we have a plan to migrate everything, and yeah, just working with people, iterating on creating a migration plan. And just on the, that's the comparison of the CDK compared to CloudFormation. It's much longer for a Redis cluster. And already the best practices are built into the one on the right. Yeah. The third one, what we started to standardize on is a developer portal. So the developer platform is about 5 years old, and the company is also growing, the tech landscape is growing, and developers are changing. There's a lot of turnover in our company as well, and it's harder to learn about the technical landscape. We have a lot of different offerings, so our solution there is to have one developer portal, which is based on the Backstage tool from Spotify. And it's going to be one unified way to interact with the platform. And for us as well, in the platform teams, we have many different tools that are written in different technologies, such as, like, we have a few front ends. There's React, there's Angular, I think. And with this, and you have to relearn it every time and rewrite or think about different ways every time of doing things. So with this, it would just be one standardized front end and a plugin for the back end. And yeah, it also decreases onboarding time and effort when introducing new people to the company. Here, yeah, pitfalls again, it's similar to the previous one. You have to have a plan to actually get rid of the other tools, make sure they're actually deprecated without not like maintaining two service catalogs, one in Backstage and one of our own. And again, a good contribution model is key, because to scale it and to make sure that people actually contribute and get excited by it, we need that contribution model. This is just a small overview of like several of the different tools we have, between disaster recovery, dashboards, the documentation we have. We're also using several third-party tools like Opsgenie or Elasticsearch, Datadog. And right now, if you, as a developer, don't know these links, you kind of just have to go find them, or you don't know they're available. Whereas in the future, it would just be one developer portal, and everything that's new would pop up on the right side. Yeah, you don't need to think about it. You would have one way to find out about things. Summary on those three things. So incident management, yeah, that can increase reliability. It decreases the cognitive load people have during incidents, so it would impact your mental resilience there. And it can also be used as data to prioritize tasks in your backlog, which can decrease technical debt. Scout CDK, that decreases duplication of infrastructure templates. It decreases the learning curve for product engineers. They don't need to learn many different technologies. We have this one golden path, and they can concentrate on the business value. And then it also decreases technical debt for us, because we want to provide new features, but not sure how to roll out to many different CloudFormation templates. So we have CDK now, which will be able to enable us to roll out new features. The developer portal, yeah, that decreases duplication because you're not reinventing the wheel when offering a new platform tool. Every time we wanted to create a new dashboard, we had to redo the authentication and write everything. And yeah, it was a lot of work to actually just release a new tool, whereas now it should just be a plugin in the Backstage environment. And there's a lot of open source plugins as well with Backstage. That's pretty cool, which we're going to be able to use. Yeah, it decreases the learning curve and the cognitive load for users of our platform as well when searching for the platform offerings that we have in the technical landscape. Yeah, and I'm just going to share 3 ways that we're kind of trying to standardize in a social way. Not sure if social was the right word, but yeah. Yeah, 3 ways are around knowledge sharing, ways of working, and learning time. So the first one, yeah, knowledge sharing. So big organizations with a lot of autonomous teams, and we've seen this in Scout, often end up with a lot of silos and then duplicating the work. And especially in a remote environment, you don't get to chat to each other just at coffee or something. And what we have tried introducing there is having a set forum for knowledge sharing. So a few of these already existed before our remote, like because of the pandemic. We have a weekly TCM, which is a tech community meetup. So all 300 engineers meet up, or anyone who wants to join. Usually it's about 150 people. And you just get to share what you've learned that week, something new that in a technical environment that you've learned. And in the team, we have a daily one. Just after our daily, we spend another 15 minutes together just sharing what we did, an update of something technically that we learned as well. And on Fridays in the platform, we have weekly on Fridays, we have a half an hour where we also share something we've learned. And we found it's a much lower barrier of entry for actually sharing that knowledge. You know who's going to be there, you know your audience, and you can just share it. But I think people do limit themselves to sharing knowledge within those times. So sometimes, like, maybe you should share before the weekly meeting and just grab someone from another team and share it with them if you think it's relevant for them. Ways of working. So people come from many different backgrounds and experiences from different companies, and not everyone does everything the same. So it's probably naive to assume that everyone will automatically be on the same page without actually having that discussion. Yeah, and I think this is pretty common. And there's this new team building, or not building thing, but when you have new teams, you go through 4 phases. It gets forming, storming, norming, and performing. So this would really be key for the storming or norming phase, forming phase, where you discuss and figure out and document and think about like what your ways of working you want to be. And it's good because you have a common language about that ways of working. Sometimes there's a lot of things can be quite contentious, like definitions for testing, for example, like the difference between a unit test and a functional test. And we've had a lot of arguments about that, and you end up just talking over each other because you're not even talking about the same thing. So yeah, documenting that. And then for new members, it's super easy because they can just read that. The document should be a living document, so it shouldn't just be forgotten about, and you should be able to challenge it as well. And yeah, I think the pitfalls there are like not living the document, not checking that document regularly, or just challenging each other that you're not actually working the way you've agreed. Yeah, so that's something you definitely have to watch out for. The last example is finding time for learning. So yeah, I think everybody is always learning every day on their jobs, but sometimes it's hard to actually focus on one specific topic if you want to learn a new technology or really find time to focus on something. So we have added agreed like learning times into our calendars on a team level. So it's super easy to carve out that time and make sure that you find time to develop. And there's no need to ask for or explain the time. But I think that one issue I've been seeing in our team is that the time blocked might not suit individual learning styles. So right now we do it on a Friday afternoon, and some people are more adept to learning in the mornings compared to the afternoons, things like that. So I have to figure out how to make it work for everybody in the team. How that impacts resilience. So just a summary again, knowledge sharing, it decreases duplication by finding overlaps a lot sooner. You can decrease the learning curve for other similar topics. So if someone else you already know is working on a specific technology, then you can just grab them and pick their brain on that. And it can also decrease the cognitive overload for where to share. Ways of working decreases the cognitive overload when you have common terms and you don't talk across each other as much. And it's much faster onboarding for newcomers. Learning time decreases the cognitive overload for when you need to find time to learn something, and it decreases the chance of burnout if you actually have time to learn something new and get to work on your career development. I'm going to be repeating myself here a bit because it's the last slide, so a few takeaways. Decreasing technical debt and duplication of work is much easier when you have standard and easy to update stacks. You can increase reliability by having up-to-date technology, and you also reduce cognitive load of your engineers when they're fixing an incident. You can reduce onboarding time by having a lower learning curve through standard stacks for new joiners. And yeah, the last 2 points, it starts making sense from a certain company size and also phase, like when a scout is already 20 years old. So I think it really made sense to start standardizing a lot of things and not having everybody working on infrastructure level things in a different way and letting them focus on more business value. And it's really important to have a plan for adoption of standards because you will end up with several standards, like the classic XKCD. There were 14 competing standards, and then you want to develop one universal one, but you just end up with 15. And yeah, that's something you want to avoid. So thank you very much.
Time really does fly when you're having fun, huh? Because it's lunchtime already. So once again, I'd like to thank Nick, Noel, Anton, and Christine for dropping these gems today. Instead of just clapping, can we really make them feel appreciated so that they know how much fun and how exciting it has been today? Go on. Woo! Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. So it's been an exciting day today, but it's not going to stop, okay? So we'll be having a lunch break, and food will be made available shortly. So there's a slight schedule change. We'll be back at 1:30 instead of 13:45 for the panel discussion. So for now, let's eat, recharge, do a little bit of networking, get to know and mingle, okay? And I'll see you guys back here at 1:30. Thanks.
searching for our ending to the fairy tale. Sometimes even shooting stars find wishes and miss their marks. But when the night gets too dark and the road home seems too far, we'll see the sun come up again. We will climb higher than we've been. We gotta fight
Just want to give you a quick heads up that we're going to be starting back in about 2 minutes, okay? Perfect. Okay, guys, I hope you've enjoyed your lunch. I hope you're recharged and you're ready for the next segment at ShipItCon. So here at ShipItCon, we stay switching it up. So for the first time ever, we'll be hosting a panel discussion with our moderator and panelists who will be discussing outages, empathy within engineering, building blameless cultures, and much more. Moderated by Damien. He's over here, Damien Marshall, who'll be joined by Sheeka Patak, Stephanie Sheehan, James Broadhead, and Paul Dailly. So guys, give them a big round of applause. Damien, I'm going to leave it in your capable hands.
Hello? Hello? Can you hear me? Is that okay? Great. So thanks a million for that intro. She's actually doing a wonderful job. Really enjoyed the emceeing through this. So yeah, welcome everyone to the first panel at ShipItCon. We have some great guests here to have a really good discussion about failures, outages, incident management, and especially looking after each other as well. So I suppose I'll first introduce myself. My name is Damien Marshall. I'm a technical director at Demonware. I have my notes on my phone here, so I meant to print them out. I suppose the first thing I'll go to put my hand up and say, I'm a big failure, all right? I fail all the time. You could sit with me over a pint or a cup of coffee or what, and I will tell you tales of outages that I've caused, that I've been involved with, pain. And I guess that's like this lived experience that I have, which, you can look at it as a negative thing, but I look at it as a positive, as a thing that we can, all improve on, learn from. And I always look for these things as a learning experience. So I suppose the first thing I'm going to do is go to each of our people on panel, get them to introduce themselves, and get them to talk about why they're a bit of a failure too. So maybe each of our panelists are going to talk about an experience you've had with maybe an outage or an incident, but more importantly, what you guys learned from it. Would you like to go first, Steph?
Me? Yeah. I can hear it's on. Hi everyone. My name is Stephanie Sheehan. Since yesterday, I am the Director of Platform Engineering at Workhuman, so I've just started there. So don't ask me anything about Workhuman, because my new colleagues will know that I'm bluffing. I've come from kind of a startup background, and I think when you ask the question, what was the one that kind of stood out, or what's the one you learn more from, it's nearly always your first bad one. Yeah. And for me, that was when I worked in a company. We did a lot of kind of emailing. We had an email service, and it got hacked. It got hacked, by the cliche, the Russian hackers. And they started sending malicious emails from the system, and they were using our customer accounts. And we actually didn't know about it at all, which was the kind of where our journey started. Or we learned about it from our customers after the fact. Obviously, they said, there's something funny happening here. Yeah. We're starting to see emails go out of our system. We're not sending them. And then that for us was a huge moment. First of all, the realization that, oh my God, there's people using our platform. Like, we're out there in the world. This is great. Like, hackers know about us, so we must be actually quite popular. This is kind of cool in
Measure
some ways.
of success.
And then the second thing, obviously, was, oh my God, we have to protect our customer data.
Yeah.
There's legal implications here. We actually needed to contact the Gardaí
Oh my
and
God.
the Data Protection Commission, and then start to figure out like what was going on with our system, like where were the vulnerabilities, and how do we start to explore that, and how do we start to kind of fix those. So that was kind of, I suppose, the biggest one for me.
Okay, cool. I don't think I've ever had an outage where the Gardaí were involved.
Well,
so that's an
it was a
interesting
funny one. We did end up going down to the Gardaí in Cork and trying to explain the situation, and they were...
I have an outage to report.
Kind of bemused, but anyway, we did our bit.
Okay. Yeah. Sheeka, would you like to go next? Introduce yourself and yeah.
Sure. So I'm Sheeka. As of 2 weeks ago, I'm a software engineer at Elastic. Previously to that, I was working at Zendesk for 6.5, almost 7 years. So bulk of my experience comes from there. Fair warning, though, I didn't get a chance to vet what I can and cannot say. So it's all going to be very generic. But I guess what sticks out in my mind is the first one I caused, which is may or may not have something to do with a bad database query that then had knock-on effects on other services and may or may not have brought down other products. Not committing. But yeah, it kind of just, lessons learned from that was, even if you've checked your work and done your due diligence and talked to DBA and done all the things you're supposed to do it again. And maybe get someone else as well to do it for you if you can. And yeah, I think that's the biggest one that sticks out in my mind.
Okay, cool. Thank you. James?
Hi, I'm James Broadhead, VP of Eng at MongoDB. I guess my main responsibilities there are around Kubernetes, API experience, command line tools, and internal developer productivity. I guess when we were asked to come up with an example of an incident that I'd learned from, I think the saying, it's the break one you remember, is, yeah, definitely the case. In this case, we were in the middle of a major incident. Senior leadership were involved. There was major risk of reputational harm. And the incident had gone on for about 4 hours. And so we were sort of heads down on keyboards, everyone working. There was a video bridge to the CEO. And one of the sales team poked his head into the door of the room we were in. Sort of, hi, chaps. And I think we all looked up and glared at him, you know. And then he turned around and he said, I think things are going pretty badly, so I've come and brought a bunch of pizzas. And just the mood in that room as he backed into the door with this stack of pizza boxes suddenly shifted. You know, we relaxed, we had 10 minutes of downtime. Our manager very cleverly saw the moment of tension had broken, and we were able to come back to that incident with a totally refreshed sense of energy and purpose. And so when I think this panel is about HugOps, you know, sort of being kind to one another during incidents, and this is the one that comes to mind because it means that, like, when an incident's on, anyone can get involved, anyone can help, and it's just that open mindset of saying, what can I do? How can I help? You know, and it really stands out to me as just an amazing moment of culture and support from that particular person in that moment. So that's what I think of whenever I think of good culture and supportive environment.
When you think back, do you see the guy coming with pizzas, like shining light behind him, like on a white horse? Just like, you're like, oh.
It's that turning moment from the hi chaps, where it's like, what are you here for? You know, to him just backing in with like more pizzas than he could carry.
Amazing,
yeah,
yeah. Love that, that's a great story.
Knight in shining armor.
Yeah. With pizzas.
Hi there, my name's Paul. I am a principal engineer at Phorest. I've been there for about 5 years, and in the last couple of years, I've been working on the kind of payments processing aspect of our product. So I think for me, probably the outage that stands out the most is in the context of payments, just because when stuff goes wrong and it's involving payments, that's when people really don't like those outages. So for me, it was about 2 or 3 days before Christmas. We deployed a configuration change that effectively stopped all traffic for basically all of our customers coming into the system. Not great, but we were able to figure out what had happened, fix that quite quickly. That was okay. The problem was more the fallout after the fact. So this is when we learned how unresilient, or some aspects of our system were, and unfortunately part of that was the payments processing piece. So we effectively, a couple of days before Christmas, for our industries, it's like hair and beauty, so lots of people getting treatments done, so very busy time for our product, lots of payments going through the system, and we ended up effectively holding multiple authorizations for people's payments on their bank accounts. So obviously people not happy about that, salons phoning in because their customers are unhappy, so that was really tricky. And the thing we realized the most was not only was our system not resilient and thus it charged multiple times, we also didn't have the visibility and kind of audit trail there that we should have had in order to be able to recover from that failure easily as well. Yeah. So it made it for a really messy recovery. 2 days before Christmas, it's not what people want. They're finishing up, they're thinking about going on their Christmas holidays, and now we're all hands on deck trying to, reverse all these payments, figure out who's been charged when they shouldn't have, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah, it was a lot of lessons learned in terms of making improvements around resiliency and audit trails and stuff like that, and we've since, obviously improved things there. But also just, again, maybe like the HugOps thing, like it was, nobody really wanted to be doing this 2 days before Christmas, but the team got together. They really everyone pitched in where they could and really helped out, and we managed to get through it and recover everything. But yeah, it was kind of that aspect, the human aspect of like how people kind of pitched in and helped was the thing that kind of stands out the most, the one positive to take from from the situation.
Yeah, no, they're great. Like I think I suppose it's actually one of my favorite interview questions is to actually say to someone like, tell me about something painful in your life. And I don't put it in that way, but it shows me some things. It shows me that the person's open and honest. It shows me that they've had experience and, and then that they've learned from it. And it gives me a judge about how they react to it as well. So I think it's great. So thanks for being open. And I hope it gives everyone here some solace that, we all have these issues. Like I really, to that HugOps part and, the people, like a key part for me is that there's people involved, human beings, It did remind me of one where I was, in a company where we're migrating from Amazon to Google. So we're doing a whole infrastructure migration. So that was completely shut down Amazon. And then, we had a big extended, maintenance windows on a Saturday. Let's bring up Google. It was like, let's move it. So this was months in prep, loads of stress. I was super stressed because I was leaving. So anyway, so in the middle of this, we were planning all of these things that could go wrong. One thing we didn't plan for was the internet being cut in the office. So we lost internet. We had shut down Amazon, and we had no internet. And we had someone that was working from Brazil who was the only guy online. He's like, what is going on? And I was super stressed. And I suppose I wanted this project to be successful. But just to your point, a really interesting thing and someone looking out for me was a guy called Matt Cropper, who's at Intercom, actually, if you know him. He kind of took me aside and was like, we may have to pull back on this. Because I was like, I got to get this done. And it wasn't that he just took me out of it and go like, hey, this mightn't work. And I didn't have that perspective. I was like, we have to push through. So it's like, are we going to get the internet back? So it was a really good perspective about just take to the sales, just take you out, give you a perspective and go like, oh, you know what, maybe we won't. But in the end, the internet came back on. Some diesel generator kicked in and we managed to get through it. So that was so thanks for all of that. So I suppose an interesting thing that I know you guys have been, congratulations on your new roles. So I'd be interested because one of the things about, doing on-call or incident management is like where you're at with your company, that kind of way, because you're at different stages, so I'd be interested in hearing, in your company, whereabouts are you in terms of, I'm going to use the word maturity, not into it, but where, because people are at different stages, right? So whereabouts you are, where your journey, and if there's a particular lesson you might have picked up from that. Do you want to go first? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, sure. So we have really only introduced a kind of a formal sort of on-call rota in the last 18 months or so. And it was brought about just because up until then, there was 2 or 3 of us who, through a sort of a best efforts basis, just kind of all tried to make ourselves available for alerts and stuff that came through. And we had one incident where just through kind of a lack of coordination, we found ourselves all unavailable. I think I was at a wedding, the other person was in the woods, somebody else was traveling, and thankfully the incident itself got resolved quite quickly and that was okay, but it was a kind of bit of a catalyst to realize that, we need to formalize it now. We're getting more traffic, more customers, more kind of eyes on us, so we need to make sure we formalize this. So, we put in place an on-call rota. I think the biggest thing for us is it's kind of interesting, when it was the 3 of us, we had lots of flaky alerts, and we're willing to talk. It's kind of a bit like maybe when you're at home and the house is a bit of a mess. You know, you're kind of when it's just you're willing to put up with it. But as soon as guests are arriving, you're sort of panicking. You're trying to improve things.
I always look at my windows when guests arrive. Oh, my windows are dirty. God, I never noticed.
Yeah, all the things you kind of just don't. You kind of just accept when it's just you. So it was good because it really focused us. Like, we had to really sort of. Now that we're asking other people to come in and potentially get out of their beds at 3 a.m, we had to really sort of triage those alerts, try and get rid of as many of the flaky ones as we could. Now we're still not there. We still have the odd one, but that was probably the thing that kind of sharpened our focus the most, was just trying to improve the alerts so that we could bring other people on and make this an actual sustainable thing, you know, rather than it being a real drudgery for people to have to come in and get woken up constantly.
Yeah, it's funny how much you can tolerate, right, when you're just in the middle of it and you're like, but then someone else has to look. You're like, oh, don't look at it, please. I'm ashamed.
Exactly. Yeah. And people, you know, they came on board and they right to ask questions like, you know, I don't want to be getting paged all the time for these things. This is insane. So it really focus you. Basically.
Okay. So I guess so to summarize, you're kind of more formalizing now. You're just like maturing. You're doing that.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So we're about 12, 15 people now. We have a kind of a single on-call rota. So basically representatives from each of the kind of product teams that we have in the company. We work in pairs. We do a week shift. And yeah, we're just kind of getting to that point now where, we're starting to just kind of get more experience across the whole group as well. And it's been really good as well, because that's what a lot of people have now learned a lot more about the product. Rather than this knowledge being siloed with like a few of us, we're able to kind of spread it all across the group as well, which is great.
Right, cool. James,
yeah, I think that that point about normalization of deviance, or sort of what you tolerate, you promote, is really key in terms of having a good time on an on-call rota. I also think it applies more generally to software development. And I sort of think that it's the same question you encounter when you say go to open source a piece of software. You know, the engineers will say, oh, but there's no tests and there's no documentation. And it's like, well, if it's not in that state, we should probably do that just for our own benefit and for our own new onboarders as well, you know? So I guess I'm in the lucky position where MongoDB has a great globally distributed SRE team who work on our production services. But my teams primarily focus on shipped or on-prem tools around Kubernetes and containers in particular. So I guess escalations for us are primarily asynchronous. And so we mainly focus on high quality information gathering and high quality responses back to the user. The difficulty thing there is visibility into what the issue at hand is. And so we work on making our tools better at delivering reports explaining what the problem is, rather than relying on the customer to communicate it to us. That's all opt-in, of course. In terms of my dev prod team, we actually treat build and test failures as operational outages. We have a system that looks for flakiness or consistent failures, starts slacking engineers in particular if we know who to contact, or teams if we don't know who to contact about a particular problem. I guess in that we've established a bar of quality that the whole engineering org has signed up for, and so it's voluntary that they're part of this system. But then once they're in it, there's a set expectation on recovery and resilience timelines. We're also looking into auto-revert systems so that a problem won't persist if an engineer isn't available to work on it. There was a time, a long time ago, where, similar to you, I was on a rota of 2. That was a rota that had primary and a secondary, so you didn't have a week off very often. We were paged at Christmas and New Year one year, I remember. And what I realized on that team, and the lesson I took from it, is that with that level of operational load, you don't actually have any time to work on improving the underlying issues. You're sort of doing these band-aids and hot fixes, and very often there's a key piece of architecture which needs to change, but there isn't capacity to do it. And we as a team didn't have a good way of communicating that we needed help and that we were in this impossible to succeed state. And so this is a question I take into postmortems now, which is, you know, what is the really big thing we should do here? You know, not the things that could have avoided this outage, but the really key things that are leading to recurring problems. We also have a 3 strikes rule. So having identified a problem or a source of a problem, we say, okay, this happened once, fair enough. You know, we could spend 2 months, here's a plan where we could spend 2 months working on it. This one over here, though, it's got 3 strikes. You know, it's a recurring source of issues. We have a plan. It's probably time to put that in place. And I feel like that 3 strike system helps make your suggestions that come out of a postmortem much more tied to like a business case and also much more likely to make it onto a quarterly plan. This is where the fixes are large as opposed to fixes that are small. And I guess the final part in terms of avoiding and maintaining resilience is figuring out this was all about figuring out what things to work on. And a tool there is to figure out what's the long-term future of the thing we're talking about. Is this a thing that has a 5-year future? In which case, we should invest in it. We should make it better. Is it a thing we're trying to get rid of? Because I find like that's very often a source of outages where you've got a system which is neither being improved nor removed. And it sits there in this nebulous state, and no one wants to invest in it, but no one's actively removing it either. And I think identifying those parts of your system are key to being able to invest and make the situation better for your on-call engineers. So
cool. Yeah, no, I really like those examples, like, you know, because I suppose one of the challenges for me as you know, maybe a leader trying to help make decisions is that I feel like I can often be convinced not to do the work. You know, like I'll be like, oh yeah, you know what, it is fine actually. So I like that idea of like 3 strikes. It seems like you've kind of built up a set of criteria which makes it clear to go like, well, you know what, it's failed all their criteria, so let's just do this now, you know, right. That kind of way. Like, so I really like that, yeah.
Yeah, the part I didn't mention was having a plan ready to go. So once you've got that inventory of tech debt, if you say, okay, we know this is bad, here's what we would do, here's what it would cost.
Yeah.
And then it just becomes a question of should and when.
That's a great idea. Because yeah, again, another mistake I've made is like, oh, let's fix this. And everyone's like, well, what will we do? It's like, oh, okay, all right. Yeah. So yeah, that's great. Yeah, thank you. Steph?
Yep. So I guess my experience is varied and depending on the company that I've been in. I've been in kind of quite a mature model where, you know, we had a kind of autonomous product teams who, you know, did on-call for their own product areas, supported by SRE team. And from there then to kind of a much smaller startup where kind of, it's just interesting to see, I suppose, how responsible they felt for their product and how difficult it was for them to move to the scaling stage where you need to let other people become responsible. So what I kind of experienced there was maybe our senior engineering leaders wanting to take on the on-call themselves to kind of protect the engineers from having to do it or from upsetting kind of the engineers. And so that was kind of an interesting experience because although the intention is really good, you know, and I can understand that, you know, you don't want to have to put it on other people to do it. You want to do it yourself to save everybody else. But really, I guess it was counterproductive in terms of bringing on everybody else in the organization. Also, you know, changing the tooling so that other people can access it and other people can see the logs and, you know, and be responsible for the alerting. And by doing that, you know, that's what makes it better. Because again, like you guys mentioned, it's almost like exposing your shame and exposing your dirty windows, and then you got to wash them and you have to make it better. And so the whole system becomes better and better. But what I experienced, I suppose, is that first step. First step of convincing the team to like let go and let other people take, you know, some responsibility was really hard because their whole career to date was based on saving the system and saving the thing. So so a lot of trust and a lot of letting go in a smaller company to get to the place where you're talking about now, where you're much more autonomous. But yeah, it's a journey.
To that example, actually, it kind of rings true because I've been that over helpful manager, and I've been trying to protect. I'm like, oh, I'm protecting people. They don't see it, and then I was dealing with some issue, and then, you know, an engineer seen it, and then they fixed it really quickly, and then they were like, why didn't you tell me about this? And I was like, oh, yeah, I'm sorry. You know,
yeah, it's surprising.
Sheeka?
Yeah, I've had slightly different experiences as well. Currently, I think Elastic doesn't really have on-call for feature teams. There's a dedicated SRE team that takes care of it, which is great. But I've also been in situations where there hasn't been an on-call, formal on-call rota. So whoever, it may be 2 or 3 people, the most senior engineers on the team are the ones being paged or being woken up. And then when an on-call rota is then introduced in that kind of a situation, you don't really give much thought to training or upskilling because you're like, well, I've been in incidents before. I know what to do. And then when new people join or a few people leave and maybe the majority of the team is new and you have to start thinking about training people and how to respond. Maybe they've never done an on-call rotation before. And this happened actually in the previous team. And we started getting together and kind of validating some basic assumptions about what people know. And they'd ask questions like, what does failure look like for these X features or these X APIs? And personally, I would have thought I knew this. And I could, and then I'm sitting there and I'm like, oh, actually, I don't know. So I think it's really important to always be asking these questions of like, when this goes down, what will happen? Or when this slows down, what will happen? And making sure that everyone in the team actually can answer those questions, no matter how tenured or senior you are.
Cool. Yeah, I was actually reminded of something just when you guys were talking, because I was thinking about one of my own journeys about introducing on-call into a small company. And, we had a situation where people were getting called, it was like random, they wasn't very formalized. And I said, what I'll do, I'll formalize this and I'll also try to get people paid for their time. Now we're very small, so we only have a small budget. I was like, this will be great, that kind of way. But a really interesting lesson learned is that once we formalized it and people were more on the hook, that they were there, they weren't just helping, and we put money against it, people could do the math now. And they were like, this is not worth my time. I prefer if you just randomly called me. It was really interesting. But it was fair enough then, because this is completely valid, because they were just like, I don't want to be hanging around for a weekend. That kind of way. Just give me a call and I'll help. But it was really interesting, because I thought I'm doing a great job by everyone. But I was like, no, actually, it was just they'll pay me. Yeah, that was it. Because they could easily do number of hours divided by small amount. Right, no. yeah. So just to follow on, because we're going to follow on to your sections, because I think you talked about there, which was about culture, actually, which is, I think, really a key part from this topic. You talked about training. I think it felt what you're talking about, support. Could you talk about, an experience you've had, maybe upskill, or that whole training part? Because when I think about on-call and stuff like this, I think about my own experience, and it's nearly been like an apprenticeship. I think I've been lucky in the positions I've been in with small companies where I got to learn anything, and it was kind of thrown in and be like, oh God, and that was the things that made me. And then I just see new people joining, and I'm like, oh wait, I'll just throw them in. That's how I did it, and it's not very fair, So I'd love to hear a bit more. Maybe you could talk a bit about that training and skills development as you think about it.
Yeah, I can empathize with that a little bit. You feel like, well, I had a trial by fire, so they should have a trial by fire.
Yeah.
But then, the better side of you kicks in, and you realize, actually, no, that was a terrible experience, and don't make others go through that as well. Some teams I've known have done, when an incident or an outage has happened, they take it back to the rest of the team, and they'll set aside time, and they'll walk through the incident, how it played out, what steps they did, how they found what the root cause of the problem is. And I think that's really helpful for, say, for example, you've got new people on the team, and you have a period of time, so maybe you're only putting them on call after 3 months, after 6 months or something. It doesn't mean that in those 3 months or 6 months, they can't learn from what's happening around you. And then, we all work for SaaS companies or tech companies. You can record those sessions, have them there as part of your onboarding for reference. And I think it's a good way of imparting that kind of learned knowledge without making other people live through the experiences you've lived through.
Okay. So you guys work to just it's part of the onboarding journey, which is to recognize that this is something that you will need to do. So be ready.
Here's what's gone wrong in the past. Here's what we know about. If you happen to be on call and it's something completely new, sorry, that might happen as well. But
then they can come talk about ShipItCon 2023.
There you go. Exactly.
Cool. Steph, what about yourself in terms of skill building?
It's a funny one, isn't it? Because I was thinking when you were saying that, I was thinking of when I was a junior engineer, and I didn't care. Like someone senior is going to fix that. I don't know. Like, and you don't care until you're actually the one responsible, and you're like the whole company is looking at you, waiting for you to sort this out. Some of the stuff that we've done over the years, like we've done actually some of the OWASP capture the flag stuff, because there's they're kind of like vulnerabilities you work through and you capture. It's the one that wins, captures the flag and fixes the most vulnerabilities along the way. They're really cool because there's kind of a sense of competition in them, and you kind of have to unlock the next step and the next step. But it's trying to expose people to those kinds of things, I suppose, and then even just having a culture of secure development and having that as part of code reviews and having that just as part of the discussion all the time and different things. But it's hard to build up that sense of responsibility until you're faced with it, and it is part of it. But I think it's back to the company culture and the engineering culture, and just making sure it's part of the conversation all the time.
Okay. So it's like normalizing it as part of the
I think so. And it's a bit like anything you do, like if you're writing code and it's whatever emphasis is put on it at the time. If the emphasis is on speed, or the emphasis is on security, or the emphasis is on quality, that's where you'll focus. So it depends, I guess, on your engineering culture.
Okay.
And it'll ebb and wane. There are times where you'll have an incident, and then for ages afterwards you're uber sensitive to security and vulnerabilities, and then it disappears because the next customer request is the priority, and you forget about it again. But I think that's just the nature of things, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. Okay, so you talk about the capture. Is that like a skills tree nearly? Is that what
it's
that
actually
means?
just it's like a competition.
Okay.
And you just work through. I can't remember how many vulnerabilities there are, but you work through. And actually, they run, I think, competitions, kind of public competitions that you can enter as well.
I see. Okay.
But you can do them in your own engineering org as well.
Okay. So it's just to build up that culture and just like the week.
And it's kind of a fun afternoon. Fun.
That's good. James, what about yourself in terms of training and stuff? Because it seems like you guys have, you're at a really quite mature, interesting state, I think, in terms of maturity. But it could be a previous example as well.
In particular, for onboarding, actually, one of my teams is handing over responsibilities to another team, like right now. So we're over the course of the quarter, we're doing a series of reverse shadows on both sort of current and historical support escalations, sort of talking through and doing a series of workshops on sort of how to solve these issues in general, and then specific case by case, how these were worked through in particular. And so it's particularly relevant at the moment. That team that's doing the handing over is also taking on more production responsibilities. And so as soon as they've handed over this one thing, they're going to be taking on a lot more and probably getting into the world of pagers and so on.
Cool.
So it's very relevant and top of mind for me at the moment. Someone mentioned the trial by fire, and I think that is a factor in it, right? Pairing and sort of pairing in the moment and then reviewing afterwards. I think a key part here is just recognizing the effect of adrenaline on decision making and time perception. And so one of the things you mentioned was having someone step in during that cloud provider switchover and saying, like, are we doing the right thing? I think having someone who's not part of the incident, who's standing above it, and sort of just keeping an eye on the general state of affairs. Maybe they're handling the communication with stakeholders. Maybe they're just stepping in every now and going again and saying, is this working? You know?
You kind of look a bit stressed. Are you okay?
It's like, you're the person we paged, but like, we could page more people. It's okay.
Exactly.
You know? It's like, I'm
haven't
here
blinked
to
in
help
30
you.
minutes.
Right. I'm here to help you, but I'm not going to touch the keyboard. I think it's hugely helpful having one of those people. And maybe introducing one of those people as an incident goes on. I was speaking earlier about a 4-hour incident. Certainly within the first half an hour, it's probably time for someone to take that role. And it might even be the person originally called, because they've got the extra context, they know how the problem started, how it was first detected. But maybe now we've got 3 or 4 more people in the room, they can take over the actual resolution and sort of so back to adrenaline. I think the thing that people learn, aside from just it's an incident, I'm okay with it, is just how to operate in these sort of observe, hypothesize, decide, act loops. And to make sure that like everyone is on board for what's been observed, what our hypothesis is about the root cause, what we've decided to do, now we're trying to do it. And then we've got that other person to sort of be the watchdog timer and say, okay, it's time to actually go back to the drawing board. We need a new observation, a new hypothesis to go back into that cycle.
So it's kind of training for that, like explicitness, I think. Is that what you're kind of saying? There's like a very explicit, like saying what I'm doing and like just communicating about what's going on. Yeah, okay.
And I think through that communication, then junior team members get a much clearer picture of what's being done and what's being decided, rather than sort of a senior engineer heads down, typing away log files streaming past, or the usual.
It's interesting to that point about perception about junior engineers, because it is a visible thing as well. Because one thing that's burned into my brain, because I've worked at Demonware for many years. So I started the original Modern Warfare 2, which was many, many years ago, and it was a bit of a mess of a launch, and I was only there for a little while, so I didn't really know anything. And I observed senior people calmly, like talking, like just the behaviors. No one was just like shouting at each other. It was like, it was just very calm. And I always go back to that, I always go back and remember that time and just like, yes, take it. And then I've had people come up to me in the similar thing, like, wow, how do you stay so calm? And I think back to that moment where I was like, how are these people doing this? It's all, like, I think the way you're acting actually has an effect on culture as well. Like, people see that as well, so. Cool.
Yeah, kind of similar to what's been said. Like, I think we've approached this from a couple of angles. So obviously, there's sort of known failure modes, and we try to make those as easy as possible to deal with. So we've done things like, tried to standardize how we deploy all our services, so that if you're on call and something happens, you know how to restart a service, you know how to roll back a service. You know where to look for a change log of what's changed about a service. If something's gone wrong with a service, you can see, okay, someone just got deployed a couple of hours ago, maybe that's the problem. So standardizing those things, maybe some playbooks that go along with your alerts and things, but as also was said, like, it's usually the unknown unknowns that actually creep up, and it's hard to kind of prepare for those. So yeah, we try and do some more things like when somebody wants to join the on-call team, we can have them shadow the on-call pair, just so they can kind of be in the thick of it when something goes wrong, but they're not on the hook for actually doing anything. And then you can kind of graduate up to actually being one half of the pair. We try and have it so that somebody with more experience with somebody with less experience. Obviously that helps as well. So again, you can kind of contribute, but you've still got a bit of a safety net there of somebody who's got more experience doing this. And then we do things like our on-call team have a retro every week after every shift. So again, it's a good place to come in, kind of like you're saying, come in and like the person dealing with the incident can talk through what they did, why they did what they did, just going to give some of their thought process. Some of the stuff you can't maybe articulate in the heat of the moment, you can then retrospectively try and teach other people like how to maybe approach that decision-making loop as well, like you were saying. And then like incident reports as well is another similar mechanism where you can just try and communicate like not only what happened and the actions taken, but kind of maybe some of the thought process behind those actions as well. So it's kind of a multi-layer kind of approach.
And just to follow on the incident stuff, like one part of that I think is like, maybe you can see the answer that it depends on your role. It's in terms of the communicating with customers then as well. Like it's like, could you talk about any maybe lessons learned you've had around that, or maybe something that you might have put in place or anything?
Yeah, this is something that we've had to get better at as well. So yeah, like a couple of things. Like if we're into sort of a prolonged incident, like obviously we have been sometimes guilty of the engineers are head down trying to solve the problem, and the support people are trying to say, what's going on? Give us something so we can say something, and you're too focused on trying to solve the problem. So we're trying to have somebody that's if it's a customer facing thing that is going on for a sustained period, we try and get somebody in that can just be that kind of bridge to sort of talk to the the support team. Usually somebody from our product team will come in as well and just help kind of plan comms and things like that. Another thing we did was actually just bring the support team into the same kind of notification mechanism for when P1 alerts fire, so that straight away they might not know what it is or what it means, but at least they can see someone's happening, and if that means they can anticipate calls, they can start to at least mobilize things a lot on their side. They can also see the communication that's happening between the engineers as they start to diagnose the problem, so they can get a bit of a feel for, oh God, this looks really bad, versus, okay, they seem to be on top of this, maybe it's okay. So that kind of helps as well, just kind of keeping them abreast of communication without having to put too much effort in yourself to actually be talking to them sort of synchronously.
Well, it's kind of like, I think James was saying, it's another perspective that's outside. It's just like, this actually isn't a problem, or whatever. You just give that perspective that can help you manage.
Definitely,
it yeah. Cool. Right. Anyone else point on the customer? It depends on your role, I guess. I don't know if.
I've spent part of my career in operations, which is kind of the customer success and kind of side of the house. And it's been quite eye-opening, I suppose, coming from an engineering side where when we deal with incidents, we are very much in problem-solving mode and very much in diagnosing, and you're head down, and it feels really frustrating when someone's asking you for timelines when it's so unknown, it's so unclear, and you don't know, and you get a little bit resentful, and it's very difficult because you're stressed, and it's just a really difficult thing. And then having seen the other side of the house where, you know, you've got customers ringing in, they really want to know what's happening, you're on the front line, you're dealing with this, you know, and you're getting absolutely no communication. You don't know whether it's a big thing or a small, even that much communication is helpful, like is it big or small, or is it, like how bad is it, you know, how long is it going to go on for? So I think things like actually, you know, even including somebody on Slack channel, even if their role is just to observe, but, you know, having them, allowing them in is really, really important, and just making that bridge between the two, because you know, if you're in a customer-facing role, like I have huge empathy for people who are in those roles. So difficult. And yeah, just having spent some time on that side of the house, I think has been really a real learning curve for me.
Yeah, no, I think like just to the whole trial by fire and my how lucky I've been to learn from experience. I think I've been in smaller companies where I've been forced to talk to the customer, like it just happened, and I learned so much from that. And then sometimes I've had this expectation that someone should be just doing it, and they're like, I've never, like, it's just not fair, I think. And there's a whole training part to that about, it's a skill. It's a really good skill, and you need to make sure you can't just assume people, like, go chat to the customer and tell them what's going on, and then they send a short message, like, what? you know, yeah. Okay, cool. Cool, so maybe we'll move on to the final topic. I'm kind of interested in, I guess one interesting thing for me then is the, like, you know, I guess from what we're all talking here, you've heard a lot of interesting stories. I'm sure everyone has their pain points. We've learned a lot. Is that like, I think the point we do maybe agree with is that failure happens, right? That it does happen, right? And then it's like building that into your engineering, building that into your process, how you're delivering projects. Like it's inevitable to occur. Like maybe could you talk about something that you might have done is like it's something, a technology you've introduced, a process, just in terms of how you're building and delivering that acknowledges that we live in a place where failure can happen, and to mitigate against that, you know.
I think for me, maybe one of the most recent things that comes to mind when you say that was really just reducing the size of what we were delivering in terms of software. So we were delivering large projects, the typical situation, and then eventually launch them, and you know, causing all sorts of bugs and things like that. So simple things like just breaking it down into small deliverables, manageable, that we could test as a team, and you know, not just hand over to a testing team to test, and then out it goes into production, and back come all of the customer impacting issues. And so really that simple thing, that's the most recent thing that I can think of, where we just broke it down into very, very small deliverables that we could manage, because we know failure happens, that's just normal. But if we can just manage it, and our ability to react to that failure and triage that was what we focused on. And we could only do that if we delivered small pieces.
So just that point, was that an easy change? Was it okay? Like, you know, did you have to convince, or was it?
Yeah,
no?
It was hard.
Okay, yeah.
It was really hard because you have to change everything, right?
Yeah.
You have to change your whole system. We didn't really have delivery pipelines per team. We had a completely separate development team and test team, so we had to make those cross-functional teams, and each team responsible, and all of the technology that goes with that. It was a long process.
Okay, so it wasn't just like, hey, we're going to do smaller.
No, yeah. But it was really the only way that we could manage, I suppose, our software delivery in a way that didn't impact the customer.
Okay, right. Okay, so you guys really focused on the process, and then, but that in turn brought with it technical changes and stuff that you needed to make.
And I think it comes from assuming stuff's going to happen.
Yes,
so
exactly.
what can we do then to kind of work around that?
Yeah. Sheeka, about yourself, anything process, tech, culture, engineering approach, or anything like that?
Sure, I think, there's many kind of layers to approach this from, and things that you can do. Observability is one, and making sure you've got the right dashboards and tools and monitoring in place. Often you don't realize the lack of it until you're looking for it, and it's not there in an incident. So in a previous team, we kind of, with every issue, we used to just ask the question, does this need a monitor? Does this need an alert or a dashboard? If you work with test engineering, or you've got dedicated test engineers, I think involving them right from the start, and making sure they know what the process is hugely important. And brings a lot of added benefits I think as engineers, you tend to have this happy path of like, this is how it's going to go.
Yeah.
But people who have done QA or test engineering have that mentality of like, but if this happens and that happens, and what exactly is this? And you know, it makes for a more robust solution in the end. Okay. I think those are the two things, and what Stephanie said about smaller things. And I guess another thing we've leveraged in the past has been things like, I don't know, feature flags, if you've got that capability, or anything that lets you turn off a new feature without a code change, whatever that might look like. Leverage that if you've got it.
I call those, I call them chicken switches, because it's like, oh my God, something's going wrong. I mostly use it just for turning off something. It's like, oh no. So yeah, cool, James.
Yeah, you took the words right out of my mouth. I was going for feature flags as well. I think in line with both of those is trying to align projects along lines of hitting the biggest unknowns first. And very often the biggest unknown, especially with a new service or a new feature, is the moment it hits production for the first time. Not only do we have metrics and dashboards, but like, do those metrics work? Do they reflect what we're actually expecting them to? Do they show up on the dashboard? Like, I find a project that ships to production with very limited functionality is much more likely to be successful or hit a deadline than one that codes and then eventually deploys. So I kind of think about it in the same way like you might do TDD if you had test team. This is more like a production-driven development where you're aiming to have your code live as quickly as possible. I think it leads to a lot of really healthy cycles on a team where they get into good habits quickly, and you end up writing those runbooks sooner rather than later, and you end up encountering sort of the obvious load problems, which maybe seem obvious once you've deployed it, but are hard to predict before you've actually gone and done it. So yeah, I think that's probably the biggest impact I've seen in terms of acknowledging failure. Feature flags, not just on and off, but also like on a rolling scale, so you can turn up and down percentages. Incredibly helpful. And they reduce the risk of individual deploys almost to zero if you deploy with the feature flag switched off. You know, it's a really wonderful, liberating experience when your deploys can happen either very frequently, manually, or continuously. It just really saves a ton of time on a team and just makes everyone a bit happier, honestly.
I really like that. Just to your first point there, it's actually something that I learned from a clever engineer that I work for, because I'd be trying to help manage delivery, you know, that kind of. And as you said, you have the stuff we know about, the stuff we don't know about, and I'm like, oh, let's push the stuff we don't know about. We'll do it later, you know. An engineer, I worked as an engineer, he's like, no, let's do that first. You know, the thing that you're worried about and seems to be the hardest, let's do that first, because I don't want to feel like we're on track and then suddenly we get blown up. And I was like, oh yeah, you know, again, I think it kind of comes back to this point about being too unhelpful and I'm naturally optimistic. Like, yeah, we'll definitely figure that out. But that idea of like, getting the worst thing, is it eating the frog is the term? Is that term about like, it's a term about when you wake up in the morning, do the worst thing first, so it's out of the way, that's the worst thing, where it's like, get that out of the way, and then the rest of the project is actually, it wasn't as bad as that. It's all uphill from here, you know, you're not worried about it in the future.
I guess not just the known things that will be difficult, like our first deploy. But also like the things that might invalidate the entire underlying assumptions of the project. You know, like what are the things we need to learn that we can learn as soon as possible that might cancel this project? You know, or that might double its budget, or you know, and so the sooner those can happen. In particular, I find that's around inter-team interactions or inter-team dependencies. You know, knowing your dependency chains, which ones to start from.
Definitely. No, that's good advice. I'll take that one on myself. And Paul?
Yeah, I think definitely I'd echo the feature flag thing. I think that's something that we leverage a lot, particularly the idea of not just on and off, but also being able to roll out sort of to like maybe some internal customer accounts first, and then roll out to sort of, you know, beta customers and things like that. That's definitely helps us. But I think one thing with like not only the same things like feature flags, but also the observability tooling and things like that, we're trying to get better at that. But I think having the tools and the mechanisms in place is one thing, but then you have to also adapt, I think, how you think about writing that software and developing that software as well, because like systems that have been built with, say, feature flags in mind work really well. It's easy to do them. If you're trying to retrofit them onto a system that hasn't been built with that in mind, we find it's very difficult to do that. Similarly with the tooling, like we've had a few incidents where the tools were actually giving us the feedback. Now, we still have patches of places where we don't have visibility and we need to improve them, but even where we had the visibility, if people aren't thinking about when they're shipping software, like, how am I going to observe this? How am I going to know what's working? And then actually going and looking, it's just as useless as, it doesn't matter if you've got the tools telling you those things. So there's, I think somebody said this in the talks earlier, it's kind of most things are people things, and it is a bit of a people and culture thing as well that needs to kind of happen there to make sure that people are actually leveraging all these kind of tools and capabilities that you have.
So is what you're saying? It's like there's a way to approach building it that makes it observability. Is that what you mean?
A little bit, yeah. It's kind of a bit like maybe like TDD in software. You have to sort of rethink how you go about the actual development process, and it's kind of the same with like observability. You need to think about it from the start, like, how am I actually going to know this thing is going to work in production? Or, or how am I going to build this so that I can put a feature flag around it and make it safe to roll out and things? So you kind of have to change that mindset a little bit, which is a bit of maybe a culture change, because people are coming at that from different starting points. So.
Yeah. I think one thing we tend to think about a lot of Demonware is, again, back to the chicken flags, that's our chicken switches as they call them, but it's like, what part of this can we turn off? So we're in the middle of a big issue. What parts can we turn off and still have people play the game? Like, that's like what can we just turn off? And that's the thing that we actually have to negotiate with our customers quite a bit, to be like, are you really relying on this, or can we turn it off? Like, that kind of way.
And also as well, having not just how to ship something forward, but what would be the rollback kind of plan as well, and can we roll back safely? So try not make anything like a one-way sort of decision. You can always come back if you need to as well. Which is for sure. Again, if you don't think about that up front, it can be harder to do when you really need to.
Okay, cool. I think we're basically at time. I think I really enjoyed it. I felt like, as I said, it's like a support group sitting around here sharing our tales of woe. So I suppose I hope that what you heard today, like, as I said, gave you some solace that we all have challenges. We're all at different stages, I think, of maturity, of developing. We've learned a lot of good lessons along the way. And then also as well about, I think the key thing that I always focus on is there's people involved, that kind of way. There's heroes with pizza who you may think are coming to annoy you, but no, really, they have pizza. So, and that, at the end of the day, we're all humans dealing with these things. So that's like, we can really, we work in tech and think about the tech, but really actually there's actually humans involved. And that can actually, to your point, like, turn the tide on a problem. It can turn, I put this as a note, it can turn the same incident in a poor culture and a good culture can have drastically different implications, I think, for the company. So sweet. Great. Listen, I'd like to give the panel a round of applause and say thanks, and thanks everyone for listening. Cheers. Thank you.
Break, get you to stretch those legs, because that was really interesting, and give you some time to actually process what was discussed, and then we'll be back on at 2:30. Okay? Thanks, guys. Okay, guys, we're back, and this time we have a crowd favorite back on for, I think, the second or third time now. Brian Scanlon, commended on his ability to see solutions with any problem, and he'll be joined today by superstar Hannah Healy, Senior Technical Program Manager at Intercom. So guys, give them a big round of applause. Thanks to Hannah and Brian. Come on.
Hello, good afternoon, ShipItCon. I'm sure we've all heard today how great it is to be back here in person, and while it is really lovely to be in front of you, I kind of thought I'd get away with doing my first conference talk behind a screen in the comfort of my own home. So it's lovely, but mildly terrifying. But we're going to move past that today, and we're going to talk about on-call. Is on-call a chore at your company? Maybe it's not. But in a lot, it is a chore. In fact, it can be even more than that. It can be a toxic after-work add-on that you really don't want, that doesn't further your business outcomes. But at Intercom, we think we've built a great on-call, one that is not just exciting and engaging for our engineers, but one that is financially compensated and revered throughout our engineering and R&D organization as a whole. So today, we're going to talk about the principles, the processes, and the people that we think make our on-call sustainably great. We'll take a look through the lessons learned, the messy details, and the future of what is to call an on-call in Intercom. But before we do that, let's do some introductions. So for those of you who don't know, Intercom is a software as a service startup making internet business personal. I'm Hannah. I'm a Senior Technical Program Manager and Incident Commander at Intercom. And among my various responsibilities, I drive our availability program, which means for better or worse, I'm in charge of our on-call engineers. And with me today is one of those highly valued on-call engineers, Brian Scanlon.
Thank you, Hannah. So I'm Brian. I'm a principal engineer and also an incident commander at Intercom. And I used to run our out-of-hours on-call program before Hannah took it over. And as this presentation will show, she has done a vastly better job than me of running it. This is why I'm an engineer and she is a technical program manager. So I have a terrible confession to make. I love doing on-call. I really love the thrill of fixing something that's broken, being able to direct fix something that's hurting your customers. Going on-call is a great way to act as an owner. It can illuminate huge opportunities to make improvements for your customers, your technical stack, your socio-technical environment. It's on these on-call shifts where you'll find systems at their breaking point in gaps in your knowledge and your team's knowledge, the limits of observability in your environment, like the good documentation, the bad documentation. And so you'll find so many opportunities to do great, useful things that are valuable to your organization. And personally, doing on-call work and all those related activities have been pretty beneficial for me personally in my career. They've been a huge part of how I've learned, grown, and built credibility in my career to date.
And that's fantastic. And don't get me wrong, I have leveraged Brian as an enthusiastic member of our on-call team. But we would be lying if we sat up here and said on-call is a great adrenaline rush, an enjoyable experience for all involved, because sometimes it's just not. Occasionally, it's that convenient excuse that gets you out of those unwanted dinner plans. But sometimes it's also the thing that keeps you in on a Friday night, which we can see from my own WhatsApp history. On-call can seriously ruin your day, your night, or even your weekend. It can be a series of interruptions that, if not well managed, can result in burnout, frustration, relationship problems, and even pager fear. So believe me when I say pick your pager alert wisely. And while every alarm that fires should be a learning opportunity, that's often not the case. We don't always have the time, the motivation, or the capacity to follow up on those opportunities. As a result, on-call become a low-quality fire hose of alarms that are not actionable, sometimes actionable, not automated, sometimes a series of documents or tooling that may or may not help you get back into bed quicker. This is work without improvement, without autonomy to change your environment, work without purpose. And unfortunately, low-quality work like that can often burn out the most enthusiastic of engineers, even like Brian here. So today is a story about our on-call. And like any classic Hollywood screenplay, it's a story of 3 acts. 3 acts that we hope will give you an idea of how you might be able to improve your on-call. But in our experience, it's not just enough to start out with a great on-call. You have to sustainably improve, continue to invest, and protect what is good about your on-call as your company scales and grows. So to start us off, Brian is going to go with Act 1.
Thank you. So Act 1, the setup. So there was a time at Intercom where on-call wasn't great, say around 6 years ago. So Intercom was relatively young, the business was growing fast, and it sure felt like it at the time. On-call responsibilities had grown pretty organically and unevenly across different parts of our engineering team. So we had a strong ownership culture, which was part of our success, with well-defined teams owning different parts of our technical stack. And the model we adopted for on-call was very simple and consistent with this culture of ownership. You go on call for the stuff your teams own in the office and out of office. But different parts of the Intercom application had dramatically different operational needs. Some teams that were working, say, on front-end features had very few paging alarms that would go off in the middle of the night, whereas other teams were dealing with our, say, cloud compute infrastructure, database storage, email delivery, those kind of things that tend to break a lot more often. They were getting completely swamped. So we started asking some questions. Like, why are so many people on call? We consistently had like a never shrinking number of people who were capable of getting woken in the middle of the night or weekends, looking at their phone with dread as they went to bed. And so this seemed over the top for the size of the company I was at the time. Like, I'd worked in other larger kind of global scale environments where they had far fewer on call than this like small scrappy startup that we were in at the time. And it also meant that this was almost like a scaling function for us as well. We wanted to build out more teams, and like, did that mean that we were going to have to put more and more people on 24/7 on call? This didn't seem very satisfying. So we also wanted to decouple the experience of being on call from team membership. Like, certain teams had a far higher on-call burden than others. And this wasn't just unfair, it was like a big problem in terms of how we wanted to staff and grow different teams. And realistically, not everybody is in a position to go on call 24/7. They may have family needs or just simply don't want to do that type of work. Whereas we wanted to have the ability to move people around teams depending on business needs or depending on what types of projects or work that people wanted to work on. We didn't want, say, if you wanted to do cloud or SRE type work, that automatically meant you had to do 24/7 on call. So unevenly distributed out-of-hours on-call work was a barrier to this organizational fluidity that we desired. We also had concerns about the consistency of the quality of our alarms and how we constantly improve those things. So we wanted high quality alarms, we wanted good follow-up to them, and there were definitely signs of low quality alarms firing in our environment and other signs of chronic problems that needed addressing that weren't. So yeah, it definitely wasn't the case that we wanted to be paging people out of bed just for like a single blip in the CPU alarm on a database. And so we examined what was paging us. It was clear we weren't following kind of best practices for alarm management across the entire company. And finally, we wanted to make our on-call setup something that's ambitious, positive, something we're proud of, something that helps grow people and allows us to give talks at fancy conferences like ShipItCon. Making on-call something that people who aren't just me actually enjoy. So that's the kind of the setup in the Act 1. I think we've got like a good few questions we want to answer. And so we move on to Act 2, where we start to take action. And to start answering these questions, we looked to our own environment for guidance. The first place we started was our technical stack, and that definitely influenced our thinking. These technologies that we use to build Intercom and our approach to building Intercom to date are kind of the lack of them. So Intercom has its own unique culture and technical environment, as every company does. Our own environment is that we are largely a Ruby on Rails environment with a giant monolithic application that we love, deployed to many, many EC2 instances. And we make use of battle-tested and reliable AWS services such as Aurora, S3, and SQS. And our default is to build on stuff that should pretty much run itself all of the time, scale without human intervention, and automatically recover from whatever problems it's having without us having to do anything about it. And this pattern of building most features in Intercom, reusing the same stuff over and over, was how we ended up building most of Intercom. We later articulated this as one of our engineering principles, being technically conservative. So through building largely homogeneous architecture instead of bespoke technical stacks, we knew that we could tap into the experience across all of Intercom to run the company, to do on-call. So this was a pretty good start. Our emerging company values also influenced our thinking. So we had ambitions for Intercom to be a workplace where people do the best work of their career. We wanted Intercom to be sustainable, predictable, a high-quality environment where we're thoughtful about what we work on and why, where we ship high-quality product, and we work together to meet these goals. two of our company values are that we're optimistic and positive, and that we go further together. And we saw the opportunity to put these into practice in our on-call environment and do something radically different from what we were doing at the time, which didn't seem particularly collaborative or positive. And so we started small but thought big, again, one of our values. So we built a working group of engineers and decided to see if we could do all of Intercom's on-calls staffed by a team of volunteers from across the company. We started working with teams to move their alarms over to this group of volunteers and to put in place a process to hand over alarms to our volunteer on-call team. And we used a bunch of processes and practices that we already had in place in Intercom, such as using a GitHub flow to review runbooks and alarms as they were moving over into the team. And so we were able to make sure that they met reasonable standards, that alarms were actionable, they were urgent, they required a human, it's got a real runbook associated with it. And in fact, in practice, what happened was we ended up deleting the vast majority of alarms. As it turns out, most alarms tend to be not very good, which is very common in many environments. So as the teams completed the move of alarms over, the volunteer team started getting paged, and we dealt with a few teething problems, like general access to different systems, unclear docs, correctly surfacing tribal knowledge within teams, and just killing off more and more noisy alarms that survived the review process that we had undertaken. And when any alarm fired, our volunteer engineer group opened a high severity issue against the team. And as was mentioned at the panel just now, one of the phenomena that we found was that our engineering teams were very enthusiastic about fixing things that were causing people outside of their own team to get paged out of hours. So this motivation to clean up your low quality alarms actually caused a lot of incentive for teams to do the right work and make sure that the alarms are valuable and worthwhile compared to them paging themselves all day. A few more things were important here. We had unwavering support from our engineering and company leadership. They bought into the vision. We got unconditional support, including support for compensation. And so having a ground-up working group of engineers on the front line who are putting themselves at the other end of the pagers bought the group credibility with the rest of engineering and indeed the rest of the company who could see that we were putting our company values into practice. We also acknowledged that on-call work is real work. So we decided to pay volunteers a fair, flat rate for on-call shifts, regardless of where they were paged or not. And we went with a nice round number of €1,000 for 7 days of 24-hour on-call with an SLA of 15 minutes to respond to alarm. One more thing, all teams need a name, and so we picked a name for the team. The name of the team is Strike, which is a backronym for something that I've long since forgotten about and I've never liked, but I also really don't like changing the names of things. But it has stuck around, and you're going to see loads of references to Strike in the rest of the talk, so now you know we've gotten that out of the way. So that kind of ends Act 2. So we have the volunteer on-call team up and running. It was kind of scrappy at the start, but it's working well. And now we have to move on to Act 3.
And that's where I come back in. So up till now, Brian's created and assembled this fantastic team of RAG team volunteers who want to save Intercom during the out of hours. And it's great. They respond to the pages, they do what they need them to do, they protect our business, they protect our infrastructure. It's fantastic. But in 2019, Intercom is growing more and more. We have an ever-growing list of priorities and responsibilities that need to be taken care of. We do not have the time or capacity to continue to spend maintaining this team as a one-man show. Up until now, it's been leveraged as a volunteer-led team, which is great, but it needed more structure. The engineers who come before me had done a great job, but now we needed more. We needed to optimize, we needed to automate, and we needed to start extracting the most value we could from this team with the lowest investment possible. And that is what I am here for. Increasing our efficiency, doubling down on our impact, and leveraging the data that this team gave us is what I do. As Strike is a key part of our resiliency, an important staple of any good availability program, it made sense for me to jump in and provide this team with the attention and the resources that it needed to streamline. So I sat down and I looked at what was being done today. Where was our time being spent? What wasn't efficient? What could we do? The first up on the chopping block was our bi-weekly meeting. Often cancelled on the day, 2 minutes before the meeting was actually scheduled to take place. No strong agenda, no clear return on value. The decision was easy. We were cutting it. It's gone. It hasn't returned. The next was our onboarding program. Our onboarding had always been super simple. It was designed by Brian, so it was very lightweight. And that was great. I loved that about it. I didn't want to change that. But I wanted to reduce some of the admin associated with it. We had not just new joiners to Strike, but engineers who maybe weren't as familiar with Intercom as our previous members. They had a lot of reasonable questions. What do they do when they get paged? What issues could they expect to see? What resources were there available? These are fair expectations and questions that any new member is going to have. And while we were handling these concerns in one-on-one conversations, I started to feel like I was repeating myself a lot, and it just didn't feel necessary. If I say the same thing over and over again, why can't a bot do it? So I'm sure all of you are familiar with Slack, but maybe you aren't as familiar with their Slack workflows. I set up a super simple Slack workflow. Now, anytime someone joins our channel as a new member, they get a DM that sets out the expectations of their onboarding program. This DM also gives them a link to an internal training guide, which answers all those common questions we were getting. What do you do when you get paged? How do you escalate? What are your resources? What are some common pages you are going to see? Then from here, and the best part about this, it is up to the individual engineer to take their training into their own hands. There is no set timeline, no expectations. You can wait a week, you can wait 3 weeks, whatever you need to feel confident to jump in on that rota. You get an onboarding buddy, you can do shadow sessions if you want. We give some recommendations of how Strike engineers in the past have loved to learn, and we let them take it from there. They work with their onboarding buddy, they get comfortable, and when they're ready, they jump on the rota. We operate a one-in, one-out system. Once someone is ready, the most tenured member leaves, and this person jumps in. It has worked to date, and I have never had a Strike engineer come crying to me after their first shift, begging for no more. The last thing we did was introduce a better incident command system. Up until now, we have what Brian likes to call our bat phone for incident command. You could page, you might get someone to respond, you might not. There was no dedicated team in charge of it. It was just another ragtag volunteers who felt like they might or might not be available and wanted to help. We needed more structure by this. We needed this team to feel like they had a resource at their disposal whenever they wanted it. So we did the same thing we did with Strike. We set up a 24/7 volunteer rotation of people who were keen for this kind of work, which Brian and I are both members. Strike engineers are encouraged to escalate to incident commanders as much as they need, whether it's because they're stuck and can't make progress, because they need a status update for our customers, or simply just because they don't feel empowered enough to make a business impacting decision. Incident commanders are there at their disposal and ready to support. The next thing I wanted to look at was the data. Up until now, some of our engineers had done a great job of collecting every single GitHub issue that was created for Strike, manually putting that into a spreadsheet and collating that into a monthly newsletter. It was great. It really shared with the org the spirit of the team and what they're there to do. But as the availability program manager, it wasn't really a great source of data for me. So I wanted to take it further. I wanted to get more data and I wanted to automate it. And the best way I found to do this was actually by using real-time feedback. As Brian mentioned earlier, when we moved alarms over to Strike, we made sure to audit each one. But we're almost 2 years in now, if not more, and we have some alarms where runbooks haven't been updated. The alert thresholds haven't changed their scaling. They're maybe not as appropriate as they were when we moved them. So we brought in alert triage. And this is essentially when an engineer gets a page, they open a GitHub issue, and then they can triage the alert they received once they've mitigated the impact. It's up to the individual Strike engineer whether they want to do this triage in the first place. It's not enforced, they're not required to do it, but it's for their own benefit because this page will probably go off again. They will need that runbook again. So if they want a better runbook, if they want a better alert, it's in their interest to invest in the triage process. Once they triage the alarm, all they have to do is put a simple tick in a checkbox on a GitHub comment that automatically appears. The issue gets labeled. The team who own this alert are then responsible for following up and addressing the concerns with that alarm almost immediately. And we'll see a bit more what that looks like later. The next thing we did were weekly handover meetings. Again, super simple Slack workflow. It sends an automated message to our Slack channel every Friday. The engineer gets a link to a form, they fill in that form, and then they resend that data back to Slack. That lets the next person going on call know what to expect, and it gives me real-time feedback on the experience of the engineer for that week. Not in a monthly report, not in a quarterly review, but at the time that it happens. We ask the engineer to rate how busy it was on a scale of 10, how stressful it was, any noisy alerts or problems they noticed, and then anything we can improve. That gives me an immediate backlog of how to make life easier. It lets me know if our systems are starting to feel some kind of pressure, and if our systems are feeling it, our engineers are going to feel it next. And most importantly, I get valuable context and insight from someone who knows. These strike engineers are on call regularly, every couple of weeks. They know what normal feels like. They know what to expect. If they are feeling something abnormal, that means there's something abnormal going on. And that's time for me to jump in as the availability program manager and find out what that is and resolve that not just for our customers, for business continuity, but for that strike engineer to protect their evenings, protect their night times, protect their weekends, and make sure they're not getting interrupted for no good reason. So the third thing we did then was double down on culture. For those of you who may have never seen these before, these are what we call intercomics. Everyone in Intercom gets one on the anniversary of their joining date. And as you can hopefully see through 3 of these, we celebrate strike in these. They're often called out in the text on the day the comic is shared. Your manager does a lovely, lovely promo content for you, and strike is normally mentioned. If you can look across the 3, you'll probably detect the common emblem for strike. And it's not just this. We call strike out in promotion docs. We talk about it in these celebrations. We make strike a celebrated part of our culture, which is why we now have 3 on-call rotations just like it, because it works. Our CTO, Dara, our CEO, Karen, they routinely call out strike in days off when they cover for us. Everyone appreciates the sacrifice that strike makes and what these 7 engineers do for our engineering culture. And a sign of our success is that an ongoing problem for our team, probably the biggest problem, is that most people want to join or don't want to leave. We have a one-in, one-out system, so when someone wants to join the team, someone has to leave, and it's usually the most tenured, and usually they're reluctant to move on. Here you can see our past and present strike members, which I think is a great representation of our continuing culture. But you don't have to just take our word for it. Recently, we spotted this great quote from Anna Baker at Launch Darkly in the Pragmatic Engineer blog post, where a former Intercom engineer had called out strike in their recommendation for how to do on-call next, which we think is not just a great reflection of our company, but that an individual engineer enjoyed their experience of on-call so much they were advocating for it. A serious point of pride for us. Now, this next bit's going to get a bit dangerous. So at Brian's last ShipItCon talk, he attempted, well, successfully did, demo a live deployment. I'm not going to be stupid, or shall we say ambitious enough, to try and demo a live strike page. But what I am going to do is show and not just tell. Oh, we knew this would happen. Okay, I'm going to have to sign in. I don't even know where that page is. Do you know where that is on Okta? Oh, no, I got it. Okay. Great. Sorry, bear with us 1 second. I told you it would be ambitious. You're not going to see any passwords before security come for me.
This is part of the security talk we're going to give at the next conference.
Okay, great. We're up. So, Ketan, who you might have seen earlier from our previous reviews, is going to show you what a recent page is like. So the first thing he does is create an issue. He titles that issue with what the page is related to and gives us a helpful link to the page itself and the runbook. Then, because Ketan's been woken up in the middle of the night, appropriately, he labels it with our most high severity label, a P1. He also adds on the relevant product team, and he adds on our own team label, which will come back from me in reporting later on. Instantly, because it has a P1 label, Ketan gets offered support, the support of an incident commander. There are various reasons why he might want it, but in this case, Ketan doesn't need it. He's going to progress through anyway. The next automated comment is about that triage. Ketan knows, because he's on strike for a while, that that's going to come back later. He doesn't need that right now. So he's going to dive straight in. Off the bat, offering really useful context, telling us he's gotten this page already recently, looking at the screenshots, sending links, investigating, and giving us the clear steps of what he's looking through. He identifies the impact. He notifies the relevant customer. He starts putting through the steps to get this mitigated and resolved for the night, and successfully. So yay for Ketan. He gets to go back to bed. But because Ketan is not just a great engineer, but invested in our continuous improvement at Strike, he's going to go a step further, and he's going to triage that alert. He's indicated that maybe the runbooks could have used a little bit more context here, so he's flagged that on the triage for him. And then because he loves to go the extra mile, he's also left some really helpful feedback on the issue, letting those engineers who are subject matter experts know that as an outsider, this is what's missing for him, and that's really useful perspective. Time passes, we come back to our working hours, the on-call product team find the issue, because it's still a P1, most high severity. They look through it, they find the root cause, they mitigate, that's great. They note the run book still has some work to do, so they leave that issue open. And then that issue and that alert review get flagged in additional reports so that the engineering manager knows their team needs to come back to it. And let's go back to the slides.
This is going to be exciting.
Oh yeah, I know why. There we go. And that comes back to our reports like this. So these are additional data reports I have for any issue that is labeled Team Strike. I can break them down by team, by group, by area. I can look at different heat maps to see how our culture is maybe impacting how Strike are getting paged. I have this data which augments the real-time feedback I get from our engineers. And all of that helps me manage this team to make sure that I'm getting the appropriate feedback loop and understanding not just what's going on in our systems as a signal of noise, but also what that on-call experience must feel like. So that's how we do it up till now. But what's next for us? Well, there is a real possibility, it's never happened, it's not even close to happening, but that a volunteer-based system won't work if there are no more volunteers. Hopefully, we never get to that point, and like I said, we haven't seen it to date, but it is a concern. Similarly, as Brian explained earlier, our system is built off the fact that our technical environment is conservative. Run less software, build boring software, principles we hold dear. If someday our customers demand more adventurous products, which requires more complex technical architecture, will 7 people be able to understand enough about our environment to manage it in out of hours without any additional support? That is a worry, but thankfully not one we've come across yet. What if we need a 2-minute response time? It's 15 minutes at the moment to allow for a good balance of response to a customer and the engineering experience on the other end. There's a world where customers might need us to be quicker. We need to make that trade-off shorter, and we need to start bringing in 2 minutes. And very relevant in this economic climate, what if finance don't want to bankroll us anymore? In a lot of companies, this on-call job is just an expectation of the role. It's inbuilt into your salary. At Intercom, it is an extra line item on your expense. It is a compensated model. That means extra compensation, extra money. Like I said, we now have 3 other compensated teams doing the same thing. So someday, it is potentially possible that this could happen. But we know that even if all of these things happen, or if none of them happen, we will continuously adapt and protect what we hold dear in the model as it exists today. Put our people first while adapting to our business needs, and that's what's important.
So as we bring the talk to the conclusion, it's important to note that this is our stories and not yours. Like, let's be real here. The design and implementation of our on-call setup was heavily influenced by our own culture, scale, technology stack, and even where the company was at the time when we started to take action. Like, of course it was. It wouldn't have worked otherwise. And every environment has their own needs to be met. If you try and leave this talk and copy and paste a bunch of the stuff that we did, even though we've shown some, I think, pretty useful nuts and bolts, it's probably not going to work. Like, your own technical stack, how your own teams work and collaborate, where your leadership has their focus, regulatory compliance, all of these things can and will impact the effort in improving your own on-call setup. But if you're saying we can't replicate our setup, what exactly can you do? So we think you should challenge every part of your on-call setup. I think it's a lot of on-call sucks by default. And this is a lot of work that we put in, and we're dedicated to it, to sustainably run a high-quality on-call. It requires buy-in from many parts of the organization, from the engineers on the ground building features, writing the runbook, setting the alarms, building their architecture, to the organization work, that you've seen a lot of here today, the operations of the on-call team, and then committing to doing things like following up on action items, dealing with escalations, and dealing with all the messy details of issues and P1s and the works. However, we think the work is worth it. Your engineers, your families, your communities, your pets, I think they'll all greatly appreciate rolling out compensated, volunteer, human-centric on-call. And when it comes down to it, it helps things like employee and satisfaction and retention.
Start small, build momentum, get buy-in, and then pretend this is the way you have always done things. Everyone's favorite cliche motivational quote, adapt or die, rings true here. Continually improve, get different people involved, always challenge your model, and as much as possible, make it self-sustaining. Fool people into thinking this is the way you've always done it, and the only way you're going to continue to do it. Most importantly, Your customers and your business matter, but not at the expense of your people. There is a delicate balance, a balance we have to identify and prioritize. We have to protect it and protect them. So in the end, don't let the computers win. Thank you. There we go.
Okay, guys, I saw a couple of you inquiring about the coffee and tea, so we're going to break for another little break just for you guys to get re-energized before we go hopping into our evening session. Okay, so we're going to kick things back up at 3:15. So please get up, stretch your legs, do a little bit of mingling once again, and we'll be back at 3:15. Okay, guys, we're ready to kick back up again. So I'll give you guys a couple of minutes to get back into your seats, grab your coffees and your teas. Perfect, great. I'm a little bit sad to say that we're on to our evening portion of ShipItCon because it means that it's nearly over. However, we do have amazing speakers lined up for the evening session. So without further ado, I'm going to introduce our next two speakers. Joining us, we have Brian Long and Julia Grabos from Tynes, sharing how an ambitious project is destined to have a lot of interesting failures along the way and how these failures can make a team more resilient. So guys, please give them a huge round of applause for Julia and Brian.
Hello. So I'm Brian. I'm the head of engineering at Tynes, and I've been at Tynes since March 2020.
And I'm Julia, and I'm also a software engineer at Tynes, and I've been with Tynes for the past 2 years. Before that, I graduated from UCC.
And today we're going to tell you the story of how we created and added a programming language to our product. We're going to tell you why we did something that crazy. We're going to tell you how you can do something that crazy too. And we're going to go through, how a project that kind of ambitious can have just a bunch of really interesting failures along the way. And we'll go through some of the lessons that we learned from those failures and how we used it to change our processes and make ourselves more resilient to those sort of problems in the future.
So before we go any further, I must quickly explain to you what Tynes is and how it works. What you see on the screen is a Tynes automation story. Stories are composed of actions and events. Actions hold the configurations for individual automations, and events are the data that flow between them. When an action runs, it emits an event that flows downstream. All other downstream actions can then leverage that data to run tasks and produce more data. So in this story, we make a HTTP request to a WHOIS service to get a longitude and a latitude reading for a user. We then leverage that data to make another HTTP request to a weather forecast service. The service returns a list of expected hourly readings of precipitation in millimeters. We then perform a simple transformation on this data to fetch the reading for the next hour. If the reading is 0, we know up, but if it's greater than 0, we send an email to the user indicating that they should probably bring in their washing. So to make Tynes actually useful, we must provide our customers with a way to interpolate data from their events into their actions. For this, we use Shopify's open source templating language called Liquid. While we call ourselves a low-code, no-code platform, this is not very low-code. So to configure automations, our users were faced with JSON strings with all of their complexities of brackets and commas. And to interpolate, they had to memorize the Liquid syntax of curly braces and pipes. Once again, for a non-programmer, this is pretty high code. But it gets worse. So the Liquid pipe syntax, while familiar to Bash users, is just different enough to get confusing when it comes to multiple function parameters. Liquid is a templating language intended for use in HTML files. So as a result, everything is a string, and at most, some basic looping or logic is required. So because the intention is clearly text manipulation, and our use case is JSON object manipulation, the obvious limitations force users to get creative when it comes to solving problems. And that leads to some full-blown, sometimes gnarly code. So this is an example of how you'd build an array of objects in Tynes. We initialize an empty string. We loop over the array of objects. In this case, they hold emails. For each email, we append it to the string, followed by a comma. At the end of the loop, we append a random string to get around the JSON invalid syntax of trailing commas. Then, in lockstep, we remove that string again, and cast the entire thing to an object using our custom as-object Liquid filter hack. So while hugely impressive for users to come up with this, it does not align with our no-code vision.
Yes, so Tynes is currently aimed mostly at security engineers. So these would be people who are incredibly technical, though they may not want to or quite have the capability to build out these kind of fully fledged pieces of automation, write large software systems to automate their repetitive work. So Tynes is aimed at them to help them automate their work and their daily job. But they're just technical enough that they can do those things that Julia described, right? They definitely are very comfortable with things like JSON and bash commands. They're familiar with all of these concepts, and they can come up with some super clever hacks. But that's not really where we see times ending. We want to build a product that can steadily over time start to serve more and more of any sort of modern organization. A product that any kind of knowledge worker can use to hook together different APIs to automate the repetitive parts of their jobs so they can get back to the higher value work. So while today people will be faced with something like this, or previously people would be faced with something like this, we were thinking, wouldn't it be great to do, let's face it, a fairly simple thing, and put a UI over that. So now, instead of having to know there's a magic URL key where you enter the address that you want to make a HTTP request against, now you have a form. So it's not super controversial. It's a pretty obvious next step. But as we were kind of thinking about this back in March of 2021, we were examining this feature set and going through all the different bits of configuration and figuring out the kind of UI we'd need to put on top of it. We'd started calling this our no-code mode project, so where the JSON editing is like kind of a code mode that we would present a nice UI, a no-code mode. But we were thinking through this and realized that that UI would not solve all of those problems that Julia just described. So these less technical users that we want to win over, they would come on board in the product. They would be able to configure things, sure, without needing to know about JSON syntax. But pretty quickly, they'd run into Liquid. And they'd run into needing to do all of those mad hacks of trying to get something that's designed for text manipulation to deal with more structured data, JSON data. So we started thinking about that larger problem, and we started searching around for a larger answer to that larger problem. So with Liquid, as it's aimed at text manipulation, every sort of data manipulation that isn't to do with text got really complicated. So this is how, with Liquid, in times you would add two numbers together, which is crazy, right? But we started thinking about other products that can, or other pieces of software that can add two numbers together. We realized there's actually a pretty popular type of application out there, one that lots of people know how to use. It's been around for about 40 years, and arguably can lay claim to being the original no-code or low-code kind of platform. And that is a spreadsheet application, right? Here is how you would add two numbers in a spreadsheet application, or even more simply, literally just add the two numbers together. That will work too. So yeah, we started looking at that for inspiration. The lowest estimate I found from a quick bit of Googling for the number of spreadsheet users in the world is about 500 million people. I struggle to believe that a little bit, but like taking it as read that it is 500 million people, that would imply that hundreds of millions of people understand what's going on in those lower two boxes. So yeah, we were starting to think this is a pretty good place to look. And we started to plan out a bit of a project around this. Now, with Liquid, we were able to use something open off the shelf. So it's an open source library that was available in Ruby, the language we used on our backend. And for that, yeah, we could just drop in the library to use Liquid. But for this new project, we knew we were going to have to build our own capability, write our own software in order to execute and evaluate small formulas like this.
So to effectively demonstrate that work that goes into building a programming language, we will focus on a very simple and incomplete example of a language that can handle basic calculator operations in plain old Ruby. So building a language can be decomposed into 3 steps: building a lexer, a parser, and an interpreter. So the lexer is responsible for breaking down the input string into an array of tokens, each with a particular meaning. So in our example, the things that look like numbers would become number tokens, and those that look like operators will be operator tokens. So to step through the program that takes 2 + 2 as input, we loop through the input string and step through the characters. If we see white space, we simply skip them and we continue our loop. If we recognize an operator, we assign it to a special character token. If you recognize a number, we assign it to a number token. And if anything else is encountered, we throw an error. So the output of the lexer is a list of tokens that hold the type, the raw text, and its location in the input. So once we have our input tokenized, we move on to the parser. The parser's job is to turn the linear tokenized input list into a structure called abstract syntax tree, or AST for short. Stepping through the program, we parse the first token in the input. If we encounter a number token, we create a number node. If something other than a number is encountered, we throw an error. If we continue peeking the input and encounter an operator, we create an operator node and connect it to the previously created number node. Then we parse the right side of the expression, another number node. We link the right side of the expression to our previously created operator node and return the branch to connect it to the program. So the output is an ASD, and that maps the relationship between the nodes and their order of execution. Finally, the interpreter, which takes the ASD as input, it traverses the program, interprets the nodes, and translates them to machine instructions, or executes code. So stepping through the code again, we loop through the program and interpret each node or translate it. If we encounter a binary operator, we interpret the left and right side of the expression. We do this by fetching the value from the number nodes. We continue interpreting and fetch the operator node from the operator from the operator node. Some special treatment is required for the division operator to prevent the illegal zero division operation, and then we use the Ruby built-in fdiv to handle floating point division. For all other operators, we use the Ruby built-ins, and we perform the calculation. So the output of our program is the result of a simple calculation, 2 + 2 is 4. So this is an example of a very simple and incomplete language, but building a fully fledged one that is fully complete takes many more complex details and challenges, and we will not bore you with those today.
Cool. So yeah, in April and May of 2021, we started working on this. We built a lexer, a parser, and an interpreter. We even handle all of those complex details that we're not going to bore you with today. The going was pretty good at the start. About 4 weeks in, we had something we were ready to demo internally. We thought we were really onto a winner. But week by week, scope grew and grew. Here are all the tech docs from our Notion node that we wrote on just this project. So I think what you're seeing here was that we were really kind of struggling to understand what exactly it was that the feature set would be that we would land for our customers. We were a little bit nervous about the change we were about to make. So a lot of our existing users had become really proficient with Liquid and doing some of those crazy hacks. They were starting to feel very, very comfortable with the language. And we knew we were going to upset the apple cart a little bit. So we started also working in tandem with the core of the language on a bunch of extra kind of carrots to win them over, extra little things we could give them that would make the system as a whole feel a little bit better when you were in this new mode, using this new language instead of Liquid. One such thing was that no-code mode idea I was talking about earlier. So yeah, we were working on this alongside formulas. We were going to deliver them together. And more than that, we were working on a whole bunch of other very nice bells and whistles. So real IDE-like features, so a type-ahead autocomplete UI with inline documentation, result preview, all that sort of good stuff. So we were accumulating a lot of code in our code base, but we weren't shipping it to our customers. So essentially what we were doing was we were building up this massive amount of inventory. So unshipped code, I think, is like inventory. It's sitting in your warehouse. You've paid to buy it, to put it there. Now you're paying to store it, to keep it around, and it's not earning you any money. So we took a moment at this point. We were about 4 months into the project, and we hadn't shipped anything. The project was getting bigger and bigger, and we really reflected on how we could stop this trend, I guess, of accumulating more changes, how we could go the other direction, break it down, start shipping some things. So we looked again at this no-code mode feature, which had predated all of this formula stuff, and we realized that in kind of adding it into this formulas project, we were really making I guess, a set of poor decisions there, in that we were, instead of taking a big project and making it smaller, we were taking 2 small projects and making one big one. And in doing that, we were increasing the risk of the project as a whole. And this idea that we wanted to have these carrots that would really help sell this core kind of feature set, and that was really a poor idea as well, right? We needed to believe in the change that we were going to make. We needed to know that it was definitely the right thing. We needed it to stand on its own 2 feet. So in looking at this no-code mode feature set, we realized, hey, do you know what? This has so little to do with formulas. We can actually take that out of that project and ship it as it stands today and have it work with our system as it was at that point in time, have it work with Liquid. So in August of 2021, we did that. We backported it to Liquid. We shipped it on its own. That was so valuable, valuable for a couple of reasons. First, it's stopped the rot a little bit. That big project now became 2 smaller projects. So when we released this, we had a little bit of user re-education to do just on this no-code mode feature set. So if that had been released as part of a larger change, that re-education would have been even harder. We also managed to get a nice round of feedback on this feature set alone, and that feedback possibly would have been lost if it had been bundled up into a larger project. So it's super valuable to us to break it out and ship it in isolation. So at this point, we were feeling pretty good. So we were actually using our new formulas language internally quite a lot. But in using it internally, we started to notice something. So one of our kind of core ideas with this new formulas language was that we would remove any sort of idea of templating now. So Liquid was a templating language. We realized that was the wrong thing for Tines. Tines is all about manipulating more complex data structures, not text templating. But we realized as we were dogfooding the product in change in preparation for releasing it, that actually a ton of the use cases that we have and our customers have are around building up large bits of text. So it turns out people use Tines quite a lot and take the really valuable data flowing through it that they've manipulated and gathered and transformed and worked on. They then take that data and they send it in an email, or they post it in a Jira update. So they're taking this structured text that we're designing heavily towards supporting in a much better way, and they're templating with it, essentially. And our original idea had been to have our system work in two very discrete and simple modes. Either a field was prefixed with an equal sign, which would turn on all of the formulas capability, or it wasn't, in which case you just get the static value. So that's exactly what spreadsheets do, right? If you start the field with an equal sign, then you get this dynamic behavior. And in spreadsheets, the way strings are built up is through string concatenation. And we thought, perfect, let's keep going with the model and use string concatenation. As you can imagine, that model, if you're building up a very complex email, maybe an email or a Jira update that has a table in it, how are you going to loop inside of that? It was all getting very, very tricky. And our customer success team actually did an amazing job at this point of really advocating for the experience of users of our platform, really pushed back on us and just really pointed out the extent to which we were about to make something that was actually quite pleasant to before this change. We were about to make it significantly worse. So we had one more problem to solve.
So Pulse were an excellent solution to our templating problem, and they allowed us to abstract the Cody syntax of wrapping expressions in curly braces. Avoiding the curly brace syntax being front and center also flowed nicely with our no-code ideology. Next, we tackled the usability of the approach. Previously, users would type double curly braces to begin an expression, but porting this behavior to formulas didn't sit right with us. Maintaining those symbols as trigger characters would still force users to associate a special syntactical meaning with those characters, just like learning a new programming language. Instead, we stuck with our spreadsheet metaphor and adapted the equal sign as the pill trigger character. Finally, to also support non-technical users, we would add a button to the UI that would insert the pill upon clicking it. So having learned from the no-code UI feature shipped earlier in the project, we knew that if we committed to adding pills to formulas, it would once again delay shipping. And a moment of epiphany came over us when we realized that Liquid suffered from the same problems and also had room for pills. Conveniently, it would also make the syntax to formulas, its syntax change to formulas easier, because the pills act as a layer of abstraction. Only the text inside of the pills would change and not the surrounding syntax. But pills were not enough to guarantee a smooth transition in our eyes. We were already sitting on some code in our inventory, the autocomplete builder. So once again, without too much extra effort, we backported the functionality to Liquid. We had been holding back the builder as a carrot to win customers over to formulas, but gaining the knowledge that shipping formulas on its own was worth it was much more valuable than sitting on inventory. But even after shipping the pills and the builder with great success and positive customer feedback, we still didn't know how to go about shipping formulas. So we needed a complicated and thorough migration of existing user stories with the guarantee that they will not break and critical workflows would remain operational. So we got to work on a Liquid to formulas transpiler. So the transpiler worked by taking the Liquid abstract syntax tree, as described earlier, the output of the parser, running it through a number of functions and emitting a parallel formulas ASD. This was then validated against the grammar and serialized back into code, but formulas this time. In essence, the amount of code written and time taken to perform the migration was just as great, if not greater, than the effort to write the formulas language in the first place. And even then, we were not left with a fully automatic one-to-one transpiler. So while most expressions had a one-to-one mapping, a significant amount of them did not. It took a combination of heuristics and manual tweaks pre- and post-transpilation to tackle a limited amount of complex examples. Firstly, we look at a trivial translation of the liquid addition operation. So the liquid filter becomes a simple arithmetic equation, and unsurprisingly, the transpiler was able to perform this one for us on its own. Next is a tricky example of an array contains implementation using a for loop. It really illustrates the switch from an imperative programming style using loops and variables to a functional one. So this translation was vastly more complicated, and unfortunately the transpiler was not capable of performing it for us and required human intervention. So the logic that would be needed to have this run automatically was way too complex to implement and would take way too long. And this was partially due to not having a direct mapping for the variable mechanism in Liquid of assigns and captures in formulas. Nonetheless, with some manual tweaks, we constructed an equivalent expression and arguably produced a much more readable syntax.
As that was going on, that work on that transpiler, in March of 2022, we actually first turned formulas on for all new signups. So anyone at that point who visited our site and signed up for Times, they got the new thing, they got formulas, and they never knew Liquid existed. And then a couple of months later, in May of 2022, transpiler was complete. The migration of our existing user base over to formulas began. We were code complete, rollout had started, project winding down. So there's the full timeline. How did we do overall? So I think it's fair to say that most projects, especially the larger ones, they're rarely complete successes where you don't have any lessons you could learn from them. They're often rarely complete absolute failures where there are no positives you can take from them. Most fall somewhere in the middle, and I think that's definitely the case with our formulas project. So let's start with our successes. So the headline is that once we turned this on and released it for customers new and existing, we got a ton of really positive feedback. People really, really loved it. It made the platform a lot easier to use and a lot more powerful for a whole bunch of our users. Kind of the second thing that I think I would call out as a success in that project was that we weren't happy to just sit on all of that software. We did fight really, really hard to carve out chunks of it and ship early. Even when it wasn't maybe the most obvious thing to do, we did find a way to break things down and ship a little bit faster and a little bit sooner. The final thing I'd call out is we were not a big team by any stretch of the imagination while all of this was going on. For most of that timeline, there were less than half a dozen engineers in the company as a whole. So we were not just working on this as well, we were working on lots of other product features and scaling up our cloud infrastructure all the while. For the most part, there were literally at most 1 to 2 engineers working on this project. And it's a real testament to their dedication and their skill and their hard work that we managed to deliver something so successful in the end. But on to the failures. So we practice continuous deployment. We can dream up features, make the change, ship them and have them live for our customers in a half an hour. Promise you that can and does happen. Most things we work on, of course, are a little bit bigger than that. A lot of things take us about a couple of weeks. The bigger projects would take us a month, maybe 2. Here we were sitting on code unshipped for almost a year. By our standards, that was a failure. So as I think we've heard a bunch today, failures happen. Absolutely they do. It's only if you're not being ambitious enough, I think, that you'll avoid any sort of failures. But yeah, as many people have said on this stage before me, the really, really important thing, right, is to learn from those failures. So I don't think it's controversial to say that taking a year to ship software is just too long. And it's not particularly novel or groundbreaking to suggest that we should break it up into smaller bits, ship early, ship often, ship faster. So the Agile Manifesto, which is around 20 years old, was talking about these things, right? So the answer isn't as simple as ship earlier, ship faster. As a team, I think we're actually quite good at that in general. We do embrace and understand those ideas. Every other project we've worked on, we've managed to break down into smaller chunks, ship iteratively, move a hell of a lot faster with. So what actually did go wrong here? So I'm going to suggest there are kind of a couple of things at play. So one, a lot of real-world, really, really big projects are actually just really hard to break down into smaller increments. You can say, hey, wouldn't it be great if we shipped in a bunch of like steady milestones? Sometimes you're looking at a project and you just cannot see what that intermediate set of milestones might look like. What are the things I can break out of this that will add value to my users? There's nothing. I need to ship all or nothing. So that's one thing. And I think the other thing that can happen with a project like this is you can get a little bit of summit fever. So we had tried to think about this larger answer to the larger problem. And we got really excited about the solution we came up with. And it potentially blinded us a little bit to maybe some of the different directions we could have taken, alternative paths we could have plotted through this project. And as a thought experiment, then it's kind of interesting to think back on this project. And with the benefit of hindsight, which is massive here, we can maybe talk about what one of those alternative paths might have looked like. So step one would have been taking all of those features we did manage to break out during the course of the project and ship those in isolation. Nothing to do with formulas. Ship those first, get value from them, learn from them, and then move on. This was definitely easier to see in hindsight. Kind of, when you're in the thick of a project, it can be hard to spot these things as they're happening. But imagine we did do that. And then imagine if step two was to actually write our own Lexer parser interpreter for Liquid, or take the open source project and fork it. So how would we do that? Well, a lot of the problems we were facing were certain missing features or certain features Liquid did have that we didn't want it to have, some odd behaviors, some behaviors that were very much aimed at a text templating use case that were just wrong for us. So by taking control of that language, we could have started to make those changes, each of which would probably have required a small migration on its own, but taken bit by bit potentially would have made for a series of smaller, easier migrations to perform. And having done that then, we still wouldn't be where we wanted to be. We'd still be using the wrong sort of language with the wrong sort of syntax. But with all of those changes maybe accumulated up to that point, an easy step three then might have been to simply change the syntax, right? At that point, it could have been a very superficial change. That last migration, rather than this big bang, very tricky, thorny thing, could have been a very easy one-to-one mapping, flipped from pipes to function calls as your style of syntax. So that's kind of one alternative we could have taken, and maybe, again, easier to see with the benefit of hindsight. That's a different path we could have potentially carved through this project. So it did kind of beg the question, is like, how could we have structured our team or the way we work to just increase our chances of spotting those opportunities to take these different paths through a project? And I think the answer comes in maybe a small process tweak. So I think most of us will recognize that we work in some sort of a planning and delivery cycle, right? By whatever name you call it, every now and again, you're going to sit down, you're going to look at your backlog, you're going to prioritize it, you're going to pick some projects, you're going to go away and work on those projects, release, rinse, repeat. So one thing I think that's quite common in those sort of planning cycles is you go into those meetings where you're trying to pick what you're going to work on through this next cycle, and there's sort of this automatic assumption that the stuff you had been working on that has not yet shipped, that you're going to just continue working on that. And I think it's a little bit of the sunk cost fallacy kicking in here. So you just have this idea that, hey, if we drop this project now, all of that work has gone to waste. But after this formulas project, we made a small tweak to how we work. What we did was, during those prioritization discussions, we explicitly penalized the projects that we're going to carry from one cycle to the next. So we explicitly made them less likely to be selected in our next cycle. And what actually happens when you do that is not so much that you drop a load of work on the floor, but knowing that this is a possibility before you ever begin really does make you work just that little bit harder to find the smaller increment that you can ship within whatever cycle you're kind of working in. And yeah, so far over the last couple of months, I think it really has pushed us to get even more creative with some of the really large things we want to do over the next while. We've already spotted some opportunities to break out a smaller piece of the puzzle and kind of ship that in isolation. So to leave you then with a couple of ideas, no matter how much, I guess, you really believe in and embrace the ideas of like continuous deployment, small, fast shipping, being very nimble like that, real world projects just often don't want to work that way. They just refuse to budge, either because you're getting a little bit excited by the end result you ultimately want to get to, or because you literally just can't spot that way to break it down into milestones. But you can, to some degree, make real world projects get into line. You can make them fit that shape of the way you want to work. And I think a really good way of doing that is by explicitly deprioritizing projects that aren't shipping, being willing to say, we're going to cut our losses here. So yeah, that's it. That's the story of our formulas project, its successes, its failures, and of course the lessons that we learned. So thank you all very much.
I'm feeling a little bit down now because I know that we're right at the end, which makes me a little bit sad because I've been enjoying being with you guys here today. However, our next speaker is basically the LeBron James, Steph Curry to the tech world. We have Laura Nolan, who's honestly a superstar in her own right. I honestly want to be like you when I grow up. I'm not even lying. I can't think of a better person or a better speaker to be able to close out this amazing day today. So I'm going to just stop talking and let her get up onto the stage to share with you just what she's going to be speaking about, because I can't remember. But guys, please give a huge round of applause to Laura Nolan. Thank you.
Which is I was expecting to be presenting from your laptop. Oh, there it is. Hello. It's very good to be here. There's no place like home. I do realize I am the main thing that is between you guys and the after party, so I'll try and keep it, on time and reliable. So, this is me. I do stuff. I worked at Google for a good long time. I was an SRE there, and most recently I was at Slack. I left there 3 or 4 weeks ago, and I'm now just at the start of a very strange startup journey. We are trying to make software to make production make more sense. One of the things I'm known for most recently is I used to write all of Slack's big public incident posts. And, for my sins, they generally make it onto the top of places like SRE Weekly and Hacker News, and they're quite widely read. And as a result of the fact that our CTO kept asking me to do this, I spent a bit of time thinking about how do I write the most engaging incident report possible. So that's what this talk is about. So this is my TLDR. After this, you can go for your pint if that's what you want to do. This is the basics. So I'm going to argue that it's valuable to your organization and to the industry to write engaging incident reports. I'm going to demonstrate why I think it's important to focus on the story and not treat your incident report as a big form that you fill in. I'm going to talk about how you support your readers so that the stuff that you write is accessible to everybody. We're going to talk about visuals, why those are important, see a few examples of those. We're going to talk about the role of analysis, which kind of wraps up your incident review in a satisfying way, and also lets you try and pass on what you've learned in the course of doing this work. And we're going to talk a bit about style. So hopefully this will be an engaging 30 minutes. So first off, why do I think we should write this stuff down? There's a few reasons. So first off, sharing knowledge is important. And I'm going to talk a bit more about why I think that is. And I think it's important both in your organization to share knowledge in your team and with your partner teams. And I think it's important as well to do it outside of your own organization so that we can sort of lift the whole industry. But the primary role of your written incident report in both cases is for learning and for serving as a sort of a historical record. If you do your job well, people who are joining your company in 3-4 years might be reading those incident reports if those same systems are still in use. I also think that writing long form encourages thoughtful reflection, which is what we need. An awful lot of pain in production and an awful lot of missed opportunities to make our systems resilient are because we take a 5-minute look and we go, okay, I know what happened here. And you put in place some quick remediations and you don't really sort of think about how this event fits into the broader sequence of events that you may be experiencing. So this is sort of the industry perspective. I don't know if everyone has seen this wonderful website, The Void. It's a store of public postmortems written by all sorts of organizations. I feel like this is particularly valuable for open source software and also for SaaS. All these pieces of software, they have sharp edges, and I'll cut myself today, and maybe I can stop you cutting yourself tomorrow. These things can also feed into, actually improving the product as well. I have found that users and customers do appreciate transparency. You see a lot of frustration, likes of Amazon, they post like a little one-page sort of root cause analysis, and everyone is like, what really happened? I think it helps us as an industry to, give an honest and sincere account of what really happened. By and large, it's good for us. So, I'm going to take a bit of water because my voice must be reliable. So this slide here is a chunk of text from, and by the way, I realized when I was writing this talk, obviously, normally your first rule of slides is be visual, your 3 bullet points. And then I'm like, man, I am trying to give a presentation here about how to do long-form writing. I have to break the rules. So I'm breaking the rules because the rules are only guidelines. But this slide is from a very short paper called How Complex Systems Fail. It's by Richard Cook, who's a medical doctor interested in resilience and safety. And his big thesis here is that your systems are constantly changing, your team's constantly changing, things around you are constantly changing. Therefore, you must constantly be learning. And the organizations that are successful at running complex systems, which distributed systems are complex systems, your team is a complex system. Organizations that are successful at that, they emphasize learning. The value is in learning. The value is not in, I wrote this document, and now the document is written, and I get to check a box. You can do that all year long, and you will learn nothing. So focus on learning, not on process. So, about 6 years ago, there was a book came out called the Site Reliability Engineering Book, How Google Runs Production Systems. And I wrote one of the chapters in that book, and there are parts of it I don't agree with. Well, 4 engineers in a room, 5 different opinions, there's no surprise there, right? But there are parts of it I don't agree with, and one of them is the chapter on postmortems. I had to split this across 3 slides. This is the first part of the recommended incident template. And this is the second part. And this is the third part. And that's a lot of parts. This is not a story. This is a giant form you have to fill in. What happens when you give a person a giant form to fill in? They go, man, I hate filling in forms. I will do this as fast as possible. And then I will go and do anything else, literally anything else. So it's a giant form. Cookie cutter is good for cookies. It is not good for stories. So this is why I don't like that particular chapter of the book. It encourages you to fill in a giant form. And very little learning typically happens when you fill in a giant form. So and you know what, it's fine. It's fine to collect all this metadata, but that shouldn't be the emphasis of your process. You should start with a story. Okay, so there are a number of cultural references in this presentation, and I realized at the end that they're all from the 90s. Now, this is not because I'm old, although I am in fact old. This is because culture fragmented after the 90s. We had the internet and everyone went off in their own little cultural bubble. So that, not my advanced age, is why all the references are from the 90s. So this is from an episode of Star Trek, The Next Generation, back when Star Trek was good. Okay, honorable mention to Strange New Worlds. Back when Star Trek was good, they had this story, and this was Darmok and Jalad. So the basic deal here is that Captain Picard, he has been kidnapped onto this planet with these alien people. And these alien people, they speak in a way he cannot understand. They say things like, Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra, or, dude face when the walls fell. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to sort of communicate in stories. When this guy says, Darmok and Jalad at Tanagra, he means, collaboration, helping each other against the odds. And his people understand that because they know the story. And they use that story as a feeling, right? And if I say to you, Postgres, transaction ID wraparound, Yeah, I guarantee you, some of you know that story. Yeah. So, stories are really powerful. We should tell stories. So, just for fun, I took Jurassic Park, more 90s culture, and I wrote it up as the recommended IOR format from the Google book. Yeah. Is Steven Spielberg making this film? Is he? No, he's not, right? This is like just about the most boring thing you can have, right? All of your incident stories, they are disaster stories, and they are detective stories. These are great narrative forms. You know, use it. So, now, here's where I break all the rules of presentations. Sorry. Here's an example of something I thought was great. This is a write-up from Firefox. They had an outage in 2022, or in January 13th, this year. Basically, everyone's browser stopped working for a while, as long as we had certain configuration settings. And they do a really good job of telling the story. And I kind of pulled out these little lines of text because I think they're great because they tell you about how they were thinking. You know, what did they know? What did they suspect? Detective story. This is a great read. So I'll post these slides on my Twitter, or possibly the ShipItCon folks will post them later, but I made short links for all of the outages. So this is a good example. This is the sort of thing we want. It's great. This is possibly my very favorite outage write-up ever. And not only because I ran console for 3 fairly painful years. This outage is great because it's a great level of detail. It tells you why things are the way they are. And it's just beautifully written. You know, it's got a real sense of drama, you know. We are in the middle of an outage. We just don't know it yet. They're holding their breaths. They're watching the graphs. We've all been there. We've all been there. You know, this is a great report for putting you in their shoes. That's really good. So, supporting the reader is the next thing. I think we all make this mistake. You know, we sit down and we write the thing, and we can understand it perfectly because we know the jargon, and we know what, you know, Team Foobar does, and we know that, you know, Cheesy Potato is the control plane for your orchestration or whatever thing, right? This will not make sense outside of your company. It may not make sense to people the next team over. And it won't make sense to the person who joins your organization in 6 months and who needs to know and understand what you know now. So we support the reader. We explain our jargon. We try and explain why things are the way they are, not just this is the way it is, but this is the way it is because reasons. There's an art of getting a sort of a concise explanation into the text without ending up 30 pages long. And again, I've got some examples of this. And it's really useful to just link out to more information. It's perfectly okay to use a hyperlink. So, transaction ID wraparound, here we are, Darmok and Jalad. This is a lovely write-up. Sentry do lovely work. So this little snippet of text, they do a great, concise job of explaining what's going on. And they also link out to a longer explanation. This gives you enough that you can read the rest of the report and understand it. And that's exactly what you want. Here's another one that's really nice. Go Cardless do great stuff as well. This first paragraph here, they're explaining the why of what they're doing. They're explaining why they're using Vault. You know, they're trying to, you know, have, you know, self-managed secrets, least privilege. And, you know, this is nice. There's a lot of moving parts here, but they're explaining how they fit together. So the next thing is be visual. I think we all know that a picture is worth 1,000 words, at least. And, you know, not up with the current exchange rate, but pictures are really powerful. And what's more than that, they don't replace your text. What they do is they reinforce your text. Different people have different ways of understanding things, of taking information in. It's really helpful to give that information in more than one way. People will take it in better. And it stops you having this great big wall of text. It is super intimidating to sit down and look at a couple of thousand words of unbroken text staring you in the face. I'm pretty good at reading things. That intimidates me. But throwing in some code snippets and graphs and all sorts of visuals really helps. This one is nice. This is a pretty recent one by Cloudflare. Cloudflare always write lovely outage reports and outrageously fast. I don't know. I mean, sometimes I think they plan their outages. Yeah. Still, this is good. This is sort of explaining, they're reinforcing some part of their text that's explaining how BGP filters work. Now, BGP, one of those things, doesn't seem that hard, yet we're always screwing it up. So this is nice. This is a good explanation. It visually supports the reader as well. So it's not just being visual and breaking everything up. It's also supporting the reader by helping you understand the reasons for what's going on. This is a really good one by Honeycomb. This is like a 20-page PDF that they released where they analyze a whole sequence of incidents that they had. And it's a really interesting read. I mean, they're pretty much doing it all right in this one, I think. But this is an example of a visual that's, okay, it's not flashy or colorful, but what it does is it really shows how they actually changed their system. You can very clearly see on the left, they're sort of linearly allocating their shards to this Beagle system, and on the right, they're mixing it up and getting better load distribution. So here is a really good job of using a very simple graphic. I mean, this is probably just done in Google Draw or something. It doesn't need to be flashy, but this is a whole lot better than just the text description. This is one that I co-wrote with Rafael Avira. He did the diagram, so he gets the credit. And this is sort of a timeline of a bunch of attempts that we had of turning on DNSSEC. Some of them were not so good. But I think this did a nice job of just sort of explaining the sequence of what happened and what the outcome was. We've had amazing advances in the last 5 or so years of lovely little web services that help you write or help you create really engaging visuals in very little time for very little effort. You don't have to be super skilled to create visuals like this. Lucid Charts is great. Excalidraw is great if you want that sort of homey look. I've seen people do great stuff, even just hand drawing their diagrams. So you've got lots of options. Any one of you in this room can do this. So, analysis. A lot of people say, and this is one of these places where there's a little bit of different opinions going on. Some people are like, just the facts, man. I just want to know what happened. And those people, I say, you may be factually based, but you're not engaging. And I'm going for engaging here. So when you sit down and you write a report, and I should say as well, when you do one of these deep reports, you go and you talk to all the people in your organization who are involved in this thing, and you get their stories, and you make sure that you have your facts right, and you write narrative. And you and all those people that you talk to, you're going to have feelings, and you're going to have things that you've learned, and you're going to have things that you want to connect that report to. This is your analysis. It's the moral of the story, right? And a story that's just like X happened and Y happened and Z happened and then you stop. It's not good. Read any good novel, there's always like a little bit of, wrapping things up, sort of like drawing out a bit of a conclusion. Back at school they said, you beginning, middle, end, conclusion. This is your conclusion to your postmortem. So don't be scared of having some analysis here. Here's another example from, again, my very favorite outage report. He's sort of just wrapping it up with this observation. They got us this situation, the fancy management tools cannot fix it. His conclusion here is you have to know how your system works under the hood so that you can be adaptive when these kinds of unexpected things happen. I think that's a great lesson to draw from that story. I think it's one that many of us can relate to. It's a really nice way of wrapping up this piece of writing. Honeycomb, again, the long multi-outage analysis that they did, they have this bit of analysis that they put in at the end. We operate too far from the edge. We can't anticipate when we're going to get to the edge. We get too close to it. we're constantly in firefighting mode. We get tired, our team loses that capacity to fight the fires effectively and get to a better place. You have to have that balance. That, again, is a great conclusion to draw. It leaves you with a nice feeling of we've all learned something and we can move on. Approaching the end. This is great news. Your pints are being drawn as we speak. Craft. You're writing something that other people are going to read. If you do your job well, maybe a lot of people will read it over time. So given that we're writing once and hopefully reading a bunch of times, it's worth just paying a bit of attention so that the writing is nice and pleasant to read. A title is very good. If you can think of some sort of descriptive or creative title, that's fine. That's great. You've seen a lot of quite creative titles, the 20 Fires of September and stuff like this. This one is nice because it's descriptive. It's not particularly a joke or like anything kind of smart, but it's a nice, plain, descriptive title. You'll remember that. Because there's nothing worse than, oh man, I read something like 3 years ago that this reminds me of and I can't find it now. So work on a title. The worst possible title is, outage that happened on September 3rd, 2022. And you're just like, okay, you'll never remember that. Simple, clear language. The worst thing is when people are just using a whole bunch of really complicated terms just for the sake of it. Keep your language simple and clear. Avoid very difficult to parse sentences. Sometimes somebody might, like a fool, try and read your thing before they've had their coffee. Be kind to them. Simple, clear language. Here's a great example. There's no pretension here. They're just telling the story in nice, simple, easy to read language. There's a kind of a tone thing. Some people come from an academic background. They might be used to writing academic papers. That's not the tone you really want in an incident report. It's, again, a bit dry, difficult to read. Conversely, your service has probably been down. You may have users that are a bit grumpy at you. You don't want to be too informal. Just have a voice. Think of it like an engineer talking to another engineer. You're having a conversation with a peer. That is a good tone to use. Unless your peers are jerks. Avoid walls of text. Again, remember, somebody might be reading this before their coffee. Headings are a great way of breaking up a long piece of text. They give people like a sort of a signpost to what this next section is about. And again, if you want to come back and refer to something later, a section heading is tremendously useful. The visuals are also a nice thing here for sort of breaking up that text wall. Sentence rhythm. There's a sort of a sneaky bit of style where you can have like a sort of a medium-length sentence and a medium-length sentence. And the last thing you want to do is have a third medium-length sentence. Use a short sentence. You can have a long sentence, but then you need to mix it up with a couple of medium and short sentences. It's actually sometimes useful if you've written a section, read it out aloud. And if it's a very sort of dull, monotonous rhythm, maybe see if you can just tweak it a little bit. Use a consistent tense. The most logical one for something that happened in the past is, shockingly, the past tense. But you could tell it in the present tense if you wanted. It would be a little odd, but just be consistent. Now, avoid confusing people. Do not use confusing or obscure or cultural references or metaphors. I've used the 3 seashells here from Demolition Man because, frankly, this works whether you get that reference or whether you don't. This is the last of our 90s media references. Just be empathetic that somebody reading what you're writing may not come from the same context as you. Don't use Irishisms. Don't be like, your one went and restarted the service. Don't do it. Very last one. Your incident report is not a sales pitch. There is nothing that will annoy people as much as reading an incident report that's like, yes, and we used our own awesome tools to totally remediate the thing. People will be like, no. Do not be selling to me at this time. Not a sales pitch. Be humble. Be honest, be humble, be sincere. And that's it. We're almost at pints. Learning is important. This is how we collectively learn, inside of our organizations, outside. It's a story. It's not a giant form that you have to fill in. You are not doing your taxes. You are telling a story to another engineer. That's the mindset that you want to be in. I encourage you to all have a go at writing incident reports. This is not something any of us are probably doing every week, even me at Slack. I think that it's important to, God, I'm going to use the bloody Larry thing from Google, more wood behind fewer arrows. Pick the incidents that are the most confusing, that are the most surprising, that you can learn from, and actually put your effort in there. Apply your craft. Every one of you in this room can do this. And that's it. I'm on Twitter. You can at me there with questions. I will probably be around here for a while, and thank you so much.
Actually, can I get all the speakers from ShipItCon today to come up? Got a couple of questions for you guys. Perfect. Okay, I'm gonna get you guys just to pass that around. Yeah, go ahead. Perfect. So throughout today's event, I've been asking you guys to send us tweets, asking questions to the speakers, and now has come, the time's finally come for us to do a quick little Q&A with our speakers from today. So the first question that I have, and I'm going to be doing this in like my sports commentator voice, so welcome to today's Q&A session at ShipItCon. So the first question that I have is, if this is all to anybody, any of the speakers here today, if you could make one change to a team to improve its resilience, what would it be? And who wants to take that one? Come on, guys. Been waiting for this all day.
I think I just answered it in my time.
So Laura's out. Anybody else want to answer that? Come on. We're going to move on to the next one? Yeah, perfect.
I think it's been mentioned several times today, but talking about failures and thinking about them and actually working through them and then learning how to be resilient together, making sure there's an open environment that people can learn from. I think that really helps making anyone resilient. If you just go back into yourself and don't talk about what's going on, then you can't become resilient to it because it'll just fester within. And same for teams as well.
Amazing, amazing. So we all co-sign with that, yeah? Since then I all want to speak, so we just like co-sign. Grant. Second question then is, again, for all of our speakers here, how do you create an environment where failure is embraced and celebrated?
I'll take a go with this one.
Yeah?
A very quick one.
She's got the lapel mic, she's Grant.
There was a really interesting blog post by Charity Majors, a friend of this conference, I believe, a couple of weeks back. And she talked about rituals of engineering teams. And a lot of engineering teams actually have rituals about failure. So think about Etsy and the three-sleeve jumper thing. So I mean, if you can make it like affectionate to have a ritual about failure, I think that can be quite a nice thing. Back in my Google Ads days, they said, well, you're not really in Google SRE until you've lost at least your annual salary by screwing something up. It has to be a cultural thing you reinforce all the time.
Perfect, amazing, thank you, Laura. And this is for Nicole. Nicole, at a personal level, how do you protect yourself from burnout and protect your mental health?
Yeah, I think this is a great question, probably applies to everybody. I think first, if you recognize the triggers for you that lead you to burnout, you're worlds ahead of kind of everybody else. So paying attention to those to prevent it in the first place is a great idea. And then if you do find yourself in a place of burnout, communication, open communication, pushing for change, showing where there's value in that change, I think is really important. And then last resort, worst case scenario, move, find something else. I recently left my engineering job to start my own company just because I was completely burnt out. So sometimes you just gotta be bold.
Amazing, perfect, thank you so much. The next question, and I have this one for Anton. Who do you follow, admire, or who inspires you? And this could be technically speaking or personally.
Okay. Yeah, so I think the people that I admire technically, specifically in what we do as a field, the people that have been bringing rigor to our profession and taking the wizardry out of it, right? So I'm going to do a really, really big social faux pas now. I'm actually going to compliment somebody in the room. So thank you, Laura, for all the work that you've done. I work, as I mentioned, in IBM. When you were at Slack, we were probably one of your larger customers. And we would share your work that you'd write up on outages within our internal Slack channel and share them, et cetera, et cetera. So thanks for that.
You're very welcome.
Perfect. I love that. Give props where it's due. Our next question is actually aimed for Hannah and Brian. How do you convince junior or mid-level engineers to join on-call rota if they are reluctant?
To a certain extent, I wouldn't. You need to make it attractive and where they see growth, they see progression, and they want to do it. I think like on-call work, things like that, it doesn't suit everybody. This is probably a terrible audience, and like you're all kind of interested in this kind of area. But there are many folks who simply don't want to wake up in the middle of the night, fix broken stuff. But you kind of want to show like how that work can be valuable, how it connects you to your customers, how you get like a link to promotion, the stuff that Hannah talked about that I think we do okay at Intercom. But even then, it's like it needs to be something that they want to do themselves and actually see that it benefits them. I'd only kind of demonstrate and link it to the success of the company, that it's a path that their careers can follow, but be completely accepting and open if like people don't want to go down that path.
Perfect. I'm going to get you to keep that mic because there's another one here for you. What might be a good number of incident alerts per week or month for a reasonable for the effort?
Well, obviously 0. But then your paging alarms are probably broken. I don't know, like a few a week seems to be okay. But like in our experience, they tend to come and go. As in you have kind of periods of where there's a lot of change in the system or there's like new use cases, whatever. And it's more about responding to those and getting back to like a nice, calm, steady state. And I think getting that kind of constant control or being able to respond to that and not letting it go to like a newer, higher plane and staying there is more important than like it must be below 5 a week or like you're fired or whatever.
Perfect, thank you. And our last question from the audience comes to Laura. Can Laura tell us more about her new startup journey?
So we're kind of still semi-stealth mode, I guess. So it's a company called Stanza Systems. It's myself and a few other people who are moderately well known, including Niall Murphy of SRE Book fame and Blake Bissett of Dropbox, Google, and so forth. Tiernan de Burke, who I assume that like about 50% of these people know, and people in this room know Tiernan. So what we're trying to do, we're very early yet. We are trying to make basically sort of software that will help you understand your complex systems and interact with them in less stressful ways. Watch this space for a few months at least.
Perfect, thank you so much, guys. I'm gonna get you to stay there, so don't try to run away. Okay, guys, that is officially a wrap for ShipItCon 2022. The other thing I actually realized is I was so busy introducing all of the speakers and I was so excited to get this event up and going that I never introduced myself today. So I'm going to do that now, okay? So my name is Nswaki Pakwe McKevitt, but everybody calls me CK. I always say the best way to remember it is think of Calvin Klein, same style, just not as expensive, yet. Okay, which is really important, the yet. okay? And I do really want to thank each and every single one of you for attending today, and I hope that you have enjoyed the experience and that you enjoyed the day, because I certainly did. I'd also like to thank our sponsors, 9dot, Phorest, Workhuman, TechRow, Intercom, and Tynes, for sponsoring today's event. And also I'd like to thank our fantastic speakers that we had today, from Cian, Nicola, Nicole, Christine, Anton, Hannah, Brian Scanlon, Brian Long. I did those two together so that I wouldn't leave anybody out. Julia, Filipe, Noel, Damien. We had Paul, James, Sheeka. Can't forget you, girl. And last but certainly not least then, as well as Laura. So guys, please give them a huge round of applause. I have two more thank yous. I would like to say a special thank you to Claire Brady, whose organizing skills are actually borderline superhuman, as well as our volunteers today, because without them we would not have been able to pull this off. And I've saved the best, oh God, it's been a long day. I've saved the best for last. Like Serena said earlier this morning, today would not have been possible or been able to happen without each and every single one of you. So please give yourselves a huge round of applause, make some noise, because if it wasn't for you, ShipItCon 2022 would not have happened. So please. And now the information y'all all been waiting for, the after party, okay? So the after party will be at the Market Bar, so we'll see you all there. We have the Chelsea drugstore area within there, so you go in through Georgia Street. Is that okay, guys? So thank you guys so much for joining us. I hope you had an amazing time, because we certainly did, and we look forward to seeing you and partying with you guys later on at the Market Bar. All right, thank you guys, and thank you so much to our speakers as well.